fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword and with hunger and with death and with the beasts of the earth. Revelation of St. John the Divine, chapter 6, verse 8. Part 1. Sworn Enemy. Chapter 1. Here is the corpse of Thomas Blackstone, enemy of France, declared a sign hanging from the scar-faced man's broken neck. 13 bodies dangled lifeless from gibbets outside the town's walls, the dead men left as carrion. Sir Gilbert Kilbert swallowed hard when he saw the sign. The taste of death clung to the back of his throat as the hollow sockets stared at him. Kilbert and the 10-man scouting party eased their horses past the bodies, whose lower limbs had been gnawed to the bone by wolf and wild boar. It was too dangerous to stop in case those who had done the killing were still behind the walls. Kilbert and the men rode in single file, shields raised against any sudden onslaught of crossbow quarrels from the low parapet. Saint-Ouen could barely be called a town. It was more of a hamlet, a settlement for hundreds of years since the Romans had first encircled their camp with a balustrade, followed by an earth embankment, and then built a low stone wall. That stonework had crumbled and fallen into disrepair, but was of sufficient height for determined men to defend. The entrance was through 2 wooden gates 9 feet high, spiked poles bound to each other with iron brackets, which told the cautious riders that a blacksmith had once plied his trade in the town, and might well have used his skills to fashion weapons for his fellow citizens. Hunchback crows hopped across the parapet, fighting noisily for the flesh dangling from the ropes. The bodies were less than a week old, but their putrefaction assailed the men's nostrils. They needed no words of command as Kilbert kneed his mount towards the open gates. The men formed a protective shield behind him. 2 others rode alongside the veteran knight. Renfred, the German captain, and Ralph Tate, both veterans of battles against mercenaries and Bretons at the behest of King Edward's negotiator in France, Sir John Chandos. The town was a ramshackle place, and must have been abandoned a long time ago. Wattle and mud dwellings had succumbed to time and weather. Sod-covered roofs had collapsed, and there was no sign of feral dogs or loose-running fowl. There was no smell of smoke-soaked thatch. Fires had not burned in the bleak compound for years. Nothing lived, only the scavengers. Kilbert and the 2 hobblars weaved their horses through the deserted hamlet, but still nothing stirred. He led them around the walls until they returned to the open gates. A column of riders emerged from the tree line beyond the meadow that surrounded the town. Kilbert waited and blew snot from his nostrils, wiping his hands on his jupon. "There's only the stench here. Nothing more," he said to the approaching men. He gestured towards the bodies swaying gently in the stiffening breeze. "Just as well we didn't announce ourselves when whoever did this lurked behind the walls. Looks as though someone's been telling the world he's you." Blackstone grinned. "And he doesn't even look like me." Kilbert cleared his throat, spat, and then spurred his horse. "No one's that ugly, Thomas." When King Edward had summoned Thomas Blackstone to Calais after the Battle of Brignais in April of that year, the scar-faced knight thought he would be arrested. Instead, he was honoured and made Master of War to serve the King and the Prince of Wales in securing the newly gained territory held by mercenaries and those who fought against the English King's choice in Brittany. The proxy war was being fought between Edward's ward and favourite, John de Montfort, and the French-backed Charles de Blois. Blackstone was tasked with clearing towns and territory ceded to Edward in the peace treaty with France and securing the loyalty of wayward Gascon lords in the Duchy of Aquitaine, ready for the prince's arrival, already delayed by months. The treaty with the French king, Jean le Bon, was worth only as much as each monarch ascribed to it. Territorial disputes had not been settled, and because of that the English king had not renounced his claim to the French throne. Much of France was held by English, French, and German routier captains, who commanded their mercenaries with ruthless efficiency. No sooner had Blackstone and his men defeated one band and forced them to release their towns for King Edward than the routiers rejoined others, and so the fight went on. Belligerent Frenchmen still thirsted for Blackstone's blood, and, it was obvious outside the walls of Saint-Ouen, that one foolhardy routier had thought to claim the legendary mantle and force those behind the walls to surrender their weapons and women. He had failed. "At least 30 men were inside the walls, Thomas," said Kildare, as they rode south through the Breton March. "There was enough churned ground for maybe more." "Either Bretons or Skinners," said Blackstone's squire, John Jacob. "Little to choose between the two." "We have a quarrel with both," said Blackstone, as he searched the open countryside beyond the town. There was no sign of campfire smoke rising in the cool autumn air over the treetops. It suggested that whoever had slain the men, masquerading as Blackstones, had come upon the abandoned town as a resting place. It had been the 13 dead men's misfortune that they had tried to frighten those they thought to be helpless townspeople. The horsemen's tracks had petered out along a river bank, and as Blackstone's men skirted the shallows, it became obvious that the riders had melted into the forest on the opposite bank. Moulon's bearded hulk nudged his horse forward. The throat-cutter had ridden in from the flanks. "No sign of them beyond the river bank, Sir Thomas. They are still travelling. Back home, perhaps. If their lord's domain is near, then they'll keep going until they are safely behind his walls. If they are Skinners, then they might be holding out against the French." "Whose domain is this?" said Kildare. "Has it been ceded to Edward?" Blackstone shook his head. "I don't know. Sir John made no mention of this place." "If Chandos doesn't want it for the king, then let's be on our way," said Kildare. "No point in picking a fight just to keep warm. We have enough to do before the prince sets foot in Bordeaux." Blackstone settled his gaze across the sweeping forest that swallowed the river as it curved. Somewhere in there was an enemy who had claimed his death. "The prince is still at his estate in Cornwall. He won't set sail until next summer. There's time enough for us to do his bidding." Kildare yanked his horse's reins as it dipped its head to the sweet grass. "Near enough a year since they wed, and he still can't wean himself away. Like a child on the teat. Mind you, I am told they are tits a man would happily suffocate himself in." He leered. "If I had married Joan, the fair maid of Kent," he said, emphasizing the sobriquet given to the sensuous countess, "I'd spend the winter under the covers as well." The twice-married widow of Sir Thomas Holland, the Countess of Kent, was a woman who enjoyed the freedom afforded by her privileged status. Music, jewellery, and parties were a passion, and it was a common belief it was her sensuality that had snared the prince. Blackstone wasn't so sure. She was already the mother of 5 children, and the prince could have had his pick of any young woman across Europe. "He married for love, Gilbert, even against his father's wishes. I like him the more for it." Kildare leaned across his pommel. "Love, Thomas, is for children." "And I was little more than Henry's age now when I fell in love with Christiana." Kildare looked to where Henry Blackstone waited behind John Jacob, ready to do the squire's bidding, as would any page. The lad was what, 15, 16? Kildare wasn't sure, and doubted that even Blackstone would remember birthdays. It took a woman to count her child's summers, but Blackstone's wife was dead, murdered these past 4 years. "You were already a fighting man by then. God's blood, Thomas, sentimentality is not for the likes of us. How did we get on to this morbid subject?" "You were thinking about sex." Kildare's eyes lit up. "So I was." Blackstone heeled his horse towards the river ford. "And if you can't remember that, then you're becoming a senile old bastard that will soon need a nurse to tend to you." "As long as she's young and wide-hipped," he grinned. "Thomas, why are we riding this way?" "To see who wants me dead," answered Blackstone. Kildare sighed and shook his head as he heeled his mount. "That would be most of France," he muttered. Chapter 2. The streets of Paris seethed. Shopkeepers barracked passers-by. Butchers and fishmongers swept flies from the tables bearing their wares as they hacked bone and cut muscle or gutted fish caught that morning. The noise from those jostling the criss-crossing streets and alleys sought escape from the narrow confines, where half-timbered houses' cantilevered floors blocked out much of the light to those in the passageways below. The pungent smell of human waste mingled with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread and sweet cakes. Beasts of burden were whipped and cajoled and urged to give way, as the 8 men on horseback made their way towards the Grand Pont and the royal palace on the Ile de la Cité. These knights did not move aside for man or beast. Each knight led a spare horse bearing his armour and supplies. Men used to travelling great distances in pursuit of their goal knew the value of having an extra horse. Some of these knights had visited other cities like Prague, Berlin, Cologne, and Rothenburg. Wolfram von Plauen, who led them along the Grand Rue, had survived the Rothenburg earthquake in '56 that had destroyed Staufer Castle, his mentor's stronghold. It had been a lesson in humility. No matter how strong a man's belief in God, if the Almighty deemed it time to deal man's pride a blow, there was no force on earth to stop it. And the French had suffered a devastating blow to their pride when the English slaughtered thousands of their finest at Crécy and Poitiers. Now the humbled French king had crawled back to Paris on his knees, riddled with debt and shame. And as von Plauen gazed in wonder at the grandeur that was Paris, called by some the most beautiful city in Christendom, he knew it was centuries of men's pride and greed that had built it. His stern countenance betrayed no sense of his wonder. 100,000 souls lived behind its walls and in its suburbs, and they had withstood the war brought on them by the English king. God had smiled on the venal Parisians. Wolfram von Plauen did not. Iron-rimmed wheels trundled past the German knights as handcarts bore the fruit of bow-backed peasants' labour on the way to market. An idiot, dressed in an undershirt, danced barefoot on the cobbles at the end of a rope. Perhaps it was the ragged-looking man's father, who urged the demented soul to jig like a monkey while he held out his cap for any meagre offering. Destitution and starvation lurked ever present like the evil in men's souls. And yet von Plauen acknowledged to himself, the Basilica of Saint-Denis and the Notre Dame were testament to the glorification of the divine. They reached the Grand Pont and gazed across the Seine, where barge traffic unloaded their cargo on the riverside bank. Men hurried back and forth from warehouses to vessel, bowed under the weight of sacks of grain. Scurrying ants who laboured day and night to keep the city fed. Von Plauen gazed across the bridge to where the royal household's banners and pennants curled from the river's chill breeze. The once mighty French king and his son the Dauphin, as trapped in their island palace as surely as in any grand prison. "It is a place of corruption, Wolfram," said one of the men riding with him. "Money changers and goldsmiths pave the way across the bridge to the palace. These French are creatures who cherish wealth and possessions." Walter von Rank was a younger man, recently accepted into the Brotherhood of the Teutonic Order. The vicissitudes of the world had not yet tempered his zeal for righteous justice. Wolfram pointed to Notre Dame's twin towers. "It takes money to build such a magnificent edifice to God, Walter. Let us be generous with our thoughts towards them." He heeled his horse across the bridge. "We need them to tell us where the man we seek hides from our justice." The Dauphin was irritable and had retired to his chambers. When the King of France was held hostage in England, his absence from Paris had allowed the Dauphin, Charles, the right to rule. No longer. Now the Dauphin's life hovered between France and purgatory. His tongue had lashed the king's counsellor, Simon Boussy, all morning, and now it looked as though Boussy's day would get worse. Beneath the tumbling clouds that threatened rain, he watched the horsemen approach along the Grand Rue from his office high in the palace. Their route led directly from the city's north walls, through the heart of Paris to the Grand Pont. Teutonic knights were not ambassadors of goodwill, or pilgrims making their way on the Via Francigena, the route to Rome. They were troublemakers. Of that he was convinced. These stern, unsmiling brethren believed the Almighty guided their swords for justice and retribution. Boussy turned to warm his hands at the fireplace, seeking a modicum of comfort from what would surely be some kind of demand. The Germans would be admitted and relinquish their swords. The captain of the guard would escort them to the chamberlain, who would soon knock on Boussy's door, because it was Simon Boussy who had the ear of the king and of the Dauphin. During the king's captivity in England, Boussy, who had once led the Parliament, had been a key adviser to the Dauphin Charles. The knock on the door came sooner than he expected. Bussy followed the chamberlain to the grand entrance. Behind the massive carved oak doors stood pillared arches bedecked with banners from France's history. Past glories soon to be regained, if only the Dauphin could convince the king to act more assertively in the face of English demands, and to cease his irrational behaviour. Wolfram von Plauen and his companions bowed as Bussy entered the hall. The chamberlain would already have given them a courteous welcome. There was no need for Bussy to extend any further goodwill. "I am Simon Bussy, adviser to the king." "My lord, I am Wolfram von Plauen, and I seek an audience with your gracious king. May God keep him safe in these troubled times." "May God keep us all safe," thought Bussy, without a flicker of irritation. After the French armies defeated Brignais against the Routiers in April, the king had made the extraordinary decision to travel to the Pope in Avignon and seek permission to marry the Countess Joanna, Queen of Naples, a vain attempt to strengthen the crown by taking possession of Provence, which she ruled. His ransom still unpaid, hostages still held in England, defeat still burning in French souls, Routiers flaying the land, and King John had gone to the Pope. At such a time, if he could not secure the marriage, he would take the cross and raise a crusade. What madness had possessed him? It had been this final act that had swung the loyal Bussy to support the Dauphin's dream of reclaiming France against the English. "The king is in Avignon. He has gone to—" He hesitated. The least said about the monarch's behaviour, the better. Best to keep these Hospitallers believing John II to be the most Christian king. "To raise a crusade against the infidel." The Germans looked suitably impressed. "Such a righteous desire augurs well for our own quest, my lord." Wolfram's blue eyes settled on the older man. "For justice." Ever the diplomat, Bussy graciously bowed his head despite the anxiety he felt about having Teutonic knights in the city. Revenge was on their minds, but against whom? "We will extend our help wherever possible. Continue." "Henry, Count of Valdemont, the king's royal lieutenant in Champagne, waged a private war against German princes beyond your eastern frontier. The Duke of Lorraine and the Count of Bar and their people suffered grievous harm at his hands, and the Routiers he employed." Bussy stoically showed no sign of his discomfort. The Valdemont had caused vexing problems for the crown. When his private war ended, the Routiers had swept back into France, some seizing strongholds south of Paris as they raided along the Loire. "We have undertaken to admonish the Count of Vaudemont," said Bussy, even though no action had been decided by the absent king. "My lord, the Routiers were Bretons, Gascons, and Navarrese, led by Griffith ap Madoc, a Welshman. Their torture, rape, and slaughter must not go unpunished. We seek him," said von Plauen. Bussy's keen lawyer man snapped taut as a crossbow cord. Ap Madoc had led the mercenaries that saved Blackstone at Brignais. These Teutonic knights were God's gift. Perhaps he favoured them after all. They were better than any paid assassin. Planting a lie now could yield great benefit. "The man you seek, this Welshman. Another led him, an Englishman, Thomas Blackstone. Blackstone and Ap Madoc are the men who wreaked such indiscriminate violence against the innocent. Find the Englishman, and you will find his friend." Wolfram von Plauen looked at the other knights. This was news they had not expected. "Our thanks, my lord. Where can we find this Thomas Blackstone?" Where indeed? Bussy raised a hand, a gesture to buy time for thought. This was too good an opportunity to miss. Now that the treaty was in place and Blackstone was the English monarch's master of war, the French could not act against him. However, if Germans killed the man, no blame could be laid at the crown's door. Where was Blackstone? How could Bussy enable these zealots to find and kill him? And then he knew. Bussy suppressed the excitement that surged in his chest. His day had improved beyond his best expectations. The clouds parted, the sun bathed the palace in its warmth. The English king's emissary, an Italian, Father Niccolo Torellini, is travelling under safe conduct with an escort across France to Avignon. He will go via Chartres. If anyone knows where Thomas Blackstone is, he will. Chapter 3. Blackstone led the men into the forest, avoiding the direction of the other horsemen's tracks, and made camp. 25 mounted archers, the most valuable men of any fighting company, settled in the camp's centre under the command of the veteran archer Will Longdon, who would normally be centener of 100 bowmen. It was through choice that Blackstone kept his column lightly armed and ready to traverse quickly across the wasted land that was France. Those archers and an equal number of men-at-arms were easier to feed and equip, and served Blackstone well as a raiding party that could move across distances quickly, strike where necessary, and move on. Once they'd conquered a town, they left the garrisoning of it to others under the local seneschal's command. Blackstone's chosen were worth more in fighting skills and experience than brigands 3 or 4 times their number. If the French or Bretons rose in force, then Blackstone's rallying call would bring men from far and wide to do his bidding and swell his ranks. Moulin and Renfred set their men on the perimeter as a protective shield around the camp. Horses were hobbled and picketed, and beyond the ring of armed men, they set listening posts to challenge anyone probing their defences and alert the camp. Fear of night creatures, demons, and dispossessed souls would keep most superstition-racked men at bay, but if a bold commander struck, as Blackstone had done in the past, then death might visit the band beneath the cloak of darkness. Will Longdon beckoned to his vintner, Jack Halfpenny. "We have meat enough for another 2 days," he told the young archer, "but if Thomas is planning to take us further afield, then we need more. There'll be boar and deer in these woods. We'll make our way to the river and find where they come to drink at dusk." Killbear bit into an apple. "Will, you get lost in these woods, and we'll ride on without you. Jack, you tie a piece of rope to him and keep him in sight, you hear?" he growled through the apple's pulp. "Sir Gilbert, when we come back with venison, you will be grateful you have such good hunting men to ride with you," Longdon answered. "Scab-arsed poachers, more like. Don't go shooting a tough old buck. Bring us tender meat, you hear?" Killbear and Will Longdon were veterans who had served together longer than any of the men under Blackstone's command, since before Killbear had even taken the young Blackstone to war. "Best keep a night light burning, Sir Gilbert. Shall I rouse you when we return to give you the comfort of knowing we have made our way back safely?" Killbear tossed the apple core at them. "Get your arse moving, you insolent bastard, and don't go shooting blindly. Thomas is out there." Late sunlight flooded the glade where Blackstone's tethered horse bowed its misshapen head into the sweet grass, shaded from the sun. It had been a hot summer that burned the grass, and the warmth had lingered into the autumn that now settled on Blackstone as he perched on a log considering whether he should pursue the routier who had claimed to have killed him at Saint Ouen. They were already late for an agreed rendezvous with the Seneschal of Poitiers, Sir William Felton. There was no love lost between him and Blackstone. It gave Blackstone some comfort to know that despite Felton being awarded the victory Blackstone had orchestrated against the Bretons at Le Garret earlier that year, before defeating the French at Brignay, the King and Sir John Chandos knew the truth of the matter and had privately acknowledged it. The honour of Master of War bestowed on him by King Edward could be a blessing or a curse. The Prince of Wales and Aquitaine would be a difficult master to serve. Honour could turn to disgrace with an unguarded word or action, and he was under no illusion that the recently married prince would not be even more demanding with a wife at his side. Blackstone's meandering thoughts were suddenly interrupted. The bastard horse raised its head. Its muscles quivered. Blackstone knew the warning signs. He quickly climbed into the saddle and waited, eyes searching the tree line. They were downwind, but he heard nothing more than the breeze rustling the tree-tops and the hardening leaves whispering their impending fall to earth. The horse quivered again and pawed the ground, its great strength yanking the reins as it tossed its head towards the breeze. "All right," Blackstone muttered. "Let's see what it is." He eased the horse across the glade. If there was danger lurking, then being in the open meant he would not be caught unawares by any sudden attack. As they reached the far side, he looked through the trees, picking first one to focus on, then further ahead another, until his gaze penetrated 100 yards into the forest. There was no sign of threat. He picked out an animal track and guided the bastard horse forward. A sound like a bird cry rose faintly on the breeze. Pushing further through the trees, he caught the soft gurgling of the river tumbling over boulders. He could feel his horse's tension beneath him. As they emerged from the edge of the forest, he saw the river curved left, then right. Downstream was devoid of any threat, but the horse was insisting on moving upstream. They were still downwind, and he concentrated on trying to make out anything untoward over the shallow water dashing across the pebble riverbed. And then he heard it again, an animal cry, high-pitched, thrown into the breeze. As they rounded the bend, he saw movement on the opposite bank. He nudged the horse back into the safety of the trees. The bastard horse's cinder-burnt mottled coat, that made men believe the belligerent beast had been sired in hell, camouflaged any movement as Blackstone weaved through the shadows between shafts of sunlight. A magpie snickered, a flash of blue and white causing men's faces to look upward. A dozen of them on the far bank. More men, perhaps further back in the trees where Blackstone couldn't see them. A sudden bellow of laughter and shouting, a taunt, a sharp, flat crack travelled on the breeze. A man's open hand slapped a figure being pushed this way and that. A circle of men, 2 of them tormenting a raven-haired woman, cloak half ripped from her chemise, blood-red velvet on the ground, leaving her nothing but her torn dress. The men laughed as they tossed a bundle of clothing between them as the woman tried to reach it. It was a rag doll, flaxen-haired, limp. A child. The men were tormenting the woman by throwing it back and forth. A distant memory caught Blackstone unawares. When he had fought across the river, crossing at Blanchetac before the Battle of Crécy to find a girl who had been abandoned in the forest. The girl would become his wife, but the 16-year-old archer did not know that at the time when he rode into the forest and skirted the French and Bohemian knights who hunted for her. Her rescue and his final swim back with her against a turning tide that brought both praise and criticism, but it defined the young Blackstone's daring and courage. Now he weaved quietly between the trees, watching another woman fearful for her life and that of her child. The bastard horse was eager to press on, but Blackstone restrained it and guided it into the shallows. When they reached the middle of the river, he brought it to a halt. Its ears were up. One twitched left and right, listening for any other threat, but its eyes, like Blackstone's, stayed rigidly fixed on the men. The belligerent beast stood foursquare. Blackstone knew that if he gave it its head and charged into the men, then the woman would probably be the first to die, and then the child if it was still alive. And a dozen men, like a pack of wolves, could bring him down. He would draw them in. Blackstone hoisted his shield onto his arm and drew wolf's sword from its scabbard and waited. One man on the far side of the tormenting circle tilted back his head as he raised a wineskin to his mouth. It was then that he saw the lone knight waiting in the middle of the river. Dappled light caught the water and reflected the eyes of a wild-looking horse that pawed the shallows. He spluttered wine and then said something that made the others turn and stare. Moments later, 3 of them broke away and mounted their horses tethered in the trees. They spurred their mounts as their comrades shouted encouragement. Shouts carried across the water, voices bellowing that they would kill the interloper. Laughter. It was going to be easy. Blackstone waited, and then pressed his left leg into the bastard horse's side, kicking his right behind the girth. The war horse needed no further command. It suddenly swung its hindquarters left and struck the first of the oncoming horses, forcing it to veer. The horseman swayed in the saddle, struck blindly, but his blade only met Blackstone's shield as a wolf's sword swept in a perfectly aimed arc at the exposed man's throat below his helmet's chinstrap. There was no need to wait and see the man die. Blackstone heard the splash and was already swerving to strike the second attacker. The man raised himself in the stirrups to gain an advantage over Blackstone's height. His intended killing blow whispered across Blackstone's head and gave him no chance of recovery, as the momentum of horse and body forced his groin onto Wolfsword's point. The blade ran through him and out of the small of his back. His scream startled a coven of crows that voiced their alarm as they flapped wildly from the canopy. Wolfsword's blood knot bit into Blackstone's wrist, keeping it secure in his fist. The third man tried to steer his horse away from the snarling Scarface knight, but Blackstone's next blow severed the man's sword arm and bit into his rib cage. The killing had taken less time than the men on the riverbank took to reach their horses. One of them shouted commands. They cuffed the woman to the ground. She lay unmoving, as did the rag-doll child. The horsemen bellowed with wine-fueled courage as they urged their horses towards the riverbank, 9 against 1. Blackstone spurred his horse. It surged into the approaching men as they splashed into the shallows, their horses suddenly uncertain of the riverbed beneath their hooves. The bastard horse barged into the 2 leading horses before they or Blackstone delivered a blow, forcing them past Blackstone, with their riders fighting to regain control and turn them back. The ragtag formation that followed were too scattered to attack Blackstone en masse. The nearest fell as Blackstone's sword swept across the horse's flanks. The wounded and terrified animal balked. The blade took the man's leg below the knee. Horse and rider went down in a spurt of blood. The bastard horse turned without command, as aggressive as its master as it fought, the bit, and bared its yellow teeth. The wide-eyed horse it confronted reared as its rider cursed, savagely yanking the reins. The vital seconds he took to steady his mount cost him his life. The rim of Blackstone's shield struck beneath the man's chin, and the crack of jawbone and spine flopped him backwards into the water. River boulders caused another attacking horse to stumble, throwing its rider into the water and then rolling on top of him. The horse recovered, but the man lay unmoving, face down. 2 more riders challenged Blackstone. Seeing he would be vulnerable if they attacked both sides at once, they came hard at him. It was a mistake. Their action blocked their companions from smothering Blackstone completely. Blackstone spurred his horse to force them apart. His shield took the blow from one rider, but the strength behind the strike forced Blackstone back from its impact, giving the second man the opening he needed to swing his flanged mace at Blackstone's open helm. Momentarily stunned, Blackstone slumped as his horse's momentum took him past his attacker, and the other men wheeled their mounts around. Blackstone recovered, shaking his head to clear his blurred vision. He was boxed in. There were now 4 men behind him and 2 in front. He urged his horse towards the riverbank and killed the nearest man to his front. Then the bastard horse was on firm ground. Blackstone freed himself from the stirrups and planted his feet on the riverbank. He needed an advantage, and fighting on foot gave it to him. Not only did the horsemen have to expose their horses as they clambered up the low bank, but they would have to bend low to strike him. Blackstone's agility avoided the first horse, whose rider was already sweeping down his sword, but Blackstone was no longer in the same place. Half turning, he spun around before the horse reached him, and struck the man's blind side, thrusting the point of his sword into the man's buttocks as he leaned forward. The screaming man twisted and fell. A horse's shoulder caught Blackstone. It threw him to the ground. He rolled, struck upwards and found the beast's soft belly. It bellowed, stumbled, and fell, trapping its rider's legs. Blackstone ducked from the thrashing hooves and plunged the point of his sword into the man's throat. He wiped an arm across his face to clear the sweat and blood from his eyes. The bastard horse was kicking its hind legs at one horse whose rider was trying to kill the devil's offspring. The hooves kept the man's blade at a safe distance, and when they connected, Blackstone heard the man cry out in pain as they broke his leg. He dropped his sword. His horse veered clear of the thrashing hooves. Despite his pain, rage gave its rider courage, and he pulled a fighting axe from his belt. The 3 surviving men steadied their mounts in the river. The man they sought to kill had slain 6 of their number. They hesitated, and then 3 abreast spurred their horses towards him. Blackstone raised his face to the breeze. It cooled him. A sound like a fluttering bird's wing rippled the air. Blackstone knew it well. It was the sound of goose fletchings travelling fast through the air. Barely a breath separated the 2 men falling, with a yard-long bodkin-tipped arrow shaft through their chests. 2 figures on the far bank were already knocking arrows, but the surviving horseman yanked his reins and fled. Blackstone raised his sword arm amid the carnage to salute his archers. Will Longden's laughter echoed across the water. Chapter 4. The 2 archers carried the unconscious woman and child back to Blackstone's camp. Kildare looked from the survivors to Blackstone, who was now free of his mail, as Henry took his jupon and undershirt to dry in the final rays that streaked through the forest. John Jacob attended to honing Wolf's sword. Its hardened steel blade was still sharp enough to sever a man's arm, but even such a blade, forged by German master sword-makers at Passau, needed attention when it had cut into helmets and mail. "You couldn't just ride away, I suppose," said Killbear, as he passed a wineskin. "Would you?" said Blackstone, before drinking thirstily. Henry brought a length of rough cloth for Blackstone to wipe the sweat from his torso. Killbear sighed. "Women who need rescuing bring trouble into a man's life, Thomas. There's a reason they need rescuing, and that reason can rear up like an adder and bite a man in the balls. Would it have been so difficult to just come back and get help, or leave her to her fate?" He raised a hand to stop Blackstone from answering. "I know. You did what you thought was right. God's blood! How many times has that caused us grief? Whoever those men were, you've given them a thrashing, so it's unlikely any more of their friends will come at us tonight. I'll have Moulin double the pickets just in case." He fingered the torn blazon Blackstone had taken from one of the dead men. A boar's head against a faded yellow background was smeared with dark-stained blood. "They weren't routiers. They were Lord's men, but I don't know this device." "Nor I," said Blackstone, and pulled on a clean shirt. "I'm hoping she will when she comes round." He nodded to the woman, who now lay on a bed of cut ferns and moss, attended by Will Longden, who supported her head and trickled potion between her lips. "She's no serving girl, that's for certain. Look at her clothes. That's a fine embroidered linen shift, and that cloak wasn't bought at a marketplace. She belongs to someone. A man can become agitated if you take his horse or woman." He tossed the blazon back to Blackstone, though a horse has more value. The violence against the woman and child cast them into a fitful slumber. Their fever intensified during the night, but Blackstone instructed Henry to lie close to them both and to bathe their foreheads with a soaked cloth. He had a fire built and river stones brought to contain the deep embers. When the woman shivered uncontrollably, they lifted stones with sacking and placed them against her back for warmth. Henry Blackstone attended to his duties without respite, unaware that his father, who lay wrapped in his blankets 20 feet away, kept a watchful eye on him. When the men awoke, as the first light penetrated the forest, Blackstone was already checking the camp with John Jacob at his side. His captains, Renfred and Moulin, had stayed as alert as their pickets throughout the night, but neither man showed any sign of tiredness. The years spent with Blackstone had taught them to overcome weariness, especially when it was tempered by duty, and they were as caring for their hobilars as Will Longden and Jack Halfpenny were for their archers. When the woman's fever broke, she awoke to see a scar-faced man kneeling next to her. She recoiled. Henry pressed his hand on hers. "My lady, this is my father, Sir Thomas Blackstone, who saved you from those men at the river." Hearing Blackstone's name caused the woman to be more fearful. Bewildered, she squirmed away from the blankets covering her until her back pushed up against a tree. Looking around at her unfamiliar surroundings, she saw ghostly figures of rough-looking men moving silently through the dappled light and campfire smoke. Henry's look of consternation did nothing to calm her. She crossed herself, her lips muttered a prayer, eyes wide she searched for her child. "My daughter, where is she?" "She is alive," said Blackstone, his gentle voice belying his rough demeanour. "One of my men is with her. We have a potion of herbs that will give her strength. She is safe. Be calm. You are not in danger here." Blackstone nodded to where a crude woodland shelter had been constructed a few feet away. The child lay on a soft bed of vegetation, a figure crouched over her. His leather skull-cap and the brace on his forearm told her he was a bowman. "I beg you, do not harm my daughter. Do what you must with me, but do not harm her." "We did not rescue you to cause you further harm or distress. The men who held you are dead," said Blackstone. The woman clambered to her feet, forcing Henry to move quickly aside as she went to her child. Will Longden was kneeling next to the unconscious girl, but saw Blackstone's gesture telling him to move away so the mother could reach her. She scooped her into her arms and paced this way and that, looking desperately for a means of escape. Men stood watching her. She was trapped. Any of these men could stride forward and snatch her. One man stood eating an apple, one hand resting on the sword hilt in his belt. "Calm yourself, woman. For pity's sake," said Killbear. "You were saved. Get down on your knees and thank God that it was by an Englishman. That scab-ridden archer tended your child as if she were a newborn lamb. We are fighting men, but we have some understanding of herbs and medicines. A woman not unlike yourself gave us the knowledge." Killbear took a pace and half turned as if giving her a clear path. "Run if you like, but the men who attacked you will have companions. We saw their tracks. If you run, your girl will die." She was frozen with fear and uncertainty. No one had made any attempt to reach her or stop her. They stood back respectfully. She raised a dirt-ingrained hand to wipe tears from her face. Then she tenderly lifted the sweat-soaked hair from her daughter's forehead. She saw the archer's stubbled face crease as he smiled at her and pointed to the shelter. "Had one of the lads build it for her. Keep the dew and the smoke off the child. Gives a bit of warmth on these chill nights. And that's my own horse blanket I put over her, so there's no lice to cause her distress. You'd best think of yourself and daughter, my lady. Thomas Blackstone is a good man who fought hard to rescue you, and me, and Jack Halfpenny. We killed 2 of them ourselves. They died slow, with a broad head-tipped hunting arrow tearing their chests apart." Longden frowned, as if he had spoken out of turn. "Thought knowing that might give you some comfort. Stay with her until you are both strong enough to go where it is you want," said Killbear. He nodded towards Henry. "The lad there has food ready for you. We'll give you what we have. Then you can be on your way." She was less fearful as she faced the man who had saved her. "We were on our way south, and we were resting in an abandoned village. Men came to the gates and demanded those inside surrender. One declared himself to be the Englishman, Thomas Blackstone." She fixed her gaze on Blackstone. "He was an impostor," said Blackstone. "And how do I know you are not?" "How well did the man fight?" asked Killbear. "Badly," she told him. "There's your answer," Killbear said, tossing aside the apple core as he stepped closer to her. Her courage had returned, and she did not flinch. Killbear brushed a hand across his jupon, as if it would have made a difference to the grime that covered the stitched image of its blazon. "This declares who he is, given by a royal prince, honoured by a king, and feared by their enemies." She looked at Blackstone. "He has my son," she answered. "Who?" said Blackstone. "Lord Mael Babignon de Pontivy. When the brigand declared himself Lord Mael, said he had sworn to kill you. They broke every bone in the man's body, and then hanged him so that he strangled to death. If you are who you say you are," she said, "then Lord Mael would be aggrieved to know that you are still alive." "And who are you to this Breton lord?" said Blackstone. "I am his wife, Lady Catiline Babignon." Chapter 5. In the hours it took for the feverish child to recover, Blackstone and a handful of his men backtracked to where the churned earth showed the Breton lord's ride for home from the abandoned village. They followed the meandering river that snaked in and out of the forest from the point where they had avoided the tracks to where the scarred ground led them through a broad path on the far reaches of the woodland. The ground broadened into an undulating expanse of meadows, a forest copse and a distant village. Sheep were penned near the muddy track, and the low walls of the rough stone-built houses supported a pitched roof, whose moss-laden thatch spoke of a wet and cold prevailing westerly wind. A single door allowed man and beast to share the same quarters. Blackstone knew only too well the stench inside such a hut. He and his men had kicked down many a leather-hinged door to root out an enemy. A tanned goatskin covered a window opening, but even that would keep the inside oppressively gloomy. Blackstone knew the thatch would be hard to torch if they needed to attack and destroy the village, but the dry hay and straw kept in the loft for the animals would burn quickly enough, and that would engulf the crucked timbers. Then the smoke from the smouldering thatch could blind and choke enemy soldiers. Everything needed to be considered when facing determined men who wanted your head on a pole. A narrow stream, no wider than a man's stride, and as deep as his calf, curled this way and that from the riverbed. Water that would supply the village. The beginning of winter would be upon the villains in another few weeks, and if they were fortunate enough to keep enough mutton, then the meat would supplement the mounds of turnips piled outside one of the barns. The faint sound of chickens being disturbed reached the men, and then a woman's voice carried on the wind. The breeze flattened the angry voice of an old crone waving a stick who came around one of the huts to chase a girl moving swiftly away with a haltered goat. It was a scene reenacted a dozen times a week in any village. A goat breaks free, eats a neighbour's cabbages, and the youngest girl in the family is sent to retrieve the miscreant. No other threat appeared to lurk in the huddled village. The threat lay further afield, on a turret that rose above the distant forest. The flag, wavering in the stiff breeze, displayed a boar's head. Killbear scratched his beard. "Thomas, that castle is not part of the king's treaty. We have no need to strike at it or this bastard Breton lord. The man who survived the fight will have warned him of us, and it's a domestic affair anyway. Let's get about our business." "Did I say anything?" "Your thoughts are louder than a village preacher's voice condemning the damned, and I reckon that is what we will be if you try to take that castle. If we can see the tower over those trees, you can be certain it will have broad walls and high parapets as well." Blackstone grunted by way of an answer, but kept his eyes on the landscape. "Burn the village, use its smoke," said Gilbert. "Is that it?" Blackstone smiled. "You see, God's tears. You can draw the bastard out, and we can kill them, but for what reason? The man hates you, that's not reason enough. I swear there were times over the years when I could have done more than kick your ass myself." "Gilbert." He threw his wife and child to his men. Killbear sighed. "It's not our business. When a lord of a manor turns his wife over to his men, then she's been rutting with others, or he's got himself a mistress. I'll wager she was not meant to survive the assault in the forest. Perhaps the man's blazon tells us all we need to know. He's got his snout in some other woman's trough." "Why keep the son and not the daughter?" said Blackstone, gauging the shifting breeze, not wanting it to carry their scent towards the village from where they sat in the shadows. A villain had as keen a nose as a feral dog alert for danger, and if they were loyal peasants, then a messenger might already be running to warn of Blackstone's party and gain favour with Lord Mile. "Girls need a lot of attention, Thomas. Nurses and a governess, someone to dress and feed them. They can put boys to work, give them rough clothing, and teach them something useful, like how to fight. But in time a girl would have value. Such a man can arrange a marriage, buy himself status, or a treaty with an enemy." Blackstone answered. "A son will inherit his father's estates one day and carry on his name. A man's name is worth more than a dowry for a girl." Blackstone didn't answer. He was studying the ground. If they moved closer to the distant forest and were caught in the open by any of Lord Miles' men returning from patrol, then they needed to use the terrain to their advantage. Killbear read his mind. "You're not thinking of riding over there, are you? We'd be as exposed as a mastiff's bollocks. Why are we even here? If Babagneau has sworn to kill you, then you have probably slain someone he knows. I'll wager he has bastards running over half of France, Thomas, and you're bound to have dispatched one of them to meet the devil." Blackstone turned in the saddle and looked at the men, waiting. Richard Quinnell, like Jack Halfpenny, was both archer and vintner to the few bowmen under his command. He had fought well against the Bretons earlier that year when he joined Blackstone's men. Blackstone knew he had spent time in Brittany and the Limousin, where the Breton lords held sway over vast tracts of land. "Quinnell!" Blackstone called. The archer drew his horse alongside Blackstone. "My lord?" "This Babagneau. Did you come across him?" Quinnell shook his head. "I heard the name, but never had the pleasure of putting a yard of ash into his chest. I saw his banner when we fought at La Garée." "Then we didn't kill him when we had the chance," said Killbear. "More's the pity. We'd have less to concern ourselves with now, and we could be on our way." "There was a family further north, a sister married to a Breton knight," said Quinnell. "What name?" said Blackstone. Quinnell searched his memory. "It was an unusual name to me. It was Regard or Beauregard. No, it was Sagar. Rolf de Sagar, aye, that was it." "Merciful Christ," said Killbear. "The past haunts us like forest ghosts. De Sagar! How long ago was that, Thomas? 5, 6 years back?" Blackstone nodded. It had been the time when the French monarch had sent the savage priest against him. Blackstone's family had come close to death. His young squire, Guillaume Baudin, had been brutally tortured and slain. and they'd set a trap for Blackstone's friend, the Norman lord, William de Fossat. De Fossat had been lured to the Breton march and held in de Sagar's castle, where de Fossat was flayed alive by the savage priest. Blackstone had put his friend out of his misery, and then killed Rolf de Sagar for allowing the atrocity. "And de Sagar's widow is Babagneau's sister," said Gilbert. "Thomas, we have no business here. It's obvious why he wants to kill you. You threw his sister to the wolves of poverty without a man to protect her and her children. He's probably had to raise his rents on those poor bastards in the village just to keep her fed all these years." "I have no quarrel with him, Gilbert. He has the quarrel with me." "Thomas, see it as a piece of grit in your boot. It irritates, it might pinch, but it can be ignored." "Babagneau has the same poison in him. He tortures and kills, and does it slowly like he did to that man we found hanging. And he gave his wife and daughter to his men," Blackstone answered. "Grit can be shaken from a boot." He turned the bastard horse back to where they had come. Gilbert nudged his horse to follow. He glared at Quesnel. "You have a big mouth. There are times it's best to plead ignorance and not try so hard to remember." Blackstone stood before mother and child and felt the barbed point of memory of his own dead wife and daughter. The child's name was Jehane. She was 5 years old. Her body was bruised from the soldier's rough handling, and a blow to her head had rendered her unconscious during the assault. But now the blue-eyed girl stared up at him as her mother cradled her. "She has recovered," said Caitlin, "thanks to your son and these men." They were shown how to heal by a woman versed in such skills. "Then my thanks and prayers must go to her." "Prayers will do her more good." The explanation was plain enough. She nodded. "What will you do with us?" "I have discovered why your husband wishes me dead, but I want to know why he has taken your son." "Hatred for me and a female child. I was widowed with a young son. He married me because I had land and title in my own right. I could not give him a son of his own. My son, Jocard, will inherit when he comes of age, and with me dead, Mile will act for the boy." "And you tried to escape?" "Yes. We were going south, to first seek protection from the English seneschal at Poitiers, Sir William Felton, and then ask for an escort to Avignon, where I will place my son in the care of tutors until he is of age." "You know Sir William Felton?" said Gilbert. "By name and reputation." "Reputation?" Gilbert said, barely able to keep the sarcasm from his voice. She nodded. "He defeated the Bretons months ago. He is favoured by the English king." Gilbert bent at the waist and glared at her. "Madam, it was Sir Thomas Blackstone who defeated the Bretons. Why would Sir William look favourably on you? You're Breton. Your son is Breton. Your land is in the March." Catiline Babagneau stood, unafraid of the threatening veteran knight. "Do not presume to lecture me. I am no fool. My domain lies close to the lands of Jean de Montfort. If my husband controls it, then he can strike out against those favoured by the English. The French king would like nothing better than to have a viper squirming in the heart of the English king's ambition." Blackstone looked at Gilbert. It was now obvious that removing Mile Babagneau from his stronghold would help Edward's chosen ward, the young de Montfort, to one day secure Brittany. "Thomas," Gilbert said, "this woman will wreak destruction on us. I feel it." "Gilbert, I'm charged by the king to secure his territory." Gilbert growled his displeasure. He half turned to return to the men, and then swung back to face Catiline Babagneau again. "Thomas, ask yourself why this woman was abandoned now, eh? A daughter of 5 years, and no other offspring since. Why did her husband cast her out? Why not when the girl was born instead of the son he expected? Why now? He could have had her domain years ago." "There was no dispute years ago," Catiline insisted. "The Bretons have been at each other's throats for generations," Gilbert answered her. "She's hiding something, Thomas. You mark my words. It's more than she's telling us." Blackstone sensed the woman's unease and knew Gilbert had drawn a deeply buried secret close to the surface. "Why hand you over to his men? Why not cut your throat and throw you in the river?" he asked. "Because he is cruel, and saw me as sport for his men," she said. and since the birth of my daughter he thought he could win me around, that I would grant him my lands. The answer was too glib. Blackstone stared at her. The danger in his eyes would cause a battle-hardened soldier to hesitate. "Why now?" she said wearily, and then lifted her chin defiantly. "One of his lieutenants helped us escape. When Lord Mile caught us on the road, he butchered him. That man was my lover." Chapter 6. Henry Blackstone earned a sharp rebuke from John Jacob. The boy had questioned his father's decision to leave him in the forest under Kilbear's command, while Blackstone and his squire rode out to find Babonneau's castle. "Know your place, boy. I serve your father, and you serve me. Time will come when you will earn the right to be given responsibilities beyond those you now bear." There was no question of Blackstone reprimanding John Jacob. The squire had saved Henry's life in the past, and his tutelage of Blackstone's son as a page was at the express command of the boy's father. "You'll obey your squire, Henry. There's nothing more to be said on the matter," Blackstone told him, secretly yearning to soften his harsh tone. The unwritten law of a boy serving his apprenticeship with an experienced knight or fighting man demanded no favour be shown. "I understand, my lord," Henry said with a bow of his head, and turned back into the forest. Blackstone and John Jacob shared a glance. "He's like a hunting dog straining at the leash, Sir Thomas," he said, and smiled. "And a defiant streak as wide as my shield," Blackstone answered. "I wonder where he got that from," Kilbear said, as he stood next to the belligerent horse before Blackstone led the scouting party away. "Thomas, I fear this woman and her desires distract us. She may wear fine clothes, but a whore is a whore, no matter what they cloak themselves in. Gilbert." The woman followed her heart and tried to save her son and his inheritance, nothing more. "Had an itch between her legs, is more like," Kilbear sighed. "All I am saying is that if we are to die in a fight, let it be for the right reason." Blackstone tightened the reins. "We will defeat Babonneau, and hold the woman's domain in Edward's name. It fits well with his support for John de Montfort. We'll fight the Bretons soon enough, and we will defeat them. Then, with Edward's alliance with de Montfort, he'll have the territory north of Aquitaine and a stronghold from the coast to Anjou and Maine. It's strategic, Gilbert, and little to do with the woman's lovers." Kilbear shrugged, cleared his throat, and spat. "And you leave me here to wet-nurse the woman and child. Get a damned move on, stop chattering like a washerwoman." He knew defeat when he saw it, and Blackstone's plan had merit, though he had no desire to admit it. Blackstone and John Jacob reconnoitred Babonneau's castle. The German captain Renfred and Quesnel, along with 6 men, accompanied them. Blackstone wanted another archer's eye to confirm accurately the distance between the forest and what was certain to be the open ground leading to the castle walls. They found what high ground there was beyond Babonneau's village, where woodcutters' tracks meandered this way and that. Riding cautiously, they neither saw sign of villagers nor tasted acrid wood smoke from charcoal-making kilns. No cur barked or wary goose cackled in alarm as the men moved silently through the forest skirting the village. The trees closed in on the rotted ground, and then, sensing the sweet smell of cut meadow grass, Blackstone chose a track that eventually opened into broad fields where stacked wood lay in piles ready to be hauled by cart to the lord's castle. A mile beyond the open ground the castle rose up, its walls embedded in the granite escarpment. "Mercy," said John Jacob. "That's a damn fine castle." "One of the best we've seen," said Blackstone. "Unfortunately." The men drew up alongside Blackstone, each man's eyes gauging the difficulty of scaling the rock face and then the walls. Blackstone studied every line of defence that lay before him. A broad slope swept up to the north wall, a natural defence that exposed any attack. The broken ground made it difficult for men on horses to approach, and any attacker on foot would be exhausted before they reached the rock face. An approach road, wide enough for a cart or 2 or 3 horses abreast, snaked its way towards the main gate across the uneven ground, the route forcing riders to jostle shoulder to shoulder and making them easy targets for crossbowmen or archers on the walls. On the flank of the castle walls, quarried stone lay in mounds, gritty limestone rich in iron oxide, and sand that was easy to cut and gave the castle a ruddy hue. There was evidence of ongoing building and fortification. John Jacob grunted in appreciation and gestured towards the three-cornered defence that jutted out from each end of the walls, which would give defenders an enfilade against exposed attackers. "I see them," said Blackstone. The outer defences were several hundred feet long and boasted 4 half-cylindrical bastions. 3 spur-shaped bastions completed the reinforcements around the south-east and an entrance gate where the portcullis would snap shut its jaws. From where they stood, Blackstone could see that if they could breach the outer wall, another parallel curtain wall inside awaited anyone who survived the initial assault. Behind this wall, additional towers were being built. Wooden scaffolding rose where masons hauled rope pulleys hauling aloft baskets loaded with cut stone. The more Blackstone studied the castle, the greater his respect for the men who had built it, and the more he realized that the castle could not be taken without siege engines. Well protected behind the curtain walls, 5 levels of a baronial hall loomed beyond the keep. Each level's upper window openings were braced with rows of columns of white limestone. This was home to the lord of the manor, and perhaps other seigneurial families. The keep was 90 feet high, accessed only by steps, rising to an iron-studded double-door entrance 20 feet up, which would no doubt open onto a large vaulted chamber. "Quinnell, 200 paces or more across the face of the wall, between those bastions." "Another 50, my lord." Blackstone nodded. He had been testing the archer. Quinnell's answer confirmed his own estimate. To assault anywhere along the outer wall would mean certain slaughter for the men on the ground. "They didn't spare a sou on that," said John Jacob. "Have we ever seen anything that grand? There's no way in, Sir Thomas. Our best chance is to find any underground rooms used for storage. They will be accessed from the courtyard." Blackstone looked at the men. They all knew it was impregnable, but if Blackstone ordered an assault, then they would not question his command. "It can't be done," he said to the men. "We'll find another way. John, Renfred, take the men and find us a place to fight in the open. We can't get inside that fortress, but I'll find a way to draw them out." Chapter 7. On his return to the forest camp, Blackstone called together his captains and their sergeants. He explained how the castle could not be seized, and his plan was to draw out Mael Babagneau and fight him in the open. "We could send word to Sir William in Poitiers and with his men lay siege against Babagneau," said one of the sergeants. "It would take an army," said Blackstone. "We would need siege machines and enough food to see us through winter. Besides, we are not to linger here, we must get to Poitiers." "If the man who survived the river has reached home, then Babagneau will know you're alive," said Kildare. "If he recognise my blazon, then Babagneau will be all the more determined to find me." "He won't fall for a simple trap," said Blackstone. "That's what we must use to our advantage." "Yet he sends no patrols back into the forest," Will Longdon said. "So we don't know if he is aware of you, Sir Thomas," said Jack Halfpenny. "If that man never returned, then his lord will think you dead." "Aye, he'll believe that vagabond back at the hamlet he tortured and hanged was you," said Moulin, the throat-cutter. Catiline sat outside the circle of men, cradling her daughter. Henry Blackstone stood by her side. "May I speak?" she asked. The men raised their heads and turned to look at her. She did not wait for permission. "Sir Thomas, you are right not to consider laying siege against him. My lord Babagneau had 30 men when he caught me. There are another 40 behind his walls. He has grain and salt stores and winter fodder for his horses and enough food for another 100 men. He is a wealthy and powerful man who controls a dozen villages and towns, every one of which will betray you to him if they see you. Then we use that to our advantage. Let them see a few of us, and that will be reported," said Kildare. "He would believe you had paid the villain to lie," said Catiline. "He would torture the man to confess. Under such pain any villager would admit anything, and then he would kill him." Moulin pushed his bulk forward through the men. forcing Will Longden aside. "Sir Thomas, I will go into the fortress and act as a beggar, and tell him I have seen you and that you have only a few men with you." "You a beggar?" chided Will Longden. "You're too well fed, you oaf. You look as though you've eaten a hog for breakfast. Your arms are as thick as a man's legs, and stop you scratching that lice-ridden beard of yours." The men laughed and jeered at Moulin, whose face darkened in anger. "At least I'm no hunchbacked archer," he answered. "Bending to your bow deforms you." "Aye, with sinew and muscle to pull a draw-weight that few men can conquer," Will Longden answered. Before Moulin's temper led him to begin taunting Longden again, Blackstone raised a hand and silenced everyone. "Moulin has a good idea. Just not the right one," added Kilbert. "We should send Will Longden's scrawny ass in there. He stinks like a beggar most days." "I lay no scent to scare the animals I hunt," Will Longden answered. He looked up at Moulin. "You want fresh meat, a man needs to smell of the forest." "Out of his own mouth. He stinks," said Moulin, happy to continue his duel with the archer. "Enough!" Blackstone's irritation silenced the bickering. He turned to Catiline. "What can you tell us?" Catiline hesitated. "Beggars are not tolerated. They are beaten if they present themselves at his door, but if you could get someone inside, there is a postern gate in the outside wall. They use it for supplies from the village. It's wide enough for only one man at a time to enter. It leads into a storage courtyard. Then, unless you have another lover to get a message to and open the gate, we can abandon any hope of breaching the walls," said Kilbert. "There is a way," she said, brushing a wisp of hair away from Jehane's forehead, ignoring his jibe. "Lord Mile would never turn away a pilgrim." "He beats a beggar, but feeds a pilgrim," said Kilbert. She nodded. "Several years ago some Englishman caught Lord Mile's daughter when she was travelling home from Chartres. It was before the great battle at Poitiers. Lord Mile fought at King John's side. He thought his family safe behind his walls, but she had gone to pray at Chartres Cathedral, at the feet of the Madonna. You English were a plague that swept the countryside. They killed her servants, but she gave the men the slip and reached the Abbey de la Sainte Trinité de Tiron, which gave her sanctuary." The men remained silent, as Catiline's gentle voice lulled them. The abbot stood firm and defied those who gave chase. It was a miracle they did not murder the monks and take her. Thereafter Lord Mile vowed he would give safe passage to anyone who makes a holy pilgrimage from the abbey. Blackstone got to his feet, from where he squatted on the ground with the men. "Daughter, you say? I thought he was childless, until you gave him the girl you cradle." "The pestilence took his wife, his daughter, and his young son. I was already widowed. I sensed no threat from him when we were introduced. As I told you, I hold title in my own right." "So you were seduced by him," said Kilbert. An unmistakable hint of sarcasm laced his question. She stared back at him unflinchingly. "I was," she said with no trace of regret or shame. "Your wars kill husbands and leave us women abandoned. We seek protection and comfort from those we hope will not degrade us." She gathered up the child and faced the men before she turned to where the makeshift shelter nestled in the undergrowth. "Lord Mile changed. Desire for wealth and property is greater than an honest desire for a woman. If you want to get inside his fortress, find someone among you to be a pilgrim, and pray his story is convincing. If it is not, then his screams will haunt you forever." Chapter 8. Kilbert sat cross-legged in his linen shirt and breeches, ignoring the chill breeze that whispered through the forest. He was in a small clearing softened by ferns, away from the other men. Kilbert's Dupont mail, helmet, arm and leg armour rested on a low bough of a tree. His personal weapons were neatly laid out on his blanket spread before him. All had been cleaned and oiled. The chain of his holy water sprinkle flail was laid in a gentle curl between its spiked ball and leather-bound shaft. His sword lay free of his scabbard. Next to it, a misericord, the mercy knife, gleamed dully, its pitted steel as old as the man who wielded it in anger. Its thin blade was used by archers to dispatch wounded enemy knights by forcing it through a helmet's narrow visor. Kilbert kept it as a secondary knife, his first preference being his rondel dagger. He spat on his whetstone and lovingly stroked it along the length of the 12-inch blade. When enemies closed in during those final desperate moments of close-quarter battle, and a man's survival lay in his ability to bring down his opponent, the tried and tested rondel was often his last chance to kill his enemy. The weapon's rounded handguard and pommel offered a firm grip for a fighting man to plunge its tapered point between armour and mail. The veteran knight's eyes shone with something akin to love for his weapons as he turned the gleaming blade to meet the stone with a tenderness few would ever observe. Kilbear's attention did not waver from the task at hand. "How much longer are you going to stand there, boy?" The crunch of a footfall behind him signalled Henry Blackstone's startled reaction. The boy had been standing as quietly as he could 15 feet away from Kilbear, waiting for the appropriate moment to approach him. He had remained silent, his breathing controlled, but still the old fighter had known he was there. "Sir Gilbert, may I speak to you?" "When have I ever denied you?" Kilbear answered. Henry Blackstone moved around Kilbear and stood watching the veteran fighter attend to his task at hand. He said nothing for a few moments, and then, "You have always sharpened and cleaned your own weapons, Sir Gilbert." "That's because we belong to each other. They fit my hand, and they know exactly what it is I expect of them." He laid down the dagger and looked at the nervous boy. "I have a duty towards them. I honour them because they are my salvation. They deny me meeting God." Henry nodded. "I understand, Sir Gilbert." "You do?" "When John Jacob instructs me to sharpen and clean Wolf's sword, then I feel, I don't know, it whispers to me." Kilbear gazed at the earnest young Blackstone. It was no time to deride what the boy was stumbling to express. What a fighting man felt for a weapon was something seldom shared. He smiled. "What you feel, Henry, it is a gift." He paused and wiped his hands on a well-used piece of torn linen. "Your father has already decided." He looked at the dumbfounded boy. "I know what you want, and you cannot have it." Henry's startled look betrayed him. Kilbear got to his feet. "You want to know who is to go into Lord Babonneau's stronghold, who takes his life in his hands and convinces them to ride out. You wanted to go, is that it? And for me to speak to your father on your behalf. You're too late. Lafargue. Gabriel Lafargue. He's going." Henry saw the chosen man's face in his mind's eye. 5 years more than Henry's 15. One of Moulon's spearmen, strong, tested and chosen by Moulon and accepted by Henry's father. His mind flitted across the chosen man's features, not as tall as most, sturdy and broad-shouldered, with strength to stand his ground and face a charging enemy, aggressive too, not known to back down in an argument. "He can read and write, and he's got the heart for it," Kilbear said, clambering to his feet and pulling on his jupon. Henry regained his composure. "I am the better choice, Sir Gilbert. It is a mistake not to choose the one who is better suited to a task." "Oh, you think you have more courage?" "No. Gabriel is a good fighter, but he is not convincing as a pilgrim. He will argue and not take the taunts that a man such as Lord Mile will surely throw at him. I speak, read, and write Latin. I can play the role with more conviction. Besides, Gabriel's arms are the size of a man's thigh, and his calloused hands speak of a fighting man. Or a man used to using a scythe on late summer grass or laying hedgerows, a peasant seeking salvation. I would be in your debt, Sir Gilbert, if you would speak to my father and tell him what I have said." Kilbear gathered his weapons. "You think you are man enough for such an adventure?" Henry nodded. "Then tell him yourself." The men's horses were tied onto a line of rope stretched between trees. They kept the bastard horse separate from the others. Blackstone stroked the horse's back, feeling the ripple of its muscles beneath his hand. He had always thought, as the years passed, that the brute might warm to him, but even now, as his calloused palm caressed its withers, it tried to twist its head, yellow teeth snapping. The rope halter restrained it, and Blackstone, knowing the beast's habits, stepped quickly aside as an iron-shod hoof lashed back. Despite its animosity, Blackstone knew they were well suited, and he had desired no other horse. They were as scarred and belligerent as each other. Having heeded the warning, he moved forward and laid his palm onto the horse's cheek. "I will not give you the satisfaction of denying me my own sense of comfort," he whispered. "I care as much for you as I do my men, and now I must risk sending one into harm's way." The beast remained docile for a few subversive moments, and then head-butted Blackstone's chest. He stumbled back a couple of strides and grinned. "If I had the strength, I would do the same to you." In an instant the beast's head twitched. Its ears perked, a wary eye looking past Blackstone, whose self-same survival instinct had turned him on his heel, knife quickly drawn. Half crouching, he sidestepped, ready to strike whoever had made the near-silent footfall he and the bastard horse had felt rather than heard. Henry Blackstone was still 10 paces away on the animal track. There had been no rustle of fern or fallen leaf beneath his foot. He had approached slowly, uncertain whether his father would welcome the intrusion. He was as startled as he had been minutes before with Gilbert. The two men's sixth sense was as honed as their blades. Blackstone let his guard drop when he saw his son. "Henry, God's blood, lad! You must never sneak up on me like that." "I was not sneaking, father. I did not wish to disturb you." The horse snorted, dipping its head. "May I approach, father?" "Of course, boy, of course." Blackstone sheathed his knife as his son skirted the horse, and then laid the palm of his hand against its nose. Its lips caressed his hand. Henry pulled free a piece of cut turnip and offered it. The yellow teeth bared and quickly crunched the dry offering. Henry smiled, looked at his father, and stroked the horse's face. "He likes a treat. I always bring him one. He remembers." "I swear you are the only person who can get that close and not lose your fingers." "I don't fear him, and he trusts me." "Aye, well, I trust him with my life, but the beast would take a piece of my flesh if he had the chance." Blackstone laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. "What is it, son?" "Father, you have entrusted me to John Jacob's care, and he has taught me well, but I am old enough now to be of more use to you." "You serve John and me well enough. What more would you wish? I won't have you stand shoulder to shoulder with the men in a fight. You are not yet trained for that. Your life is too precious to me." "You will not let me fight, and you will not let me go to university to further my studies." "You were sought out by French assassins when you were in Florence. They tried to kill you." "Then let me go to Avignon. There are teachers of law there, fine scholars. I want to learn. They will feed my craving." "And when they discover your name, someone would betray you to a killer for hire." "I would use mother's name, de Saint-Denis." "No. You stay here and serve your time as a page to John Jacob. When the time is right, and when you are sufficiently skilled, then you might fight." "I am the same age as when you fought at Cressy." "Nearly the same age, and where I came close to dying of my wounds. No man has skill enough to avoid fate. It awaits him at every turn." "Then my fate is already decided." "It is destined, but a man's decisions can take him left or right, at any crossroad, and that can make the difference between life and death. We all die in the end, Henry, but we try to avoid the Reaper. We do what we can to avoid unnecessary danger. If we cannot, then we summon more violence than our opponent, and send them into death's embrace." Henry thought for a moment. "When I was in Florence under the guidance of Fra Pietro, he told me a story about death waiting to claim a man." "A story is just that." "No, father. It was exactly what you are saying." Blackstone sat on a fallen tree and indulged his son. "All right. Let me hear this fairy tale spun by a man of God." "A devout man had a vision when he was praying," said Henry. "The angel of death visited him and told him it would take him the following day before the church bell in his town rang out for prime. He gathered what possessions he could and rode hard to the next town, safe in the belief that he had avoided his own death foretold. When death arrived at his village, disguised as a travelling monk, he asked the burghers if they knew the man's whereabouts, and was told he had left for another town. Death smiled and said that was good, because he had an appointment there with him later that night." Henry paused for breath and waited for a response. "And this means exactly what I told you?" Blackstone said. "It means, father, that whatever turn you take, you cannot avoid that meeting with death." "Henry, I do not see the point of this conversation, and my stomach tells me it's time to eat." "Gabriel is the wrong man to send."
I should go," he blurted out.
Blackstone looked at his son, weighing up what to say. He shook his head. "No. Gabriel was my choice."
"Father, he is a fighting man, and he will not take kindly to any taunt that would test his resolve. He does not have the heart of an educated man."
"Henry," Blackstone interrupted, "you are no better than any man here because you have been protected and given the opportunity to further your knowledge. I allowed that to appease your mother's wishes. Gabriel was raised by devout grandparents after his own died in the pestilence. He can answer any question put to him by Lord Mile about serving in a monastery. He is my chosen man. Let that be an end to it."
Blackstone turned his back on his son. His reprimand masked the desire to protect the boy and keep him out of harm's way, while in his heart he knew the boy spoke the truth. But Gabriel knew enough scripture to convince Babinot. "Father." Blackstone turned. He expected to see anger flushed on his son's face. Instead he saw contrition. "I beg you, then, to let me sit with Gabriel and Lady Catiline when she explains everything he must learn about the castle, and then I will also help him with a few Latin words that a novice would know, which would stand a pilgrim in good stead." Blackstone studied his son, searching for any hint of artifice, but the offer was heartfelt.
"Very well. Help tutor him. It will serve you both well. He will gain a better understanding, and you will learn humility." Chapter 9. Henry Blackstone and the men waited patiently, ready to move as soon as word came of where they would ambush Lord Mile's men. Horses saddled, arms and equipment readied, they remained alert should anyone be foolish enough to attempt an attack through the dense forest. Henry had sat with Gabriel Lafargue as he listened to Lady Catiline describe the inner wards of the castle in detail. If her son was anywhere, he would be in the keep, and once Lord Mile took the bait, he would still leave 20 men to guard the walls and gate. If Lafargue were to reach the postern gate undetected to allow Blackstone and his men to enter, it would need to be before nightfall. "We must time everything carefully," said Blackstone. "Does Lord Mile adhere to the times of prayer?"
Catiline nodded. "But only prime and vespers."
"Then dawn and evening is when we must plan. Gabriel, you will seek refuge soon after vespers. With luck, Lord Mile will ride out soon after morning prayers, and hope to catch us sleeping. Once he is beaten, then we will take the castle."
"And if I reach the postern gate, I need to signal you that all is well?" said Gabriel. "We must time everything, but I need to signal you that all is well," said Gabriel.
"My lady?"
said Blackstone. "The stables are on the far side of the courtyard. Winterfeet is stacked there under cover. Burn that, and you will see the smoke."
"And it will draw men from the walls to put out the blaze," said Blackstone. "Then that is the signal we will wait for. Until we see the smoke, we will not attempt to reach the postern gate."
"Understood, my lord," said Gabriel. "My woman-servant still serves Lord Mile in his private quarters. I beg you, see that she comes to no harm."
"We are not here to kill women," said Blackstone, and turned away.
"Her name is Melita," Catiline called. "Please tell your men."
Blackstone nodded, and strode to where Moulin and the others waited. "Sir Thomas!" "John Jacob has returned," said Moulin. Blackstone grinned, slapped Gabriel on the shoulder. "I hope you have learned your lines well. Our success depends on you."
"You can depend on me, Sir Thomas," said the eager volunteer.
Blackstone strode towards John Jacob and the waiting men. "Make ready," he commanded.
Gabriel Lafargue whispered to Henry, "Master Henry, I cannot remember the Latin you told me. It's the one thing that worries me." Henry gave a reassuring smile. "Ride by my side. Between here and where we fight, I will instruct you."
He had been right to think the brave fighter would be vulnerable. John Jacob and Renfred had found a good site to lure Mile towards. It was an open meadow of rising ground already scythed for winter silage. The top of the gentle sloping land levelled out and then dipped slightly. Dead ground that unsuspecting men might think gave them cover out of sight when they camped from an approaching enemy. 200 paces either side of the meadow the forest buttressed the open ground, where a ditch crossed horizontally. The approach from the castle would lead naturally to the bottom of the meadow, and it would take an overcautious man to hold back an attack when he saw how few men were encamped there. And Lord Marle Babagnon was a warrior who, by all accounts, did not hold back. Blackstone studied the flat area. "Build 3 fires here, 4 men with me. Moulin, pick your men for your position. John Jacob and I stay here in the centre." He beckoned Will Longdon. "Will, you and Halfpenny place your archers as I told you. Make your marks on the open ground. Know your shooting distance, or we'll fall under your arrows. We'll draw him in, and snap shut the trap. Gilbert, choose your ground." Killbear drew his sword, and struck it into the ground. "This is where I will be when they come." He pointed to one of the mounted men, Ralph Tate. "Get the horses to the flank for those of us acting as bait. Keep them saddled. Post 3 men to guard them." "Aye, Sir Gilbert." "And a dozen men to gather wood, dry wood and green fern. We need to dampen the fires so they smoulder till first light and fool the bastards." Within minutes they had deployed the men. Blackstone, Killbear, John Jacob, and 4 other men would huddle around the fires soon to be lit, while the archers and the rest of the men would spend a chill night huddled in their positions, waiting for the expected dawn attack. "Gabriel!" Blackstone called, beckoning the spearman to him. The young man quickly dismounted. "You know what you have to do?" said Blackstone. "I do, my lord." "Take only a blanket roll and a small sack of provisions. Strip off your mail, weapons, and dupont, and wear that cloak Henry found for you. It's threadbare enough to belong to a humble pilgrim." "I have not seen Henry since we arrived here, my lord. I have no cloak." Blackstone looked among the men as they moved into position. His heart lurched. "Henry!" he called. There was no response. Blackstone strode away from the fog. "Henry!" he bellowed again. Moulin reined in his horse. "Sir Thomas!" "He dismounted and went into the trees. Said he had to relieve himself." "He's not pissing up against a tree, I'll wager that," Killbear muttered, barely able to hide his grin. "God's tears. He's taken Gabriel's place." Blackstone cursed. "John, find him. Go left." John Jacob spurred his horse. "Moulin, search the track at the bottom of the meadow. See if he's turned back on himself. He knows we'll follow him, so he'll lay a false trail. He's wily enough to do that." Blackstone turned to Killbear. "I'll thrash him, Gilbert, I swear I will. I'll lock the disobedient whelp in a monastery and throw away the key." Killbear snorted. "Aye, and end up with a sodomized scribe with snot permanently dripping as he wastes his life hunched over a manuscript? No, Thomas. The lad has courage, and if he survives, then we should let him fight at our side. It's time for that." Blackstone fought the anger at his son's disobedience. He felt the pulse in his neck slow. "If he survives," he murmured. Henry Blackstone ran hard. He had several miles to cover before the bell rang for evening prayer. Catiline had described the castle in fine detail, and he knew Babagnon had a chapel within the walls and a priest to lead prayers and administer the sacraments. Henry's blanket roll was tied with rope across his back, and he carried a small sack of provisions, as would any pilgrim. He pushed through the undergrowth. A low branch caught his face, and he felt its cat's claw scratch across his cheek. That, too, would serve its purpose when he was questioned. Animal tracks crisscrossed through fern and bramble, and he chose a narrow path not wide enough for forest boar, and trusted his knowledge of forest law, which told him he was heading south and east. Lichen clung to one side of the trees, and low light filtered through the branches over his shoulder. He stopped, gathered his breath, and listened past the thud of his heart in his ears. He half turned his head, closed his eyes, and let the woodland sounds settle in his mind's eye. Far behind, to one side, was the unmistakable sound of a horse crashing through the undergrowth. It was moving away from him. Had he run directly east, then the rider would have already been on him. But he had traversed in a wide loop, deliberately heading in the wrong direction. His breathing settled. He crouched, looked through the trees in the fading light, and let his eyes focus on the trees 20 paces ahead. Then he shifted his gaze another 20, and another, and so on, until his eyes penetrated the forest more than 100 paces ahead. The way was clear. The animal track would take him beyond the trees where he hoped to find a cart track. The villagers must have a route from the cut meadow to their hamlet, and from there he would be close to the castle. All he had to do was find it. Chapter 10. The sun was low in the sky as Henry turned his face to the breeze, carrying the tang of wood smoke. He had run tirelessly for miles, but now he slowed. His thoughts filled with trepidation as he remembered everything Catiline had explained about the castle. The landscape broadened, curving away from the rutted track he had come upon when leaving the forest hours before. It had taken him longer than he thought, because of his desire to stay hidden in the forest, but as he followed the track, the first houses came into view, and beyond them, rising above the woodland canopy, the crenellated walls of the castle, its boar's head banner curling in the light wind. "Boy!" a voice challenged. Henry turned and faced 4 rough-looking men who, by the tools they carried, were obviously returning from the fields. Before he had a chance to answer them, the men advanced. "You thieving? Are you, lad?" They closed in on him. He was downwind, and the tough-looking peasants stank of rancid sweat. Their insular way of life made them suspicious of any stranger. Henry stood his ground, and where others might have turned and ran, he faced down the men. "I am a pilgrim, and seek sanctuary with my lord Mael Babanu." Henry felt a rush of relief when he saw their expressions alter from open hostility to what he perceived as being more welcoming. One of them smiled. "Then you are a fortunate traveller, young man." The speaker seemed to be more senior than the others. He addressed his companions. "You get on home. I'll show this devout lad the way to the castle." The men nodded their agreement. They muttered good wishes to Henry, and wished him well on his journey. "This way, young man," said their leader. "You have travelled far, then?" "I have," said Henry, not wishing to give away too much in case it incriminated him. "Tyrrell." The man sized up the youth, who strode along silently next to him. "I see you are not a boy who enjoys the sound of his own voice. I know silence is the rule of the house at the Abbey, but, Master Pilgrim, find your tongue when my Lord Mael questions you." The old man laughed. Or he'll cut it out." The villager led Henry down the woodland paths, and when he stepped out into the open ground he realized why the fortress could not be assaulted. By the time they had wound their way along the stone road towards the broad ramp that led to the main gate, soldiers had appeared on the battlements. "A pilgrim!" shouted the old man to those above the portcullis. The grinding chains lifted the defence, and as soon as it was high enough for a man to enter without bending, the elderly villager slapped Henry's back. "I will pray for you, stranger. My lord does not take kindly to vagrants, so choose your words with care. I have seen others who heard of my lord's generosity hanging from the walls with a rope around their neck and their balls cut off. They were liars who sought his shelter and food and drink, and if that be the case with you, then I will be rewarded for bringing a charlatan to my lord's door, so he may exact his pleasure. As I said, I will pray for you." He gave a broken-toothed grin and spat. "I'll pray that you are a lying miscreant." He turned away into the fading sunlight. Henry was escorted into the outer ward, where 20 men or more lazed beside their quarters. Some sharpened weapons, others washed clothing. One man hauled a bucket up from a well, spilling water into a trough. Henry took in as much as he could of his surroundings. Men were plentiful. Crossbowmen lined the walls, and soldiers milled about in and out of various buildings. Lady Catiline could not have known just how many men served her husband, and from what Henry could see there must be close to 100 men in this outer ward. Did that mean there were more within? They outnumbered his father more than he could realize. A sentry from the main gate accompanied him, until met by a burly man whose surcoat, worn from years of use, still showed the boar's head blazon. He was bareheaded, and his unwashed hair touched his shoulders. His beard reached his deep chest, and he was as tall as Henry's father. He reminded Henry of Moulin, a wild-looking man who might have spent a lifetime fighting wars. From the way the men responded to him, Henry took him to be a sergeant-at-arms, or one of Lord Mael's captains. "Who's this?" he demanded of the sentry. "A lad on pilgrimage. They brought him in from the village." The big man grunted. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Henry's face in his calloused fist. "Scratched and bleeding. Wandering lost like an innocent in the forest. Scared? Why, you lad?" Henry had recoiled, but instinctively struck out at the arm that held him to knock it away.
It was as solid as a tree branch. The man released him. "No simpering monk in waiting, this one. Where are you from, boy?" "The Abbé de la Sainte Trinité de Tiron." The big man studied him a moment longer. "Take him to the kitchen. Feed him." "Aye, my lord." Lord Miles Babinot laughed, yellow teeth parting his beard. "Look at his face. He thought me a common soldier. Kick him in the arse if he speaks out of turn." With that, he strode past towards the soldiers. The sentry gave the shocked Henry a firm push in his back. "Move!" This time Henry restrained his impulse to strike back. This Breton lord was master of a greater territory than most other lords. To feed, clothe, and pay so many fighting men, and to equip them with horses which also needed fodder and farriers, meant he had wealth and power. They took Henry through another gate to the inner ward, and he followed the sentry's orders to clamber up the steps towards the great hall in the keep. Henry felt suddenly alone and fearful, and his foolishness in taking Gabriel's place taunted him as he ascended the steps to the keep's main door. At the top platform 2 sturdy ropes, attached through iron eyelets, were looped to the final rungs of the wooden steps. If an attack was made against the castle, they could be raised to keep invaders away from the keep. His father's assessment had been correct. Lord Miles' castle was prepared for any assault, and it would take an army to seize it. He salivated as he caught a whiff of roast meat from the kitchens. The sentry turned the iron ring handle and put his shoulder against the studded door. Then he stepped back. "Inside, lad. Follow your nose. Tell them Lord Miles said to feed you. In with you!" Henry stepped into the gloom, his eyes taking time to adjust. They had ushered him into a great hall, but no fire burned in the vast fireplace, despite the autumnal chill in the room. Faggots and logs lay stacked ready for use, but it seemed obvious Lord Miles did not believe in creature comforts or gaily decorated rooms. A dining table and benches sat in the room's middle, bare except for the spiked iron candle holders, the wax columns unlit, half-used, rivulets of dried wax furled at their base. Narrow windows high in the wall admitted meagre shafts of light. The reed floor looked freshly laid, and the benches around the fireplace were made of heavy chestnut, like the beams supporting the floor above. Another staircase rose on the far wall, and he guessed that led to where Lady Cateline's son was held. Lord Miles' quarters would be in the baronial hall in the more elegant building beyond the keep. "Who the fuck are you?" said a gruff voice from the far side of the fireplace, where there was obviously a passage leading through to the kitchens. A servant in a grease-covered leather apron looked as though he could have been the castle's blacksmith, so big was his girth. He pointed a wicked-looking carving knife towards the intruder when he asked the question. "I am a pilgrim," said Henry. "Lord Miles said to feed me." The man huffed and turned away out of sight. Henry stepped further into the hall. Miles' blazon hung across one stone wall as big as a battle banner. It was grimy and dust-laden, the image of the boar's head blackened by smoke from the fireplace, when lit, making its teeth and tusks look as though the beast had just emerged from a thicket. Henry picked his way along the benches that boxed the space around the fireplace. A slab of planed wood made up the top of a dining table surrounded by several stools. The heat from the kitchen fire wrapped itself around him as he stepped into the room, where the sweating, burly cook was basting a pig on a spit over the crimson embers of what had once been a large fire. A cauldron of boiling water steamed suspended from the iron rack across the fires. The evening's gloom had already settled on the kitchen, but cresset lamps, their flames spluttering in their oil-filled shallow dishes, gave enough light to those working at the stone slab used for food preparation. Something lurched in the corner of Henry's vision. A mastiff, as grey as the stone floor, lunged from beneath the cook's table. The dog's slavering jaws issued a rumbling growl. The brute was as high as Henry's waist, and he recoiled, slamming back against the wall. The cook raised a hand. "No!" The dog obediently dropped to its belly. "My lord keeps his hunting dogs in their kennels, but this bastard lives in my damned kitchen until it's called to its master's feet at night, in there," he said, with a nod towards the keep's empty hall. "And if it lives here, it obeys me. I feed it. It does what it's told. There's a lesson there for vagrants like you. Get me?"
"I understand," said Henry.
"You want food?"
"I would be grateful, sir."
"So is it? Aye, right enough. You know how to toady up to those you need. Well, Master Pilgrim, no one gets fed here without earning it. Out there in the yard there's a well. Draw water and bring it here. Take that bucket."
Henry slipped his bedroll from over his shoulders and laid it on the bench along with his meagre food sack. Then, obediently, he took the leather bucket and followed the man's gesture to go out of the small doorway at the other end of the kitchen. A rickety ladder leaned against the door-sill. It was steep and felt immediately unstable as Henry put his weight on the first rungs. He wondered whether the cook was having fun at his expense by sending him down this ladder instead of the main stairway into the keep. If that was his intention, then Henry was determined not to falter. As he made his way down, he realized that they would not allow the kitchen boys to enter through the main entrance, and that this was what they had to endure every day. Henry gazed down into the darkness of the well. The size of the windlass's barrel told him it was a well of great depth, and to haul up the water-filled bucket at the bottom would take strength. Grabbing the handle with both hands, he put his back into it and wound the handle. His action gave him time to look around the inner yard. Whoever had built the castle had planned carefully. On the far side of the yard were the stables, and their proximity to the well meant the horse troughs could be filled quickly. The grain and hay store was at the far end of the stables and abutted the inner curtain wall. If he could light a torch from the kitchen fire, then he could burn the hay and signal his father. He was ahead of himself. First he had to find the boy, and then the postern gate, and even then his father's men would have a fight on their hands within the confines of the castle. By the time he had thought it through, the bucket had drawn level with the well's low wall. He grabbed it and spilled the contents into the leather pail. Climbing back up the ladder with the unsteady pail took balance and strength. He was sweating from effort when he reappeared in the kitchen. He delivered the water without thanks from the cook, and saw that his bedroll had been undone and his food sack opened. The cook kept his back to him. It was obviously a rite of passage to see whether a pilgrim carried anything of value. The cook glanced at him. "Over there," said the cook, nodding to a bench at the table. He ladled pottage from a pan into a wooden bowl and handed it to Henry. Then he deftly sliced meat from the boar on the spit and tossed it to the dog. "He's more important than you. Understand, Pilgrim? You eat what we eat. He gets the choice cuts, him and his lord. Do well to remember your place here. Understand? It's lower than a dog's belly." Henry remained silent and spooned the peas, beans, and onions. The cook placed a dark loaf of rye bread on the table, sliced it, and put the thick piece in front of him. "That's what you'll get tonight. But you'd best get on your knees when the bell tolls in the morning. My lord likes to see prayers being said by them who thinks themselves baptized and saved from Satan's clutches. You got sins, have you, boy?" No, I don't think so." "No?" the cook said, raising his voice. "Hear that? We've a virgin here." Henry was suddenly aware that there was another room behind the kitchen, from where sniggering laughter emanated. 2 kitchen boys emerged, carrying baskets of prepared vegetables. "If poverty is a virtue, he's a virgin right enough. There was nothing in that bedroll." Henry thought the 2 youths looked to be a couple of years younger than him. One of them glared, arms resting on the table. "You sleep in the corner. We get our backs against the grate, understand?" Henry nodded, lowering his eyes, not wishing the bully to see the challenge in them. When the time came, he knew that if necessary he would have to kill the 2 servants. But the cook was a big man, and it would take strength to bring him down. He gathered his bedroll and sack and retreated to the shadows in the corner of the kitchen. Between him and the boy he had come to rescue were the 3 servants and a hungry-looking brute of a dog. Doubt plagued him, fear of his own inability to kill the servants while they slept. In cold blood. Chapter 11. Shadows reached into the courtyards, smothering the buildings and defences as darkness crept across the castle walls. Lanterns were lit, and guard-post braziers flared along the parapets. Henry watched as silence fell as quickly as the night. The only sound was the dull clanging of the Compline bell from the castle's chapel. Henry watched the yard below, but saw no evidence of soldiers or their lord going to pray before retiring for the night. The kitchen boys served Lord Miles food, while the men in the courtyard returned to their quarters and others manned their posts. The brute dog barked. "Captain," said the cook as a man entered his domain from the keep's hall. There was little respect in his voice, and he remained seated, slumped on a bench, his back against the wall. "Keep it back," said the captain. The cook raised a hand. The dog growled but stayed where he was. Babagneau's captain looked as tall and broad as his master. His beard had wisps of grey, and his hands bore scars that were visible even in the dim light. Henry thought the man would as soon kill the dog as have it made obedient, but that would incense his sworn lord. "Lord Mile wants it inside." He glanced at Henry, who sat, knees hunched, in the corner. "And the pilgrim." A low whistle came from the hall, and the dog bounded forward, nearly knocking the heavyweight man back on his heels as he avoided the dog's salivating jowls. "God-damn beast," the captain muttered, and turned back from where he had come. The cook grabbed Henry's arm as he went to follow the man-at-arms. "You might see me as a coarse peasant whose only skill is with a ladle, but I am God-fearing. That man is not. Captain Ropas would eat raw human flesh if our Lord Mile let him. God knows our master is a brutal man, but Ropas, well, all I am saying is do not cast your eyes on him because, pilgrim, or not, the moment you step beyond Lord Miles' protection, Ropas would gouge your eyes out and let you go blindly to meet your maker." Henry nodded his thanks, and with a thudding heart followed in the killer's footsteps. The fire in the hall had not been lit, but extra candles now cast their warm glow around the hall. Babagneau was stripped to his linen shirt, impervious to the chill air. His sword belt and surcoat were draped across the nearest stool. The pewter plates on the table bore remnants of food which he tossed to the mastiff. Lord Mile swept a hand across the table, clearing the last crumbs. "Name?" he asked. The captain stood behind him, and Henry felt that one wrong answer might be a signal for the Breton lord to have his captain dispatch him where he stood. "I am Henry de Saint-Denis," he answered, using his mother's maiden name. "Your father?" "I do not know," he said. "My grandfather fought the English, that much I do know." Babagneau sipped from a dark, thick glass that obscured the colour of the red wine, making it appear as black as blood. He drank slowly, his voice without threat, almost kindly now that he was out of sight of his soldiers, where perhaps he felt the need to behave more coarsely. "I don't know the name, boy, but I am certain that he honoured his family. Does he still live?" "No, my lord." "The English?" "Yes." The Breton's eyes never left Henry's face. "The abbey? All is well?" "I stayed only a few weeks, lord. I was put to work to earn my keep, but I travelled to Avignon and the Pope." "The abbot told you to journey there?" "I never saw the abbot. I stayed with others in the dormitory." Lord Mile signalled someone behind him in the darkness, a priest, clothed in black, a moving shadow that flitted quickly to where Henry could make out a sideboard, heavy oak with locked doors. The priest reached in and pulled out a large black book. He returned and handed it to Mile, and stood as obediently as the pet mastiff. The priest raised his face to gaze at Henry, a cruel, sallow face that glared at him from beneath the cowl. Henry's stomach tightened. Was this place nothing more than a pit of darkness inhabited by malevolent beings? "I was given this by the abbot of Tiron, because I serve both the monastery and the memory of my daughter granted shelter there many years ago," said Lord Mile. He placed the large Bible on the table and opened it without caring what page his fingers found. "You are educated?" "Some, my lord." You must have been in the scriptorium, then. What, sharpening quills, mixing the colours?
Henry's heart thudded. He did not know whether the monastery even had a scriptorium. Skilled monks able to illuminate manuscripts were difficult to find, and many were trained from when young. He glimpsed a page and saw a flash of rich blue and red, a block of colour at the top of the page. It followed, then, that if the Bible had been given to the Breton lord for his patronage, and that there was an illuminated page, then there must be a scriptorium. "I have been in it, yes, my lord." "Then you will know the colours on the walls? They are not as drab as many would think. What colour, boy?" Henry's mouth dried. He was desperate not to reveal his ignorance. He shook his head. "I cannot say, Lord Mile. I could not work with the monks there because I cannot see colour. My world is without it. I see only grey." He said a silent prayer that the boy he had known when studying in Florence, and who claimed to have the same affliction, had been truthful. Babinot studied him a moment longer. "I have heard of this," said Mile. "All right, boy, read for me." Henry stepped towards the table and gazed down at the Latin script where the Breton lord's finger rested. They were lines from the Old Testament. Henry faltered. The text was faded. He concentrated and then read, "And I will draw unto thee to the river Kishon Sisera, the captain of Jabin's army, with his chariots and his multitude, and I will deliver him into thine hand." Lord Mile looked to the priest, who nodded. It was obvious that Mile could not read Latin, and that his priest was his gatekeeper to its mystery. He gestured Henry to return to where he stood. "And I will deliver my enemies into the jaws of hell," said Mile. He let the threat hang. "You are well taught, and your mother must have placed you in the care of monks at an early age. What work did you do at Tiron?" "I attended to the Lantern of the Dead." Henry prayed that the information given by Lady Catiline was accurate. Such small, domed towers, pierced with narrow openings, emitted the light from a raised lantern that signified a monastery's graveyard. The towers and their light were symbolic, providing guidance for the souls that travelled from earth to heaven. "And you intend to travel on the Via Francigena?" "Aye, my lord, once I can find my way safely to Avignon. The route is too far east for me until then." "The roads are clear in my domain." Henry had deliberately kept silent about his father and men, trusting that when questioned, Lord Mile would expose the truth for himself. To do otherwise would have made his story less plausible. "Not so, my lord. I came across routiers, and they chased me. I feared for my life, which is how I came by these cuts on my face. I ran hard through the forest where their horses could not pursue me." He saw the information had had its effect. "How many men?" "No more than 20. I stumbled on their camp." "You saw their blazon?" "I think so, my lord. Their clothes were dirty, but their jupons bore a fist curled around a sword's hilt. The man who led them was big, as tall as you, my lord, and he bore a scar down the side of his face. It was he who ordered his men to chase me. I think he was afraid that I had seen too much of where they camped." Lord Mile's demeanour hardened. "Thomas Blackstone. They were English?" It was not a question, but Henry answered anyway. "They were," he said. "English devils," he added for good measure. Babinot pushed back from the table so urgently the dog yelped. The priest retreated into darkness. Mile turned to his captain. 60 men. Leave before daylight. The boy here will tell you where. Bring Blackstone alive if you cannot bring me his head." Henry's heart thumped so hard he feared his pulsing neck would give him away. Babinot was not leading the attack. If the lightly armed archers were caught in the open, the 60 men-at-arms would overwhelm them, and there were less than half that number of hobelards under his father's command. Even if they triumphed over the ferocious-looking captain, the Breton lord was still behind his walls with enough men to fight off any attack, and if any of the captain's men survived and reported back to their sworn lord, he would know the pilgrim beneath his roof had lied about the strength of Blackstone's force. Henry Blackstone was trapped. Chapter 12. Henry slept fitfully.
Lord Mile had retired to his chamber, but the dog had slunk back to the kitchen where there was warmth. The stench of the dog's farts and the stale sweat of the cook and the servants made the fetid air worse than sleeping rough with his father's men. He eased himself free of the blanket and his threadbare cloak. The autumn chill slithered beneath the outside door and unfurled down the stone walls from the narrow window. The dog raised its head, a low growl in its throat. Henry stepped carefully over the snoring men and cut a slice of meat from the spit. The dog stood and licked its lips. Henry laid 2 generous cuts on the floor, and when the dog bent its head, he crept silently from the kitchen. Only 1 tallow candle remained flickering on the table, which gave sufficient light for him to cross the room and climb the stairs. At the top, a half landing plunged him into darkness, and he regretted not peeling the candle from its split wax and using it. He had been frightened that someone would notice shadows playing on the walls, but now he thought it might have been worth the risk. Like a blind man, he extended his arms forward, palms pressing against a wooden door. His fingers found the turning handle. It creaked as he tried it, but the door was locked. He stood in the darkness, annoyed with himself for not realizing the boy would be held as a prisoner. He would need to be fed, and that meant the cook held the key. He pressed his ear against the door and a moment later heard floorboards creak. He held his breath. He was certain someone was mirroring his action on the other side of the door. "Jocard, are you there? I'm a friend." Henry heard the intake of breath. A fingernail scratched against the door. "Yes, I am here. Who are you?" Henry bit his lip, almost spilling his true identity. "That doesn't matter. Your mother is safe." He heard the intake of breath. "Can that be true? And my sister?" "Yes, both were saved from Lord Mile's men." There was a silence, and then he heard doubt creep into the boy's voice. "How do I know you are a friend? You might be one of Lord Mile's men sent to gain my trust." "Your sister's name is Jeanne," Henry whispered. "That means nothing. Everyone here could know that. Jocard, listen to me. My life is in danger being here. I came to rescue you. There are men beyond the walls who will come for us, but I need your help. Where is the postern gate? I couldn't see it when I arrived." Again there was silence, and then, "You're trying to trick me. If I tell you, you will tell Lord Mile, and I will be beaten. Show yourself to me when they bring me food tomorrow morning. Only then will I believe you." "How can I do that?" said Henry. "That's your problem. If you are who you say you are, you will find a way." Henry's voice hardened. There was no time to try and persuade. "Listen to me. My father killed men to save your mother, and I tended her and your sister throughout the night. My life is forfeit if my identity is revealed. Now help me. Where is the postern gate?" He heard the boy's breathing, his face close to the door. "Across the yard, past the well." The voice paused. "Thank you." The floorboards creaked again as the captive boy retreated. Henry stayed awake until the first signs of light lifted the darkness. It would be a clear day. Mist lay across the low ground, skirting the forests and villages beyond the castle. It would be a good time to launch an attack on the castle if such an assault were possible. He imagined his father and Sir Gilbert suddenly appearing from the mist with an army at their backs and siege engines and scaling ladders. Instead, reality was the chapel bell clanging out. The summons to dawn prayer would attract some of the household, but not Lord Miles' captain, who had gathered his men-at-arms in the courtyard below in the darkness an hour or so before. Henry pulled open the kitchen door. The dog snapped up its head, but did not growl at the boy who had served him meat the previous night. It stood and shook itself and stretched. "Boy," the cook called, roused by the creaking wood. "You've work to do." "Lord Miles said I could attend prayer," Henry lied, knowing it unlikely the cook would ever dare raise the subject with his master. Cook grunted. "Pious little bastard. Get yourself back here when the praying's done." He didn't wait for an answer, but threw aside his blanket and dragged a piss-pot from beneath the preparation slab. The dog barked, willing Henry to take him. "Quiet!" the cook demanded, but the dog persisted. "Christ, he is. He'll have the household awake. Take him, damn it." "He won't be able to get down the ladder." "Don't be a damned simpleton. The main door. Tell the sentry I said you were to go that way. Now piss off and take that brute with you." He raised his head and sighed as he relieved himself. Henry wasted no time and beckoned the dog. He swung open the keep's main door and was faced with one of the sentries who blocked his way. The man stood back when he was told Henry's instructions. The man swore at the dog, who slavered and growled. But Henry was quickly down the steps, the dog at his heels, descending into the dank morning's shadows in the courtyard. He ignored the chill, alert to where men moved as they took up their stations and servants began pitching hay in the stable. The castle was awakening, and the bell fell silent. With his new companion at his side, Henry searched for the postern gate. Its narrow passageway would lead from the outer wall into the first courtyard between the curtain walls, but Lady Catiline said that it gave access to the inner yard below the keep. Where? The keep's walls curved into the Breton lord's quarters, 5 floors of private rooms. How many people were inside? Henry had seen armed men, wearing a different blazon. If there were seigneurial lords visiting, then the private quarters is where they would be housed. There were other areas of the castle grounds restricted to him, and for all he knew, there were even more of these visiting men-at-arms swelling the castle's ranks. The dog lowered its nose, sniffed here and there, and then cocked its leg. It loped towards a sheltered area where stout poles supported a thatch covering. It was an open-fronted storage area that ran along the wall for 30 long paces. The mastiff sniffed the stacked barrels and timber, cocked its leg again and went on, enticed by the scent of animal and man. The barrels and timber blocked an entrance. Henry quickly got his bearings. The sun was casting a dull glow over his shoulder. The postern gate lay in the west wall. This was it. He quickly checked to see that the awakening soldiers and servants were paying him no attention, and then ran to the planked and studded door almost concealed behind the barrels and timber. It would be impossible for him to clear the gate. Despair quickly turned to panic. The sun would soon rise, and then his father would be attacked. And Henry knew, in that heart-squeezed moment, that he had failed. Chapter 13. Ropas and his men, all veterans of the Breton Civil War, and, because of Lord Mar's alliance with the French, men who had fought the English, waited patiently for the first glimmer of light to stretch up from the horizon. The riders huddled against the morning chill beneath their cloaks. They had travelled slowly because of the pre-dawn darkness and mist, but knowing the land as they did, they rode without torchlight, letting the moon's glow guide them to where they could strike at Blackstone's encampment. They stood back from the lower slope, obscured by a tree line as they watched the faint wisps of smoke curl from the top of the plateau. Ropas gazed back into the trees. Woodcutters had thinned them, and brambles and thorns entwined themselves around stumps and felled timber. "They'll be sleeping," said one man at his side. "Their horses will catch the scent of ours. Shouldn't we strike at them before it alerts them?" Ropas glanced at the smoke. He shook his head. "The breeze is in our favor. It's blowing left to right across us. Neither their horses nor ours will alert the English." He took his time looking across the meadow. The trees either side were dense, too choked with undergrowth to make a flanking attack. "What wolves lurk in those trees, do you think?" "Wolves?" said the perplexed rider. "None. Their packs hunt beyond us." "Aye, so you say. But I have fought these bastards before, and we lost too many riding into such a place. Those trees either side are too dense for horsemen to fight among easily, and the way ahead invites us to go forward, but I have seen English archers step out from woodland and slay us where we stood." He squinted at the sky. "If they are expecting us, then they mean for us to ride from here on that rising ground." He tugged his horse's rein, and turned to face his men. He spoke quietly. "Pass the word. We go back and use that woodcutter's track we passed and attack them from above." The sun had still not risen by the time the 60 armed men gathered on the top of the hillside. They dismounted 50 paces behind the crest of the hill, and, daring to edge forward, gazed down to where 20 bedrolls clustered around 3 dying fires, men huddled in their blankets, seeking to keep the chill from their bones. Ropas raised and lowered his arm. His men crouched. One of the English below had thrown off his blanket and groggily stood to relieve himself over the lip of the plateau, his back towards the men, waiting for the signal to attack. The man's sword was stuck into the dirt, the breeze catching its blade, making it sway gently as the old man who rocked slowly side to side as he pissed into the cool morning air. He stretched, turned, and climbed back under his blanket. Ropas grinned. The stupid old bastard was content to sleep until the warmth of the sun reached him. He signalled his men to move down the slope towards the unsuspecting Englishman. "They're here," said Kildare, as he climbed back under his blanket and feigned sleep. "I heard them," Blackstone answered, from one of the bedrolls at the next fire. "Be ready," he ordered loud enough for the few men who shared the danger to hear. his voice carried away from the approaching men by the breeze. Despite the distance between Blackstone and the advancing men, the sound of boots finding their grip on a downward slope, of men's breath coming fast as they readied themselves to kill, of creaking leather and of buckles jangling against mail was unmistakable, and it was coming closer. Halfway, 80 paces. The slope made the Bretons move slowly for fear of slipping, and warning the sleeping men below. Blackstone waited, watching through half-closed eyes, listening for any attempt to outflank his position. Another 50 paces, and he and the men who baited the trap would be overwhelmed. Throwing aside the blanket, he leapt to his feet and faced the startled attackers. The half-dozen men with him abandoned their blankets. Blackstone saw the surprise of the attackers when they realized the few men who stood facing them were all that slept there. The other sleeping men were nothing more than mounds of ferns. The shock tore through Lord Mail's men. It was a trap. But where were the other Englishmen? Their momentum stalled. They hesitated as Blackstone raised Wolf's sword above his head. "Now!" he bellowed. His voice swept down across the open meadow to the tree line, where Ropaz had first stopped. The undergrowth came alive. Fern and grass, forest detritus, used for concealment, fell away. Rough-clothed men emerged and quickly formed a line, bent their backs and unleashed a withering storm of yard-long arrows onto the men halfway down the slope above Blackstone's position. Arrows that found their targets. Men turned to run, clamouring for the safety of the ground above them. Blackstone saw their leader bellow a threat. The man knew what he was doing. "Attack!" The closer they got to their enemy, the less able the archers would be to shoot into them. Another whispering hail fell, but they struck fewer as the men leapt downward in desperation for their lives and eagerness to kill the man who had trapped them. They took heart. There was only a handful of men below, and no more than a couple of dozen archers beyond who would not be able to fight them when they swept through the few defenders. The cry went up, "Kill! Kill!" Blackstone, Killbear, and the others raised their shields quickly, forming a wedge. The attackers emptied their chests of fear, bellowing hatred, driving strength into their legs and raised sword arms. They clashed. The wall held. The attackers' momentum carried them a few yards beyond Blackstone. Then, hearing cries of men behind them, they turned to face more Englishmen swarming down the hill, led by a bearded giant. Ropaz's 60 were now less than 40, but their enemy was still weaker. "On me!" cried Ropaz, and struck out before the descending men could reach them. His men knew how to fight and quickly formed a fighting line. They were safe from the archers now that they were so close to the shield men, and those who raced towards them could not hold formation. It was man against man, and the Breton knew the tall, muscular knight, with the scarred face striding forward to take the attack to him, was Thomas Blackstone. Another equally formidable-looking soldier was at Blackstone's side, and Ropaz knew these swordsmen needed to be smashed apart. He cried out for those around him to barge through. The sheer weight of attackers finally pushed John Jacob away from his sworn lord as Ropaz struck down a man in Blackstone's shield wall. Blackstone was barely 5 strides away, but one of Ropaz's men sought to claim the prize by killing Blackstone himself. As the man traded blows with Blackstone, another Englishman barged Ropaz aside. Ropaz pressed forward into Blackstone's men, who had stumbled their way onto the plateau. There could be no retreat. To turn and run would expose Lord Mail's men to the archers who waited below, and they'd have Blackstone's men at their backs. The archers could only be slain if they killed Blackstone's men first. And then he realized the archers had abandoned their war bows and were running uphill, sword and knife in hand. They wore no mail. Their leather jerkins or cloth jupons offered no protection against the sword thrust, but they came on, mad bastards, wanting to kill. "Left flank! Turn! Turn!" Ropaz bellowed. His men obeyed. Half turned their backs on Blackstone to face the approaching archers. Men were grunting with the effort of killing, a jagged roar of desperate voices as they slithered in gore, fighting, ramming, slashing, desperate to kill and survive in the close confines of the narrow plateau. John Jacob blinked the sweat from his eyes. As he fought a hard-arsed Breton who refused to die, he saw Blackstone was being assailed. John Jacob traded blows, twisting this way and that, locking his eyes on the spittle-cursing man as blurred images swirled around him, and beyond, blood-curdling screams from mutilated and dying men dulled his senses. One sight loomed in the background. Quennell, the archer, clambered up the slope, slit the throat of one man, parried a blow from another, but then was suddenly overwhelmed. He heard Quennell's name being called as Ralph Tate turned away from the men on the plateau and barged and cut his way through to the wounded archer. Then he, too, went down. The surge of hatred gave strength to Jacob's arm, and he struck his opponent with such force across the top of his shoulder that his blade nearly severed the man's head. The Breton fell without a sound. Jacob spun around to reach Blackstone, but the cacophony of screaming, cursing, battling men seemed as impenetrable as a locked shield wall. He waded into the fray. Blackstone was being assailed by 3 Bretons, as Ropas forced his shield against an Englishman, throwing him off balance, thrusting his sword tip into his groin, and then, as the man squirmed, pulling it free and pressing it into his throat. Blood gushed. The man's legs curled into his stomach in agony as he died. A man in the fracas called out, "Othon!" as he tried to reach his fallen comrade, but Ropas spun on his heel and swept his sword in a fast arc that caught the man behind his knees. Hamstrung, he went down, floundering. Ropas stepped onto his face and felt the man's neck crack beneath his weight. Now there was only one other man between him and the big Englishman. The sun was not yet fully up, but already the blood-stained ground reflected the day's dawning. Blackstone saw him coming. Gabriel Lafargue was down, and one of his Gascon hobblars who had tried to save him went underfoot. The powerful man had strength enough to sweep aside 2 more of Blackstone's men. Yet another Breton attacked Blackstone, who rammed his shield upwards, felt the man's jaw shatter and saw teeth and blood spew. Reversing Wolf's sword, he smashed its pommel into the side of the man's head, and then the leader of the Bretons, whom Blackstone took to be Lord Maille Babagnou, was on him. Ropaz's strength and weight gave him impetus, forcing Blackstone to quickly backtrack. He stumbled over a body. His back slammed into the ground. He rolled away from the strike. The Breton's brute strength sliced into the corpse, cleaving chest and arm. Blackstone rolled onto his feet, but the next blow smashed into his shield. Blackstone's arm muscle twisted as the force of the blow caught him at an awkward angle. He dropped to one knee, covered himself with his shield, and struck Wolf's sword upwards in a killing blow. The Breton swept the blade aside and aimed a kick at Blackstone's face. It connected with his chest. Once again Blackstone was open to a killing blow. Jack Halfpenny had scrambled into the fray with the archers as they attacked the Bretons. He clambered over bodies, slipped on the bloody grass, lunged, and caught Ropaz's calf with his archer's knife. It split the thick muscle to the bone. The stab was not fatal, but the big man faltered for a few vital seconds. Ropaz turned his strike away from Blackstone, swinging down his blade like a man swats a fly, but the lithe archer had already rolled away. Blackstone threw himself onto the big-chested man, his weight smothering him. Ropaz's wounded leg gave way. Blackstone straddled him. They twisted and rolled. They abandoned shields. Their swords were useless in the close quarter fight. They pitched down the hill, entwined, kneeing and jabbing. Ropaz's sword was lost, but Wolf's sword stayed attached by its blood knot, and now hampered Blackstone from reaching for his knife. The Breton slashed his dagger into Blackstone's mail. It pierced deep enough to wound his arm, but the sudden shock of pain gave Blackstone the energy to beat down on his adversary's face beneath his open helmet. The leather ties snapped. Bloodied, nose broken, Ropaz snorted blood and brought his knee up sharply into Blackstone's groin. Agony tore through him, and he was thrown clear, head swirling. The killing blow would come any second. He clambered painfully to his knees. Ropaz reached for an abandoned sword, raised it quickly in a double-handed grip. Blackstone's head cleared as the man's bulk loomed over him. Using his whole body weight, the Breton struck. The blow would cleave Blackstone from shoulder to hip. Ropaz's weight bore him forward, bent at the waist. Blackstone rammed Wolf's sword's pommel onto the ground, and the hardened steel blade went into the Breton's belly beneath his rib-cage and out beneath his right shoulder-blade. Ropaz uttered an animal grunt and pitched forward onto Blackstone, forcing Blackstone's breath out of him. He lay winded, the stench of the man's foul body stifling him. With a huge effort he pushed the dead man off him. The fight was over. Surviving Bretons ran. They were open targets for the archers, who gave chase and brought them down either in the open meadow or on the forest edge where men were caught in bramble and briar. 60 Bretons lay scattered, their carcasses twisted in death. Several of Blackstone's men lay dead too, some lying with men they had killed, and who had in turn killed them in a final deathly embrace. Blackstone staggered to his feet, caught his breath, and spat the bile and phlegm from the back of his throat. He loosened the blood knot that had saved his life by keeping Wolf's sword close to his fist, and then made his way towards the gore-splattered figure of Killbear halfway up the hill. The veteran had a gash above his eye that was bleeding onto his cheek and beard. Killbear grinned. "God's tears, Thomas. They fell for it. Sweet Jesus, but that was some fight. They almost had us, I can tell you. They fought like the damned." He laughed, spat blood, and stuck 2 fingers into his mouth to pull out a loosened tooth. "I thought you were done for." He spat again. It was a hefty kick. He wiped his arm across his face and turned back up the hill. "I always knew your balls might be your downfall." Chapter 14. The dull clanging of the bell for morning prayer still echoed around the castle walls. Henry made his way across the inner courtyard and entered the small chapel. The priest stood behind the altar, looking as much the haunted soul as he had the day before. The chapel was lit with sweet-smelling honey wax candles, which reflected not only the gold and silver reliquaries, a wine goblet and crucifix, but also Lord Miles's generosity. The reliquaries alone were worth more than most men would ever see in their lifetime. Henry followed the priest's gesture for him to kneel to one side. There were no benches. The intention was not to provide comfort, but display humility before God. The limestone floor slabs, worn smooth, were testimony to 100 years of prayer. No sooner had Henry knelt and clasped his hands than the heavy footfall of Lord Mail and 2 other knights entered. They wore only their tabards, and Henry realized that the 2 men following in Barbagnoux's footsteps must be the seigneurial lords whose men he'd previously seen. How many extra men were in the castle? Had Lord Merle been generous in sending his captain with 60 men to strike against Henry's father, because he knew he had more reinforcements inside the walls to defend the castle should the need arise? Lord Mile did not glance at the pilgrim boy at the back of the chapel. The 3 men knelt, bowed their heads, and the priest began to recite the liturgy of the divine office in a monotone. Henry looked at the 3 kneeling men of violence and cruelty, a wave of disgust squirming in his stomach. Was Barbagnoux a true believer who honoured the church with his expensive gifts, or was he bribing God to forgive his sins? Whatever prayers these men of war offered, one was certain, that Thomas Blackstone and his men had been slaughtered. Henry bowed his head and asked that his own sin of disobedience be forgiven, and that his father had been the one victorious in the fight. The kitchen fires flared as fat dripped into the flames. Henry ate the near-burnt dark bread. Coarse and dry, it stuck to the roof of his mouth, but the tumbler of rough-tasting wine swilled it away. "Let him take it," said the cook to the kitchen boy, who had just picked up a tray of food from the table. "We need more wood. Fetch it." The lad pushed the tray towards Henry and then reached for a large iron key on a ring that hung from a nail on the wall. "Upstairs, pilgrim," said the cook. "There's a boy. Feed him, and bring down his shit bucket. Make sure you lock the door, or you will hang by your cock from the castle walls until the crows peck it away." "If they can find it," the kitchen boy said. The cook kicked his backside. "Get your ass moving." Then he glared at Henry. "It's not a damned invitation." Henry lifted the tray and the key, his heart racing at the unexpected opportunity to reach Lady Cateline's son. He strode across the keep's great hall. The dog followed and loped up the stairs after him. It took 2 hands to turn the key in the massive old lock, and when he shouldered the heavy door open, he saw a dark-haired boy, 3 or 4 years younger than him, pressing himself against the far wall. His fearful pallor told Henry the boy was expecting punishment or worse. "It's all right," Henry whispered. "I am the one sent by your mother." The dog sauntered into the room, tail wagging, and sniffed the young prisoner. After a moment's uncertainty, the boy smiled, his relief obvious. He knelt and embraced the slobbering dog. Henry quickly took in the room. He saw the rough-hewn table and stool placed against the wall behind the door, and a straw mattress, worn flat from years of use, stretched across a wooden-framed bed. He picked up the tray from where he had placed it on the floor outside, brought it in and closed the door. He handed the tray to the boy. "Who are you?" said the boy. "If I give you my true name, it could be the death of me. It's enough for you to know me as Henri de Saint-Denis." "Where is my mother?" "Safe, and my father will bring men here to rescue you. No one can breach these walls. Did you find the postern gate?" "Yes, but it's blocked." Cateline's son grabbed the food from the plate, tore a piece of bread for the dog, and studied Henry as he ate hungrily. "I am fed only once a day. I am kept here and allowed out to walk once around the yard. My mother tried to get us away, me and my sister. I was going to Avignon to—" "I know all that," Henry interrupted. "There's not much time. I have to find a way to get my father and his men inside the walls. Is there any other gate?" "There's nothing," said the hungry boy, crumbs spluttering as he answered. "Jocard, think hard. You've spent several years here. There must be something, either for us to get out or my father and his men to get in." The boy stared, blinking as he tried to remember anything that might be of use. "My sister Johanna and I used to have the run of the castle. I know the walls are high and they guard every gate. We only managed to escape because my mother's friend helped us." He paused, the memory of what happened to his mother's lover souring any further taste for food. He tossed the bread to the dog, and Henry saw tears sting the boy's eyes.
"This is no time for sadness, Jogard. We must think clearly," Henry insisted, determined to focus the boy's thoughts. "I have to get back to the kitchen, and unless we can signal to my father and get him inside these walls, you will stay locked in this room until Lord Miles secures your inheritance, and then he will have no further use for you. He'll kill you."
Jogard nodded.
"I expect an assassin every time they unlock the door."
He stroked the big dog's head.
"His name is Jupiter. He was my dog, until I was locked up in here. He would give his life for me. By now men have died for you. 60 men rode out before first light to attack my father. I know he will have been victorious, but I'm sure men whom I count as my friends will lie dead on the battlefield. Think hard, so that their death was not in vain."
Jogard was silent for a moment.
Henry thought he had driven him to despair. "Perhaps there is a way." Jogard's voice was almost too quiet for Henry to hear. The boy raised his head. "Have you seen the well in the yard?" he said more clearly. "Yes. I drew water from there. You can't think of using that to escape. It's far too deep. And who knows how the well is fed?" "I know," he answered. "One day, Jahan and I were playing in the far corner of the castle yard beyond the stables, past where the grain stores are. We found an overgrown iron grate in the rock face. We were playing hide and seek, and she had squeezed between the grate's iron bars and the rock. It took me a long time to find her, and I only did because I heard her crying. She was frightened because she'd slipped a few feet down into a cave. I reached in and pulled her out. I could smell the cold air, and I heard water running in the distance far below. I think there's a stream or river underground that feeds the well in the castle. There are many caves around here, and if we could get down into the river, perhaps we could find a way out."
Henry imagined such an escape underground. Rivers could flow with no opening above the rock face, and if they dared to risk it, the chance of survival was slim.
Jogard's face grimaced. But it's a fearful place."
"It's guarded."
Jogard shook his head. "Not by the living. It was Lord Mal's father who put the bars across the entrance. One of his sons, Lord Mal's youngest brother, he went down one day and never returned. Tormented demons lie below us, spirits of the dead that feed on the living. They call the entrance Hell's Gate."
Henry's throat tightened. There was no doubt the devil kept souls trapped beneath the earth. How else was the gateway to hell guarded? He put on a brave face.
"Superstition. Be ready. We'll go tonight."
Part 2. Hell's Gate. Chapter 15. The dead grinned their contempt for the living. Blackstone walked among the slain as his men stripped them of anything worthwhile. They took the corpses of his own men from the field and laid them side by side. Some he had no longer than others, but all were a loss. "9. We were lucky," said John Jacob, as he accompanied Blackstone. "Another 6 wounded," said Blackstone, as he gazed at the dead men calling their names as he passed by them. "Gabriel Lafargue. Othon. Merciful Christ, John, I didn't know Ralph Tate had gone down. He saw the archers attack and turned to fight the Breton's flank. They overwhelmed him, but he took 4 or more with him," John Jacob said, as they stopped next to Cornell's body. "Damn, we can't afford to lose experienced archers," Blackstone lamented. He turned as Will Longdon approached. "Will, I'm sorry you lost Cornell." "Aye. Stormed ahead of us when we came up the hill. Got himself isolated. Stupid, brave bastard had fire in his belly and took on God knows how many." The insult was intended as respect. A few men followed Longdon up the hill. "Jack and me and a couple of the lads will take what gift he offers. Moulon and Renfred's men will do the same with Ralph Tate and the other men-at-arms." Blackstone nodded. Whatever was taken from their own dead served not as booty, but as a part of the man to be honoured and remembered, no matter how insignificant the item it served to keep their companionship alive. The German Captain Renfred stood back while Ralph Tate's comrades took what they wanted. Killbear sat on the ground as one of the men spat on his head wound in an attempt to clear the dried blood. The man's dirt and blood-encrusted hands probed the wound until it trickled blood again. "Merciful Christ!" snarled Killbear, and gave the man a kick. "Will, get yourself over here and attend to me. Get brandy and your needle and thread." Will Longdon stepped away from the ceremony for the dead. "And have you kicked my ass when I stitch your skull, Sir Gilbert? Best you bathe it yourself and let it bleed, and then when it hampers your vision you'll be grateful for me and my sewing skills. I'll buy you a whore in the next town. Is that not fair payment? Before or after you have had her yourself." "Damn you, do not test my generosity," growled the veteran fighter. Will Longdon grinned and turned away to retrieve his satchel and the implements he needed. "Thomas," said Killbear, "you've seen Babinot's men dead on the field. Some wore a different blazon. He has others under his command." "I saw them," said Blackstone. "More men than we expected. If Henry lived long enough to tell Babinot how few we were, I thought he wouldn't send so many against us. He has men to spare." "Henry will be fine," Killbear assured him, one hand pressed against the wound. "But what if Lady Hoare has given us false information?" "Why would she do that?" "God only knows why women lie, Thomas. It serves their purpose, to lay smokescreens. Perhaps she hoped we'd fall under her husband's sword, and has plans to barter for herself and her children if we don't return, given she had sent us to our death." "I think not," said Blackstone, "and I am wondering if the man I fought was Babinot. His weapons were not that of a lord." "Shall we take his head to Lady Catiline?" asked John Jacob, "so she can identify him?" "No. We'll bring her to us." John Jacob watched as the men finished taking their mementos from their fallen comrades. "You need to attend to your own wound, my lord." Blackstone glanced at the stab wound on his arm. He had already bound it with torn linen, but now it seeped blood. "Get a fire going, John, and I'll sear it with a hot blade." John Jacob nodded and went to do his knight's bidding. Killbear tore a piece from his shirt and made a knot of material to press against his wound while he waited for Will Longdon's ministrations. "You know, Thomas, if Quesnel had not told us that Babinot had been at Le Garret, we would probably have laid the same ambush as we did then, archers either side and us at the top of the hill, and we'd be the ones lying out there as crow bait." Blackstone nodded. "We all have memories of past battles, Gilbert, and that knowledge has kept us alive. That and hard fighting." "We make no progress on this, Thomas. There's still a fight waiting for us inside the castle. We are getting short of arrows, and the men need rest. I was wheezing like a damned cart-horse back there, and all I did was stand my ground and let the bastards come to me." Blackstone cocked an eyebrow. "Are you telling me you're getting too old for a fight?" "Damn you, I'm saying you've driven the men hard these past months. We've cleared towns and put routiers to flight. We've survived longer than many others doing the king's bidding, but the men and the horses need rest. We should get ourselves to Poitiers and let William Felton fume and fart while he tells us we are late for the rendezvous, and the men drink and whore in town." Blackstone didn't argue. How could he? Everything Killbear said was true. He had asked more than any other commander from his men, and they had not raised a voice in complaint. It was important that Killbear spoke for them. "If I let them loose in Poitiers, we could have a riot on our hands. Felton takes his duties as seneschal more seriously than an abbot at a monastery, and can make life difficult for us. He lies abed at night knowing you won the fight at Le Garret, and he took the honour. Let's not make enemies we do not need. Find a way to get Henry out of Babinot's castle, and let's abandon further thoughts of taking it." Blackstone watched John Jacob fanning embers to heat the knife that would soon sear his flesh. It would be painful, but not as much as losing his son. "We have to give him time, Gilbert." He gave the matter a moment's further thought. "But if we can take the castle, then we will." Killbear cursed beneath his breath. "You're an obstinate bastard, Thomas Blackstone." "I learnt it from you," said Blackstone, and then raised an arm to summon Moulin and Renfred. The two captains strode to him. "Sir Thomas," said Moulin. "Renfred, choose 6 men to ride back and bring Lady Catiline and the rest of the men here. Leave your wounded. We'll attend to them. You and Moulin ride close to Lord Mayor's castle. Stay out of sight. Avoid any villagers. See if there's any signal from behind the castle walls tomorrow morning. We'll camp a league behind you. I don't want so many men close to the castle." "And if there is smoke?"
said Renfred. "One of you returns here, and the other finds a place for us to lie up, so we can get through that postern gate tomorrow night." Moulon asked a question no one wished to ask. "And if there is no smoke?" "It's finished. We ride on. My son will be dead." Chapter 16. Henry took his time emptying Jocard's latrine bucket. He clambered onto the parapet, where the sentries patrolling the walls made way for him, pointing to where he should tip it over the end wall. It gave Henry time to gauge the distance from the forest to the castle walls over the open ground lying in between, and to determine more the layout of the castle's defences. He returned to the yard and swilled out the bucket, deliberately not returning the bucket to the boy in the keep. No one would question a servant carrying a bucket and going about his chores. Likely he'd earn a cuff around the ear from the belligerent cook for his tardiness, but he needed an excuse to get back and speak to Lady Cateline's son later in the day, once he had explored the castle grounds further. The day dragged on. He busied himself with chores in the kitchen, making any excuse he could to get into the castle grounds. Every corner, tower, building, and sentry post could play a part in their survival. He made his way past the stables to where a new tower was being built. Masons clambered up wooden poles lashed together, strong timbers of ash and alder that supported platforms of poplar. Men below laboured to haul rocks to them on a pulley. Once other stonemasons had cut and shaped them. Labourers mixed mortar with hoes and trowels. A blacksmith sharpened tools. A carpenter's pit bore the weight of a heavy beam on trestles being sawed to length by a long two-handed saw. There were men everywhere. Ostlers gaped at the stranger among them as they led out horses from their stalls. A labourer shouted at him to stay clear of the new construction. Even if his father could get inside the castle walls, Henry knew the artisans and stable hands would take up arms, be it hammer or pitchfork. The English were the enemy, and a man would fight to keep his family safe. He saw no sign of Marle Babagnon, or the other lords staying in the castle. Henry skirted the 5-story building with its palisade. Now and again a shadow moved in the upper colonnade, and a glimpse of a tabard and the sound of voices echoed down to him. If it came to a fight, Marle would either be up there in his private quarters or in the keep with the steps drawn up. All the determination in the world would not dislodge him. The attack would fail. It was better for him and the boy to escape and to find his father. No one hindered Henry from going where he pleased, as the dog dutifully followed him around the courtyards and then towards the far end of the castle, where old inner curtain walls in a state of long disrepair were being butchered for the new tower. There, boys scrambled into the rubble to load wheelbarrows, back-breaking work in service of the more skilled labourers and masons. These boys assumed the older youth, who picked his way through them with a large mastiff at his side, had some senior role, so no one raised a challenge, and those that stood in his path bowed to him. Barren ground lay beyond the old wall, with stubs of boulders breaking the earth's hard surface. Perhaps, Henry thought, a generation before, the area had been the place where the first castle fortifications were raised. Now, long abandoned, it was a courtyard that lay beyond the other buildings, enclosed by the high castle wall 90 paces or more to his left, and the outer wall 100 or more to his right, that was built on top of 20 feet of rock face. Somewhere, near that far corner where the brambles grew, was the iron grate that covered the possibility of escape. All he and Jocard had to do was stumble their way through the darkness to find it. Henry was correct in thinking the cook would admonish him on his return. The man's hand across the back of his head made his ears ring, but he hastened away up the steps to return the bucket to Jocard's room. "I couldn't see the grid, but I saw the rock face they built the walls on. I'll come for you when the bell sounds for matins." Jocard swallowed nervously, his hands twisting together. "Yes, that's good. Only the night watch will be manning the outer wall. No one gets up in the middle of the night, except a priest, to read the service once he's rung the bell. It will disguise any sound we make. And neither Lord Marle nor anyone in his household attends the vigil? Never. Good. Then once the prayers are said, I'll take the candles from the church to light our way." Jocard nodded, but was still nervous. "There's a night lantern by the grain store, and a storeroom next to it where they keep reed torches for the night watch." "Then I'll forget the candles." "No, take them. We pass the chapel first before we get to the store. If the store's locked, we'll have wasted too much time and made it even more dangerous. You have a flint?" Henry nodded. "I'm hoping the clouds will obscure the moon.
If they don't, then we'll be seen too easily. Tear your mattress and bring a handful of straw. We'll need it to light the candles or torches." They fell silent as fear held them. Henry broke the spell and pressed an encouraging hand on the boy's shoulder. "We are younger than any man here. We have speed on our side, and they will not know where to look when they find us gone." Jocard shook his head. "Unless they hear our screams when the demons come for us." Henry attended the early evening prayers, as did Lord Mayo and the two knights. It was a repetition of the morning service. Henry barely heard a word the priest said as he concentrated on memorizing where the candles were placed so that he could find his way in the darkness 6 hours later. He waited for Babano to leave, averting his eyes, fearing his thoughts were plain for all to see. God saw everything, and so too might Lord Mayo. His heart skipped a beat when his name was called. "Henri," said the Breton lord. "Stand, boy." The barrel-chested man waited with the two knights. Henry lowered his eyes and bowed. "My men have not returned, as I would have expected by now. You swear you told the truth about how many men Blackstone had with him?" Henry felt God's hand press over him. He stammered, unable to bring himself to lie in the place of worship. And then he felt the devil's cold claw squeeze his heart. "I swear," he lied. For a moment he thought the lie so obvious that they would seize him. Lord Maile Babagnon, protector of pilgrims, stepped forward and lifted Henry's chin. "Henri, you are on a pilgrimage. I have given you safety and food. I ask nothing more than an honest answer," he said gently. "If you think you were mistaken, say so. No harm will come to you. Captain Ropas is blood kin. He has a family, a wife and children. He went at my bidding on the information you gave. I would be aggrieved if he came to harm because you were mistaken, but if that were so, I would not punish you. You are a boy. You know only the way of the church. Now think again. Could you have been mistaken?" The flickering candlelight caused shadows to cross the man's bearded face as he looked down at Henry. Miles' eyes reflected the candle flame. Had the devil slithered into the man's soul and given him the power to detect the untruth? "I saw what I saw," Henry said, as determinedly as he could. Lord Maile locked eyes with Henry, searching his face for any shadow other than those dancing across the walls from sputtering candles. He nodded. "All right, boy," he said softly. "Get to your bed and attend to your duties in the morning. Once my men return with news of Thomas Blackstone's death, the way will be safe for you to continue your journey, for a while at least." "Thank you, my lord," said Henry, swallowing hard at the utterance of his father's name, hoping he had been convincing in his lie. As Lord Maile Babagnon turned away, Henry's hands trembled, and before fear made him lose control of his body, he wrapped his cloak tighter around him and stepped out into the night, to find more danger had presented itself. The moon was rising, casting its glow. Darkness would not befriend them that night. Chapter 17. Henry lay awake listening to the grunting snores of the cook and the servants. The dog snuffled and whimpered, dreaming of the day's smells. Henry's heart beat faster the longer he lay waiting. He had noticed the routine within the castle walls and knew the guard on the walls changed over before the bell rang for matins. Muffled voices reached him from men who had left the warmth of their beds to stand their duty watch on the walls. He half raised himself and looked at the sleeping bodies around him. Fire glow gave enough light for him to see the key on the wall nail. He stood slowly, remaining motionless in case the men or the dog stirred. Then he moved forward carefully, as his father had taught him, rolling each foot gently to keep the minimum pressure on the ground. The challenge would be to get across the reed floor and reach the staircase. His heart beat so loudly he thought it likely that the men patrolling the walls would hear it. He concentrated on the dark shape of the distant stairway, key grasped tightly in his hand. The crunching of the reeds beneath his feet must surely raise the alarm, but fear of discovery didn't stop him from lengthening his stride. By the time he was at the top of the stairs, he had steadied his rapid breathing. If they were to succeed in their escape, he knew he needed to bring his fear under control, so he could remain focused on what he had to do. The grinding lock and the creaking door caused him to hunch, as if that might help him remain undetected. The room was in darkness, except for the beam of light through the narrow slit window. The moonbeam revealed Jocard waiting nervously. "Ready?" said Henry. The boy shook his head and forced a grin. "No." Henry remembered how afraid he had been when, even younger than Jocard, he had faced danger and violence at his mother's side. "Just follow me. We'll soon be out of here," he said reassuringly, despite his own uncertainty. He led the way downstairs and across the floor to the main door. There would be no sentry there at night. The guard had been at his post only when Lord Mile had been expected in the great hall. As Henry lifted the iron ring to open the door, he heard Jocard hiss behind him. He turned. The dog had come out of the kitchen and sat waiting to see what his master was up to. "Jupiter," the boy whispered fiercely, sweeping his arm in a gesture for the dog to return to the kitchen. The dog glanced over its shoulder and decided it was more interesting to stay where it was. It whimpered and looked as though it might bark. Jocard was quick-witted enough to bend down and smother the dog's muzzle, embracing its deep chest. In the gloom, Henry saw the plaintive look on the boy's face. Henry had unconsciously taken out his knife. He would have to kill the dog before it betrayed them. Jocard got to his feet and gripped Henry's arm. "There's a rope in the yard. I'll tie him," he pleaded. Henry had no desire to cut its throat. He nodded, turned, and led boy and dog into the night. True to his word, Jocard found the length of rope and secured the dog's studded collar. Henry ripped a piece of sacking and bound the dog's jaws to stop it barking. The bell for midnight prayers clanged dully around the walls as the two boys pressed themselves against the buildings, seeking the shadows. By the time they reached the chapel, they knew their way was clear. No one ventured out, other than the night watch on the outer walls, who could not see them. Henry and Jocard hunched between wall and buttress, watching glowing candlelight reflect through the chapel window. If the priest attended to his duties diligently, then he would recite the divine office word for word. But Henry hoped the lure of his warm bed and the lack of congregation would override his sense of duty, and that he would return early to his room at the back of the chapel. They waited, and were soon rewarded by the light growing dim. Candles were being extinguished. Henry concentrated his thoughts on the priest's actions, following him with his mind's eye. He would genuflect before the crucifix, walk to each lit candle, snuff the flame, and then walk back to the rear and his room. There he would close his door, pull the blankets on his cot over him, and be ready for more prayers in 3 hours' time. The light dimmed further, telling Henry that the priest had reached his room, and when darkness engulfed the chapel again, he got ready to run. "Wait here," he told the boy. "If anything goes wrong, then make your escape without me. Understand?" Jocard nodded. "But—" Henry raised a hand. "Get through the caves and find a way out. My father and his men are out there somewhere. They are waiting for a signal from me, but I cannot give them one, so take any path you find that leads you beyond the direction of the postern gate, and they will see you." Henry did not wait for an answer. Glancing left and right, he ran across towards the chapel door. Its archway gave him enough shadow to look back and see that no one unexpected had stepped into the courtyard. He lifted the door latch and opened the heavy door wide enough to slip sideways into the dank chill of the place, where men unburdened their souls. If disembodied sins could take on ghostly form, they would be entombed here in the stone-cold walls. For once he was glad of the moonlight. It eased his fear of the imagined spirits, and showed him the candles in their silver holders. The sweet smell of candle wax hung in the air as he loosened a candle from its holder. There were several, but he decided that 4 would suffice. 2 for each boy, and easier to carry. He laid down the 3 he had already retrieved and gripped the silver holder that held the biggest candle. It had been rammed firmly into the base. He twisted and pulled, and as the candle and holder separated, a bony hand gripped his shoulder. Instinctively he swirled around, wielding the heavy silver base. It caught the cowled figure who stood behind him, with a club in his hand, ready to fell the thief. The priest fell heavily, his gnarled wooden club clattering on the stone floor. Henry gaped unbelievingly at what he had just done. Heart-thudding, his breath stayed trapped in his lungs. He forced himself to exhale, wondering what to do. Was the man dead? It made no difference. It was too late now. Henry had blood on his hands. He gathered the candles and ran for the door. The village masons and labourers had returned home when darkness fell, so there was no one around the new tower. Jocard led the way to the storeroom, where tools and torches were kept, but, as he had suspected, it was locked. That meant the foray into the chapel had been a wise move, but Henry knew, even if the priest was alive, they would hang him if they captured him. He guided Jocard around the scaffolding and pointed to the far corner of the abandoned yard and the grate. Pushing aside the bushes, ignoring brambles that snatched at them, they slithered down several feet to where the rock face met the ground. The rusted iron grate covered a cave mouth that sprouted plant tendrils through its grid. Prisoners of darkness seeking the light. Henry laid down his 2 candles and heaved on the grate. It gave slightly. All they needed was to widen the gap between the iron frame and the side of the rock. "Help me," he whispered. Jockard grasped the grate, and on Henry's signal they pulled. The ground below the grate's base had eroded over time, which allowed the rest of the frame some leeway. It creaked. Henry's back muscles ached. His arms felt as though they were being torn from his shoulders. Bracing his legs, he leaned back and yanked. The grate yielded enough for Jockard to do as Henry instructed and squeeze through. Henry pressed his back against the wall, turned his head sideways, pressing his face against the rock face, and forced his way through the narrow gap. Elated, they embraced each other. Jockard pulled out the handful of mattress stuffing. Henry struck his flint and blew on the smouldering lump to entice a flame. They each lit a candle's wick and shielded the flame. The narrow entrance sloped away into what seemed to be an abyss. The sound of water flowed somewhere below. Henry edged forward. "It's not as steep as it looks," he said, and went on down, ducking below the low rock ceiling. Henry guessed that they had slithered downward for a couple of 100 paces. The air felt more humid as the sound of water drew closer and the cave's ceiling became higher. Smooth, curved rocks gleaming with dripping moisture. The boys shielded their candle flames. Their descent was easier now, and the water's noise grew louder the deeper they went, until the faint speck of light that was the entrance disappeared. They reached a beach of crushed stone as fine as salt. Shallow, crystal-clear water gurgled. Calf-deep, a gentle stream that surely fed the castle's deep well, flowing over water-smoothed rocks coated in its own wet sheen. Henry raised his candle higher and looked along a ravine. "We have no choice but to go down there," he said, looking towards the gap, wide enough for 6 men to stand abreast. "If the water gets deeper than this, I can't swim," said Jockard nervously. "Don't be afraid. If it's shallow here, then it will probably be the same depth further along. If it gets deeper, I'll help you. I can swim, but we can't stay here. We have to find a way out." Without waiting for the boy to answer, Henry stepped into the water and led the way into the cavernous underground passage. The riverbed was soft beneath his feet. Lowering the candle, he saw small puffs of disturbed silt. There was no sign of life in the clear water. No fish or creature would survive here. No vegetation clung to the rocks. No weed choked the passage of water. Their candles burned lower, and their clothes clung to them from the humidity in the air. Henry raised a hand and brought them to a halt. The narrow passage opened into a space like a cathedral with a vaulted ceiling. He heard Jockard gasp in surprise. Henry suspected no man had ever seen this grandeur. Calcified columns hung down from a ceiling that looked to be more than 100 feet high. Candlelight brought the rocks alive with the glint of 1,000,000 stars trapped inside the stone. Henry held his breath. He turned to the boy behind him, whose face was filled with wonderment. The water spread before them in a small lake, edging further away to the left where it disappeared beneath low-hanging rocks. It was barely 100 paces wide in front of him. Henry edged forward, its depth reaching his thighs. "Bring your light here," he told Jockard. The boys stood shoulder to shoulder and raised their candles together. The light exposed a sheen of water dribbling down the rock face beyond the shallow lake, which led to a dry passage, a path eroded by time and water. It appeared to ascend into more rock formations. "Up there," said Henry. "We might be in luck." With renewed hope, they waded forward. The darkness closed behind them, the sheer walls suffocating any voices they might have heard were they nearer the entrance. When the bell for Lords had not rung 3 hours before dawn, its absence raised the alarm. They found the priest alive and able to recount what had happened, and when Lord Mile found the dog with the frayed rope attached around its collar, whimpering at the iron grate, he quickly understood Henry's betrayal. They summoned the masons, who hammered and chipped into the rock face to loosen the grate. Lord Mile berated them, impatient to send men to pursue the fugitives. His dozen soldiers held back. They knew the legend of the cave. Lord Mile grabbed one by the neck. forcing him closer to where the masons feverishly chiselled at the rocks holding the iron grate. "You lead the men down. Every man has a burning torch. No demon would dare approach a flame."
"My lord, I beg you, do not send us through Hell's Gate," said the unfortunate man, dropping to his knees.
"Get to your feet, you snivelling bastard."
"I cannot, my lord,"
the man begged, arm raised, knowing Babagnon would beat him. Lord Mile did not strike him with his fist, as the man expected. He unsheathed his knife and slit the man's throat. As his victim writhed, hands clutching his torn throat, Mile pointed the stained blade at the others. "You go down, or you die here." The masons pulled aside the iron stanchions. With trembling hands, the soldiers lit their pitch-soaked torches and hesitantly stepped into the cave. Chapter 18. "That's not Lord Babagnon," said Lady Catiline, when she looked at the dead Ropas in the early morning light. "It's his captain of the guard. You killed a vicious man, Sir Thomas, taught by his master, but a less able swordsman." Kilbear's eyebrows raised, but he left his thoughts unspoken. The man had come close to beating Blackstone, but then he took heart. Despite his moment of doubt, close had not been good enough. "There are others behind your husband's walls who wear a different device," said Blackstone, thrusting away the memory of the hard-fought contest with Babagnon's captain. He showed her 2 bloodied blazons, a black unicorn on the one and 4 small castles set in a square on the other. Lady Catiline fingered the torn remnants. "Allies of his. The unicorn is Lord Judicail, the other Lord Gueneg. They support Charles of Blois, and have the French king's backing. It depends on these men to hold the English and the Montfort at bay in Brittany. If they are in the castle, then they are planning an assault elsewhere to secure more territory." Kilbear shrugged. "Thomas, we have stepped into a viper's nest." Blackstone looked at Catiline. "Do you know how many men each lord has with him?" "Perhaps 10 or more as a personal escort." "So there could still be more men than we thought behind the walls," said Kilbear. "I had hoped we had slain enough here to favour us if we ever got inside." "We cannot leave Master Henry in there, Sir Gilbert," said John Jacob. "We must find a way." "There is no way unless your son opens the postern gate, and even then I don't know what awaits you on the other side," said Catiline. A horseman appeared on the track at the bottom of the meadow, an arm raised. Another rider clung to him behind the saddle. "Sir Thomas, it's Moulon and Renfred," Will Longdon called from where he and his archers held the high ground in case there was another attack from forces they had not yet come across. The 2 captains reined in. John Jacob reached up and hauled an exhausted Jocard down from behind the throat-cutter. The boy trembled. His face had the pallor of a resurrected man, long entombed in a grave. "Jocard!" his mother cried. She embraced her son. "Merciful God, you are safe." "He needs food and drink is all," said Renfred. He turned to Blackstone. "Found him crawling out of a forest on our way back here. There was no smoke signal from behind the castle walls, Sir Thomas, but now we know why. Young Henry got the lad out through an underground river." Blackstone turned Jocard away from his mother. "Boy, where is my son Henry? Is he alive?" "He saved me," Jocard answered, lip trembling, tears threatening. "That's not what I asked." "Quickly, son. Tell this good knight who fought to save us," urged Catiline. The boy controlled his exhaustion. "We travelled for hours underground, and then found a place that had ridges in the rock face. We saw there was light above, but there was no foothold that let us reach it. Henry made me stand on his shoulders so I could reach a handhold, but then he could not get out. He told me to climb out and find his father, and to ask forgiveness for his disobedience." Henry's image lodged in Blackstone's thoughts. Picturing the boy sacrificing himself to save Catiline's son, he felt a stab of pride that pierced his anger at Henry's disobedience. "Does Lord Babagnon know of this tunnel or cave?" Jocard nodded. "He will send men after us. It is a place the size of a cathedral. If they are searching, I think they would return before their torches burn too low. No one would want to stay down there in the dark." "And my son is still down there?" A look of guilt clouded the boy's face. He nodded. "Unless men or unearthly creatures took him. It is called Hell's Gate." The place from where the exhausted Jocard had clambered looked like an abandoned quarry, dug deep, smothered with brush and sapling, shaded by the forest canopy. A place, perhaps, where ancient man had clambered down for protection and shelter. "Down there?" said Will Longden. "God's tears. We're not goats."
"You smell like one," said Moulin.
"Aye, well, living alongside you for so many years rubs off," Longden answered, more concerned with the dark, gaping abyss that awaited the men than the taunt from his friend. Blackstone tossed the rock down into the hole. The men listened. It tumbled away, crashing through bushes, bouncing off the rock face, but there was no sound of it reaching the bottom. "Will, you and Jack won't be going down. If what the lad says is correct, your bows will be useless down there. It's too wet." "Then what do you want of us?" the sentinel asked. "I'll tell you later," Blackstone answered. "Get your men together, check everything, bow cords and fletchings." The archer turned back through the trees where his men waited. Whatever Blackstone expected of them, Longden and his bowmen were to play a key part. "We still have lamp oil," said Bayard, the Gascon captain. "If we're to go down into the devil's asshole, we should light our way." "Have torches prepared," said Blackstone. "Moulin, Renfred, get what rope we have."
"They are not long enough to reach down there,"
said Moulin. "I know. We'll climb halfway down. Will and his archers will lower our weapons and armour to us, and then we will lower them to the bottom. That way we go down unencumbered. See to it." As the men left, Killbear spat a globule of phlegm into the void. "I heard what the boys said, Thomas. Hell's Gate. Fighting the French is a different matter than battling against the devil's imps." "Gilbert, it is superstition spread to keep brave men out, or draw foolish men down. Courage will win the day." "But you failed to tell the men." "What is not known cannot harm them. I do not expect you to tell them and put fear into their hearts. They will need strength and determination. We must not strip that away. It can leave a man defenceless." Killbear scratched his beard. He watched the men go about their business, ready to do Blackstone's bidding. "Even if you told them, they would follow you."
"I know. No man would refuse. But they would carry an extra burden if I told them."
Killbear nodded in agreement. "Aye, you're right. And the woman and her brats?" Blackstone laid a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I thought I would leave them here under your care, Gilbert, seeing you hold her in such affection." The veteran ground his teeth. "One day your jests will burst the veins in my head and drop me like a felled oak." "Who said I'm jesting?" said Blackstone. Chapter 19. The men busied themselves preparing for the descent, while Killbear fumed. He knew the climb into the depths would tax him, but to be given nursery duties. Blackstone attempted to assuage his friend's anger.
"Gilbert, I need you to create a diversion. If you do not, then the men and I will be trapped like rats in a sewer."
"A diversion? With these few archers? You expect me to stand there with my cock in hand and wave it at the bastards?"
"It is a formidable weapon," said Blackstone.
"Thomas, for Christ's sake, what is it you want from me? I am no wet-nurse childminder. Do not demean me."
"I would never do so."
"We must make our way into the castle, using this underground passage. From what the boy told us, it might take us until the sun is past its zenith before we get there, and by now Lord Mar will know of Henry's escape." What sounded like a growl rumbled in Killbear's chest. "Tell me and be done with it. Then try not to break your damned neck. You're no youngster yourself. You must return to the meadow that fronts the castle. Look to where the sun is, 3 hours after noon. Then you ride out in full view with Will and Jack Halfpenny and their archers. Stand out of crossbow range. Declare yourself a routier, and that you found the woman and her children in hiding. I'll need 3 or 4 men-at-arms with me to look even half convincing. Moulin and Renfred will give you their best men, and take Bayard with you. He's a good man to have at your back if the tide turns against you. Tell Lord Marle his men lie dead, that you came across the ground where they were slain. Keep him interested. Keep him on the outer walls. Bargain money for Lady Catiline, but do not show him the boy. Not until he tells you he has no use for his wife and daughter. Then bring the boy in sight. He will pay to have him back. Is it likely he will ride out himself? No. Would he send a messenger with the ransom? And risk me taking the money, keeping the boy, and killing the messenger? No.
Exactly, Gilbert. It is you who face the greatest risk. It is your life that might be forfeit before any of us are below ground.
Gilbert grunted. I see it, Thomas. He will invite me in, as Will Longden and the others hold the boy. He pays me, and then barters me back for us to bring in the lad. And for all the good it will do me, if you are not inside the castle walls by that time, then I might as well wave my cock at them, if I still have one. Ignoring the hurt from his seared wound, Blackstone led the first group of men down the rock face, tree roots and rock outcrops giving them purchase. The void was more than 100 feet deep. When they reached the bottom, the others lowered their weapon bundles. The light filtered down, enough for them to dress and arm themselves. Once all the men were ready, flints were struck, and half of the torches held aloft. They kept the remainder in reserve. Jocard had told them they might follow the riverbed for hours, and no man wanted to be plunged into darkness when the torches spluttered and died. Blackstone raised Arianhod to his lips and kissed the archer's talisman. Slinging their shields across their backs, the men waded behind the torch-bearers, Blackstone, John Jacob, Moulin, and Renfred. The humid air soon engulfed them, as did their wonderment at the underground river and its glinting, towering walls. They waded steadily forward, constrained by the loss of the arcing sun that would tell them how long their journey was taking. Dripping with sweat, they pushed through the water, skirted the small lakes, sweeping the torches across their path to deter any malevolent creatures that might lurk in the cloisters of rock. They did not need Blackstone to tell them about the threat of dark places in the bowels of the earth. Ignoring the narrow alleys of moisture-slicked rock, places where no man or boy could hide or traverse, they reached a narrow channel that funneled the men closer together. Blackstone raised a hand. The men stopped splashing their way forward. The close air made their breathing laboured. Heads cocked, they listened to the faint sounds that reached them, eerie sounds of discarnate voices that did not sound human. They listened. Distorted echoes whispered, twisted, and curled through the channels and columns. Blackstone handed his torch to a man behind him. "Stay here," he said, then moved slowly forward, the water barely making a sound as he walked into darkness and the unknown. His extended arm guided him along the rock wall, his fingers telling him the rock was curving. Closer to the source of the sound, he knew he would face men, not demons. Edging around the turn, he quickly counted more than a dozen men, whose torchlight threw their shadows high onto the roof, giants of the underworld. They were bickering, some pointing from where they had come, another pointing to something at their feet. From what Blackstone could determine, they were on a shallow sandbank that surfaced between the pools of water, spilling each side of the stream. He heard one demand, "We go on. That's a footprint. The bastards are here somewhere close. There's a reward to be had if we find them." "No further," another cried. "I'm with him," a third added his voice to the discontent. "We have already come too far. We tell him the boys are gone, taken by creatures." Blackstone carefully made his way back to his men as the men argued. 12 men or more. A search party for Henry and the boy. It's too narrow for us all. 6 of us will go forward and kill them. The others keep the torches burning here. "And if there are more than you think," said Moulin, "then we make the best of it." The lead men passed their torches to those behind, unslung their shields, and let their eyes settle on the darkness ahead of them. It served no purpose to be blinking away torchlight as they advanced. Blackstone waited, and the men whispered their readiness. Swords were silently drawn. They stepped forward, phantoms of destruction. Chapter 20. The sun angled across the pale sky. The cooling breeze, rustling the canopy above Kilbert's head, was already shaking free leaves. Kilbert turned to the men behind him, who cosseted Lady Catiline and her children in their midst. "All right, it's time, Will. Bring them forward." Will Longden nudged his horse through the fern-covered ground and led Babinel's wife to the edge of the forest. Catiline did not meet Kilbert's gaze. "Do not look so suspicious," said Kilbert. "Thomas Blackstone has taken you under his shield for protection. No harm will come to you. I have explained everything, have I not? And when you go inside and they bargain your life for my son's, then how do I know these men will not turn him over? These men who saved you and your children, these men who have shed their blood for you, you are an ungrateful bitch. and I would trade you and your brats for any one of the men we lost." Killbear reined in his disgust. "But Thomas's son is trapped somewhere in those caves, and I pray his courage was not rewarded with his death. For some reason, known only to God and himself, my friend has embraced your dilemma, and now I am obliged to give my word they will not harm you. These rancid, arse-scratching, murdering scum archers who slew the greatest host in Christendom are more trustworthy than any Breton lord, French king, or Crow black priest." He glanced at Longden and the other unkempt bowman. He sighed, "Providing there's not a brothel in sight or silver to be stolen. Place your care in their hands and thank the Virgin Mary that Sir Thomas Blackstone stumbled on your misfortune. Now play your part." Killbear urged his horse forward into the open, tugging the leading rein of Lady Cateline's horse, as if he had her captive. Her daughter stayed back in the trees, with Jack Halfpenny. The child cried out. Cateline turned, her anguished look betraying her fear. She heard Jocard calm his sister with soothing words, and the straw doll that Jack Halfpenny had made for her. "She is in good hands, and your loss will be the more convincing," Killbear told her. Will Longden took 6 archers with him, and the additional 4 men-at-arms made them convincing enough to pass as a small group of routiers. Bayard, the Gascon, and his hobilars, like the archers who rode into the open, had abandoned their jupons bearing Blackstone's insignia. "You've seen us already," said Will Longden, "up there on the wall, Sir Gilbert. One of them's turned and called to someone below." "I'm not blind," said Killbear. "I need your eyes for distance. Pull us up when we are out of crossbow range." Will Longden checked the direction of the breeze and the positioning of the spur-shaped bastions. Bowmen there might gain another 50 yards on the men placed on the walls. "Here, Sir Gilbert," said Longden, pulling the small party up 350 yards from the castle. "No closer," said Killbear. "I'll be bellowing like a rutting stag to be heard from here." Will Longden shrugged. "They angle the aim upwards, and a 15-inch quarrel might find your helm, Sir Gilbert. Better a rough throat than a permanent headache." Killbear snorted, spat, and raised himself in the stirrups, as if that might help carry his voice. "Bring your master to the walls," he bellowed. "Sir Gilbert, they could hear you in Poitiers," said Will Longden. "Aye, well, you had better hope that Sir Thomas is where he said he would be by this time," he said, squinting into the sun. "If not, and things have gone awry, then you and the lads ready yourself for this bastard to come and fetch his son once my head is on a pole. When I go in, have them hold their position in the trees. If those behind the walls ride, then bring them out and show your strength. 20 archers with arrows nocked will deter many a man's courage." "Identify yourself," a voice answered moments later from the castle walls. "Is that him?" said Killbear, turning to Cateline. She nodded. Her lips parted, but no words came. "We have no need for names, my lord," answered Killbear. "We know who you are. We have information and goods to trade. We are few men in need of money and supplies." "And I have men riding in my domain, and if they come upon you, then what information and goods you have are of no interest to me. You are whoreson routiers, and I would see you as crowbait." Killbear saw Lord Mail shield his eyes. "You have my wife?" Barbanel called. "And for a price we will return her to the bosom of your hearth, my lord. And my daughter?" "I bear sad tidings, Lord Mail. Your daughter succumbed to a fever. She is dead." Barbanel glanced at the 2 knights by his side. Their movement allowed a brief glimpse of a different blazon. "The woman is of no use to me," the Breton lord answered Killbear. "Do with her as you wish. My daughter's life was short and of no consequence. Now get off my land before my men return." "We found 60 men lying dead a few leagues from here. They were butchered by a greater force. We ride to avoid a similar fate. Come, my lord, that information alone is worth some food, surely." There was no answer, but Killbear and his escort saw Lord Mail's head dip despairingly at the news. Then he raised himself again. "You have nothing I need," he called, and turned away, as if to walk down from the battlements. "We found a boy," Killbear shouted, cupping his hands to help his voice carry and arrest the man's departure. The distant figure stopped. "Found him this morning. He is this woman's son. Is he of interest, my lord?" Where is he? Show him.
Killbear sighed. And here the game begins, he said quietly, and signalled to those in the forest 200 yards away. Jack Halfpenny rode out, leading Jocard. When the horse was level, Killbear reached across, winked at the boy, and raised Jocard's chin so his face might be more easily recognised from that distance. Unnecessary, because Babignon knew his stepson well enough, but Killbear's act was convincing.
"Bring him to me, and I will reward you," Lord Mile called. "You think me a simpleton?"
Killbear spat aggressively.
"Do not insult us, Lord Mayor. Babignon de Pontivy. This woman has told us of his worth. I will deliver him to Sir William Felton and be paid in gold coin for it. Now, do not fuck with me. Send me gold and then take him. And have your men in the trees kill my men so he can steal the boy and the ransom?"
Killbear smiled at the two archers. So far, so good. He plays the game as Thomas predicted, and now I step into the bear trap. He raised his voice again.
"Then how to complete our trade? You come inside and I will pay you. Then your men will bring the boy closer, and mine will escort you out. Then the exchange will take place." "And have a quarrel in my back?" said Killbear. "My crossbowmen will lay down their arms until the exchange is complete." "We would see their weapons placed on the wall without their quarrels," Killbear answered. "Agreed," Lord Mile answered.
Killbear turned in the saddle and looked at Bayard, and the 3 men-at-arms with him. He grinned. "Well, do we accept his invitation?" "And be ready for Sir Thomas?" said the Gascon captain. "Take a couple of my lads with you," said Will Longdon. "With luck, they will bring down some of those men on the wall." Killbear shook his head. "No, it will be a sudden flurry of killing. There will be no time for an arrow to be drawn, let alone loosed in there. We take our chances. You will hear the fight. Bring the lads out of the trees, shoot onto the walls. It will give us a chance." "A slim one, Sir Gilbert," suggested Halfpenny. "When has it ever been any different?" said Killbear. He raised an arm in acknowledgment to the Breton lord.
"Open your gates!"
Chapter 21. Lord Mile's men had not overcome their fear of the underworld as they hunted for the 2 missing boys. They had caged it deep within themselves, but when they reached the glistening crystal cave, the rock formations and twisted shapes there created the face of a demon in their inflamed imaginations, and they had faltered. Gazing up at the gaping jaw that dribbled saliva, in reality nothing more than the sheen of water on the rocks, and the glinting eyes staring at them with unabated desire, they cowered, argued, and eventually succumbed to their fear and turned back. It was too late. As they peered into the darkness and caught the whiff of burning oil, surely the devil's brimstone, the void shuddered with movement. The darkness came alive. Terror gripped them. They cried out as Blackstone's men surged forward. Behind them, torchlight created looming shadows the size of giants. As Miles' men scrambled to their feet, they fought each other to turn and run. Yet one of them found his courage.
"They are men, nothing more. Turn and fight!"
he demanded, grabbing his comrades and turning them to face what was only a mortal enemy.
"Run and you die! Fight, we have a chance, we outnumber them! Turn!"
It was to their credit that most of the 14 men found their footing and their backbone, and raised their flaming torches, swords, and maces ready. Abandoned torches lay spluttering in the wet sand or fell against the narrow rock wall, flames casting their own giants to combat those who attacked. Babignon's men bellowed aggressively, fortifying themselves as they closed on their enemy. They splashed through the water, teeth bared, eyes wide with the desire to kill, mouths gaping, sucking fetid air with lungs bursting. The chamber resonated with a frightening response as Blackstone's men roared their challenge that tore the heart out of an already frightened enemy. They clashed, half-darkness enveloping them, shadow killing shadow, cries of pain chasing down those who had escaped. Clanging steel, blade on blade, echoed around the chamber. What had been an unspoilt place of fearful beauty became violated with blood and death. Lord Miles' men fought bravely, desperation fueling their strength. No man wanted to die. No man wanted to die in Hell's Gate, a veil's thickness away from where Satan's imps would reach up and grab their slain bodies. Church and monastery, Bible and Book of Psalms, all had images of being seized and taken, and as each man fell, calling out for mercy, begging to be spared, Blackstone's men hurled them into the arms of the devil. Blackstone did not slow his attack. They trampled over the fallen, snatched up the longer burning pitch-soaked torches and gave pursuit to the escaping men.
How long had it been since he and his men had descended? How much time had passed since Killbear had placed his survival into Blackstone's hands? Killbear, Bayard, and the 3 men-at-arms rode slowly beneath the portal. Crossbowmen on the ramparts watched them. None yet aimed at the riders, but the weapons were ready for use. The outer yard was stiff with men and horses. The second gate was already open, inviting them through the inner curtain wall. As they rode, they searched for a place to defend themselves, to fall back and form a small defensive shield wall until Blackstone reached them. Killbear glanced at Bayard. No words were needed. This place was a death trap for so few men. Lord Marl Babagnon waited, feet firmly planted on the ground, his wide stance telling these intruders that he was the foundation rock of the castle. 2 knights stood by his side. Killbear recognized their blazons. It had been their men who had died in the meadow alongside Lord Marl's captain and soldiers. Killbear pulled up his horse. To be on horseback offered advantage over the men on the ground, but when fighting in such a confined space, it would be better to dismount and keep the horses between them and the men who stood along the walls.
"You scum! Think you can come here and bargain?" snarled Lord Marl.
He made no move towards the men. He had no need. There was nowhere to run. Behind the Breton lord, Killbear saw the scaffolding and the tower. Labourers and masons had stopped work, clearly watching what fate would befall these interlopers. But there was a more grisly sight that seized Killbear's interest. A large man who might have once had hair on his thick arms and back was spread-eagled across a wooden frame. His back had been lashed from a whipping. One of the soldiers threw a bucket of water across the bloodied stripes, and the man cried out, so he was still alive. One arm of the scaffolding had been used as a gibbet. 2 boys hung by their ankles, stripped of their breeches, shirts falling over their features, obscuring their identity. They had been emasculated. Blood had drained down their bodies and pooled in the dirt. Flies fed on their blood and wounds. Killbear's stomach tightened. Either boy could be Henry. Lord Marl noted the men's attention to the dead.
"You see what happens to those who fail me? Worthless servants." He nodded his head towards the whipped man. "He is my cook, so he had value. They did not. A pilgrim came into my castle and slept in the warmth of my kitchen and ate my food. I gave charity and was rewarded with betrayal. Kitchen boys are little more than slaves, but a cook is harder to find. They slept while the viper escaped in the night with the boy you now hold."
Killbear concealed a sigh of relief that neither of the 2 dead boys was Henry.
"You have the pilgrim as well?"
asked the Breton lord. "No, only your stepson." Killbear's gaze swept across to the ladder leading up to where smoke curled from a chimney and what he thought to be the kitchen. From the top rung of the ladder, a mastiff's body swung at the end of a rope, hanged like a common criminal.
"No one and nothing escapes my wrath," Lord Marl said.
Killbear spat. This was a vile creature to inflict such punishment on a dumb animal. Killbear's horse shook its head from the flies gathering around its eyes. Its bridle jangled. The bit clattered between its teeth. Killbear held the killer's gaze. "Where's the money?"
"You think I will pay you?" said Lord Marl. "An oath of such stupidity."
He suddenly snatched at the air and then opened his palm to expose a crushed fly.
"Who steps into my web?"
"If you want the boy, pay." Killbear squinted at the sun now below the castle walls. "One way or another."
Lord Marl taunted. "Senile old man, I do not barter. I take what is rightfully mine."
"Send men out there, and the boy will die," Bayard said.
"You think mercenary scum would not give him up?"
He put out his hand to one of the nearby soldiers, who stepped forward and placed a bag of heavy coin in his palm. "I pay them, I get the boy. I get the boy, I kill them. Money and boy where they rightfully belong. My men await my command, and they are twice as much as this ready to tempt the greediest. How many more men are in the woods?" 100, said Killbear quickly, deliberately instilling panic into his voice. "I'll wager less than 50, more like 20 in all. You bear no blazon, you are scavengers, you look like desperate men. Men such as you do not travel in large numbers. You are little more than vagabonds and thieves." He turned to his men on the walls. "Anything?" A voice answered, "No more men than we saw before, my lord."
"Send them,"
Lord Marl commanded. Killbear and Bayard turned as the great gates swung open, and a dozen men spurred their horses from where they waited between the outer and inner walls. Killbear glimpsed them riding hard towards Will Longden, Gatline and the boy. The shadows lengthened. The breeze scurried leaves across the dirt yard. Killbear's horse's ears stiffened, its head raised. Horses whinnied in the stables. Lord Marl looked around. There was no obvious danger, but the seasoned fighter knew to trust what he saw, and something other than his men riding out had alerted the horses. A distant howling crept up from behind them. It was coming from the open cave mouth, a wail that rose and echoed. Men scurried from the scaffolding as the eerie screams reverberated from the bowels of the earth. Some soldiers backed away. A horse bolted from its stable hand, knocking aside baskets of stone. A blood-curdling shriek tore its way from the cave to claw its way down men's spines. "The devil!" cried a soldier near Lord Marl, who turned rapidly, drew his sword, and killed him. "Stand your ground!" he commanded. The two knights with him also drew their swords, looking nervously around them. A soldier ran screaming from the cave, blood sluicing his face and arms. Confusion and panic gripped Lord Marl's men as a tall, scar-faced knight burst from the entrance. Blood splattered his beard and chest. The devil's ascent, for that is what legend would relate, took less than 10 rapid heartbeats. Blackstone pounded on the heels of the wounded man, the sole survivor of those sent into Hell's Gate. A huge, bearded man, half a pace behind Blackstone, cut the survivor down. More men spilled from the cave and swarmed into Lord Marl's soldiers. Killbear released his skittish horse, and it bounded into the two knights, knocking one aside. The man tried to rise, but Killbear's sword pierced his throat. "The gates!" Killbear shouted. There was no need for the command. Bayard and his men were already running for the main gate, killing the two men who guarded it, as Killbear struck out at Lord Marl, but the men closest to him blocked the veteran knight. As Killbear fought off the 3 soldiers, Lord Marl was running towards Blackstone. The surviving knight called out for his own men to join him, and within seconds 30 men ran forward to bolster Lord Marl's ranks. Blackstone and his men were outnumbered. Chapter 22. Blackstone blinked away the glare of the late afternoon sun as he emerged from the darkness. His stomach lurched when he saw the castrated bodies hanging upside down. Like Killbear, he feared one of them was his son, but there was no time to reflect, for a tall, heavy-set man was racing towards him, blocking his view of the mutilated corpses. The courtyard seethed with men. The sight of the fearsome killers emerging from the underworld caused Lord Marl's men to hesitate, all except those at his shoulder, who hurled themselves forward. Blackstone saw Killbear out of the corner of his eye, and as he slammed his shield into an attacker he looked beyond the man's battered face to the inner curtain walls. There were no crossbowmen there yet. They would still hold their position on the outer walls, still expecting an attack from beyond. Within moments, Moulin, John Jacob and Renfred formed a broad head wedge with their shields. The sudden rush against them faltered. Blackstone's men were clear of the cave and formed up behind Blackstone. They shuffled forward, pressing back the desperate defenders, creating order out of chaos, taking control of the fight. They hacked their way forward, one stride at a time. And then the shield wall parted. Men broke free, slamming and thrashing, 3, 4 determined paces forward. Blackstone struck out towards the Breton lord. Shadows engulfed the yard. The sun edged below the castle walls. The chill soothed the sweating men, giving them renewed vigour. The odds were against Blackstone, but their defence had not been broken, and their counter-attack had scattered Lord Marl's men. Some of them surrendered. "Spare them!" Blackstone bellowed over the cacophony. He was too late for some. Others clasped hands in prayer, awaiting the death blow that never came. These were not untrained militia. They were fighting men raised and paid for by Lord Marl, men who had fought the English on past battlefields and who now begged for their lives, unable to contest the violence that Blackstone and his men inflicted on them. A crow cackled at man's folly. A priest appeared, a bandage around his head, a crucifix raised, a dazed look in his eyes. The fighting faltered and then stopped. An eerie silence suddenly smothered the castle. Men whimpering in pain succumbed to death, others drew their agony into themselves, cradling its ferocious bites, swallowed whole by it. Lord Marl had backed himself against the tower scaffolding, bloodied sword in hand. He had killed 3 of Blackstone's men, and now only his sworn enemy faced him. Blackstone's men went quickly among the survivors, stripped them of their weapons, kicked their legs from under them, forcing them face down. The priest stood like a beacon, eyes blinking, clearly believing that his appearance had caused the combatants to cease fighting. Killbear seized his shoulder, forcing him down. "On your knees where you belong, priest.
"This isn't your doing, it's his," he said, pointing his bloodied sword towards Blackstone, who stood 10 yards from Lord Mail. Babagneau had not yielded, and he wanted Blackstone dead. The knight who had stood at the Breton lord's side throughout, and fought as hard as any man, turned his sword and offered its hilt to Killbert. "You are no vagabond, sir. I see that now. To whom do I surrender?" Killbert glanced at Blackstone, who nodded. "I am Gilbert Killbert, a knight by King Edward's grace." The knight bowed his head. "I am Lord Judacail. You have slain good men who served me loyally. Then when matters are settled here, you can have this priest pray for their souls, and I will ransom you. I demand your parole not to raise arms against King Edward or John de Montfort until that ransom is settled. Agreed?" "It is agreed." Lord Mile pivoted. "Traitor!" His blade rammed into his ally's side and tore a gaping hole, wide enough for his innards to spill. As he pulled free his sword, he paced quickly towards Blackstone. Killbert was ready to intercept, but Blackstone raised his sword. "No!" Lord Mail stooped and picked up an abandoned flanged mace. The Breton had no shield to protect him, so Blackstone cast aside his own. Lord Mail feinted. It caught Blackstone wrong-footed, and the Breton slammed his shoulder into him, trying to throw him down, but Blackstone took the blow, squared his stance, and parried the subsequent sword thrust that would have pierced his heart and lungs. Mile tried to smother Blackstone, striking down with the mace, slamming it against the Scarface knight's helm, but Blackstone spat in his eyes. The man's neck snapped back, forcing him onto his heels. Too close for a sword strike. Blackstone reversed his fist and slammed the pommel towards Mail's face, but the man was quick, turned his head and took the blow on his raised arm, exposing Blackstone's chest for a killing blow. His blade struck upwards, its tip catching Blackstone's mail beneath his jupon, enough to snag for an instant. Blackstone spun on his heel, his body movement forcing the man off balance. Blackstone struck down from the high guard. A blow to sever shoulder from body. Lord Miles sacrificed the mace, gripped his sword blade with his free hand and blocked the strike. Metal clanged, hardened steel shuddering from the strike. Those who had surrendered dared to stand up when Blackstone fought their master. The dust beneath the two men's feet swirled like a shroud as each sought the advantage, manoeuvring back and forth, wild beasts slamming horns, battering the other until one fell. Now the Breton was quickly side-on again, both hands gripping his sword hilt, swinging left and right, high to low, scything the air before him with renewed ferocity, forcing Blackstone back. Men scattered as they shuffled, sidestepped, testing and striking, dancing with death. Blackstone counterattacked. Sweat stung both men's eyes, but their violence continued unabated, and then the watching men gasped. Blackstone was wrong-footed. His blade cut through thin air, his shoulder turned, exposing neck and back to the skilled fighter, who reacted without a second thought, brought his sword from across his shoulder, committed with all his strength to cleave Blackstone's head from his body. He bellowed, and drawing that breath to spur his strength, gave Blackstone the heart-beat moment he needed. He had fooled the master swordsman. Using his own momentum, he pivoted on his heels and plunged Wolfsword's blade beneath the man's armpit, through his shoulder and into his neck. The strike stopped Lord Mail where he stood, a gasping hiss, eyes blinking at Blackstone's face so close to his own. Blackstone ripped free the blade, its edge scraping bone. Lord Mail Babagneau de Pontivy dropped to his knees, eyes staring upward towards the god he would never meet. And then fell back. Silence settled. Exhaustion claimed the men. Some sank to their knees to ease weary muscles or favour their wounds. Blackstone took the wineskin from Killbert and drank thirstily, red liquid splashing across his beard, sluicing away the blood. Blackstone's small force had killed 34 men behind the walls, another 13 underground. They had lost 7 of their own in the courtyard, and 2 of Bayard's Gascoignes at the main gate. 11 of Lord Mail's men lay dead in the meadow, slain without loss by Will Longdon's archers. Lord Mail's crossbowmen on the outer walls surrendered when they realized all was lost, and they beckoned those outside the walls within. Lady Catiline stayed at a distance from her slain husband, shielding her young daughter. Her son stared at the carnage. None of the archers spoke when they saw the slaughter. It had been a fearful fight, and friends had died. Blackstone turned to Moulin. "Question the survivors. Have the men search for Henry," he said. Moulin nodded, and summoned weary men to him. The priest had not moved, still clutching the crucifix to him as he knelt, eyes unable to fathom what he had witnessed.
lips muttering silent prayers. "I think his mind has gone, Thomas," said Gilbert. "The blow to his head must have scrambled his brain." "And we will use it to our advantage," said Blackstone. "When we leave, this place will be abandoned. Have the masons seal the cave's entrance. We close the castle gates, burn down the keep, destroy that new tower, and send him on his way to tell what he saw." Blackstone raised the cleric to his feet. "Priest," he said gently, "what did you see here today?" The priest blinked uncertainly, unable to answer, so Blackstone helped plant the seed that would flourish ever bigger in the telling. "Did you see the devil's disciples swarm from beneath the earth and slay these men?" The priest looked intently at the scar-faced Englishman. His eyes searched for the vision. Yes, I saw that. I saw the devil himself rise up." His finger pointed towards the cave. "Hell's Gate. Yes, so it was true. Demons were caged there, and now—" He suddenly stepped back, fear clawing his chest as he gazed at Blackstone. "The devil is among us. This place is cursed, haunted by death and evil." Blackstone nodded. "Warn everyone. Preach what you saw." He turned the priest towards the main gate and watched him shuffle away, crucifix held tightly, to spread word of the terror that lay behind the castle walls, a warning that would see Babonneau's castle remain unoccupied and condemned. Chapter 23. As the bodies were dragged across the courtyard, a bedraggled Henry Blackstone clambered down the kitchen ladder. "Thomas," said Gilbert, drawing Blackstone's attention to the boy. Blackstone watched his son's hesitant approach as he wiped the last of the blood from Wolfsword's blade. Henry stood off like a wary dog, expecting to be whipped. "Where were you, boy?" said Blackstone sternly, not yet prepared to show how relieved he was that his disobedient son had survived. "I found my way back through the caves, and hid in plain sight, my lord, in Jocard's room in the keep, a place they would not think of looking. Lord Mile had already slain those who worked in the kitchen. I dared not show myself when you were fighting in case my presence distracted you." Gilbert turned away from Henry, so that he would not hear his whispered words. "Do not be too harsh with him, Thomas. He showed courage and daring." Blackstone returned the generous comment with a dark scowl. "I'll attend to my men," said Gilbert, and left father and son to settle their differences. "Come closer," said Blackstone. Henry did as he was told and stood just beyond arm's reach. "I do not tolerate disobedience. Men's lives depend on discipline." "I understand, my lord, but I thought to save Gabriel, because he was uncertain about the Latin I taught him, and to hesitate with Lord Mile would have meant his death." "Gabriel is dead." Henry's face registered shock. "I am weary, and I have my men to attend to. I will decide what to do with you later." "May I speak with Lady Cateline's son? I would like to know he is all right after his own ordeal." Blackstone shook his head. "Go to John Jacob and find out what his orders are." Henry bowed his head and followed his father's command. Blackstone watched his son walk away, his back as straight as a sword blade. He strode with purpose, undeterred, it seemed, by Blackstone's admonishment. Pride in the boy taunted him, but so too did uncertainty. Henry was strong for his age, had proved his courage, but he had defied his father and his squire, John Jacob. Defiance, Blackstone understood. How to harness the boy's intelligence and potential as a fighter. Despair seeped into his heart. Perhaps the boy needed to be sent away again, a university perhaps, somewhere he could return to his studies, somewhere safe. Blackstone slipped Wolf's sword into its scabbard. Nowhere offered safety, if they discovered you bore the name Blackstone. John Jacob growled at his page. "Henry, you are an ill-disciplined wretch, and I shall find you every unpleasant job to instruct you otherwise. Report to Moulin. He attends the dead. You will help strip the enemy corpses of anything of value, and then you will drag the bodies to the pit the survivors are digging. Tell him those are my orders for you, and when you have done that, go with the men and bring in the rest of our horses from the forest. Only you have a way with your father's beasts. Get to it." Henry knew John Jacob's threat, and his father's anger meant weeks of punitive duties. It did not matter. He had done what few others could have done. There was satisfaction in entering a beast's lair and surviving, in planning and executing an escape. How many men, no matter how courageous, would have entered Hell's Gate and then saved his charge before saving himself, Punishment was nothing compared to that. He suppressed his self-satisfied grin. "You laugh at the dead?" said Moulin, who'd caught the lad's indulgence. The broad-chested throat-cutter sat on a barrel, his back resting against the wall, binding a linen bandage over a slash on his arm. "I do not. I beg your pardon. I am instructed to help strip the bodies and drag them to the pit once it is dug," Henry said, gazing across the mutilated corpses and the survivors digging a long trench against the far wall. "Punishments, eh?" "Yes."
"It was to be expected."
"It was."
"Men here respect you, Master Henry. We have watched you grow in courage over the years. Perhaps there are times to be disobedient. Perhaps this was one such time. But you must earn trust, lad. Understand me? You have to be trusted to be where you are supposed to be. We each rely on the other for that. Trust is the key to men's loyalty. Remember that."
"I will." Moulin's teeth flashed for a moment through the dense black beard.
"I never liked listening to lectures either.
It will soon be dark, but these men will keep digging until we can bury the stench. Renfred has others digging graves for our own men who fell. Go and find lamp oil or torches. There's a storeroom, but it needs to be unlocked or the door broken down." Moulin pointed.
"My men are resting by the stables. They'll help."
"I can do it myself."
"Then be quick about it."
"May I ask who among us we lost?"
"Ralph Tate, and Quinnell at the ambush. Othon as well. And Gabriella Fargue."
Moulin named the others who had not survived the fight. Henry saw their faces, heard their laughter. "And here?"
"Tom Woodbrook, Robert Dardenne, William Audley, Thomas Burford, among others. It has cost us dearly. More than half our men-at-arms, all told."
"And what of Will and Jack?"
"They are alive. They are manning the outer walls, while we see to ourselves here."
"Thank you, Moulin. I'm sorry for those men we lost."
"It's the price we pay, to fight those who hate Sir Thomas. Besides—"
He tied off the bandage, flexed his arm, and picked up his shield.
"It was their time to die."
Blackstone went among the men, offering encouragement, and promised they would share equally whatever Lord Marl had in wealth. The sorrow of losing friends was soothed by the knowledge that there would be more plunder for every man, and that they would soon be in Poitiers to spend their coin on women, wine, and ale. Kilbert was stripped to the waist, washing himself down with a torn piece of linen. His bruises and welts from the fighting would be eased by the well's cold water. "Have you seen her?" Blackstone asked. "Aye, she went up into Babineau's quarters, took her offspring with her." "Have we searched the place?" Kilbert nodded. "There's no one there to cause us trouble. Servants were hiding in the cellars. If there were any guards, they are dead or missing." Kilbert thrust his head into the bucket, then shook himself like a dog. "Strange. She didn't mention the tunnel." Blackstone ignored the comment and swept his gaze across the castle. It was secure. The men were safe. No one was out there to cause more harm. "See that the men have hot food, Gilbert. The cook will have enough life left in him to organize it. Have fresh straw taken from the stables for the men's bedding and set the night watch." "And where are you going?" "To satisfy your curiosity." Blackstone made his way to the 5-story building, more elegant than the keep's basic structure. If it was where Babineau had his private quarters, then it stood to reason that his wife would also have her rooms there. The broad, heavy wooden staircase rose from the cut limestone floor. Wall sconces clung like swallows' nests to the walls, so that there would be no need to carry candles to light the way in darkness. It told of a man who had a taste for the small luxuries of life, comfort he would no longer enjoy. Blackstone followed the flickering oil lamps, guiding, inviting. He took his time. Weary from fighting for his life, he allowed himself a few moments when there was no need to act with urgency. His spurs clanked, his scabbard tapped each heavy step he took. The first 3 floors were devoid of life, but voices murmured from the top floor. As he reached the next level, he could smell fragrance. He looked along the broad colonnade and out across the outer walls. Moonlight blanketed the forest and meadow, still plagued with specks of crows that fluttered and cawed, bickering like hunchback priests over the scattered dead. Night creatures would soon join them. Wolf and boar would gorge tonight. As he reached the top floor, he heard women's voices. "Is she asleep?" said Cateline's voice from one of the chambers. A woman's respectful voice answered, "She is, my lady." Blackstone rested his hand on the sword hilt so it made no sound as he walked slowly towards the voices. "Where is my son?" "I do not know. He said he would look for the boy who saved him." "Then when he returns, make sure I am not disturbed. I will be sleeping." "My lady." Silence. The oil lamps spluttered. There was steam in the air. He heard the gentle sound of water splashing. A door closed somewhere in the distance. He reached a heavy door, half ajar, warm light filtering through the gap. He bent forward and peered. A copper bathtub reflected the shimmering light from a handful of candles seated in dribbled wax. Catiline wore only her linen undergarment as she luxuriated in the water. The material clung to her. Sweat speckled her face, and her hair was pulled back and held with a comb. Blackstone's throat tightened. He tasted lust on his tongue. Surely his thudding heart would echo down the corridor. Guilt made him glance quickly down the passage, but he was alone. He looked back, and Catiline was staring directly at him. His head snapped back. Mother of God! He had been seen, caught like a teenage boy peering through a brothel window. His heart beat faster. Without thought, words of apology stumbled from his lips. "There is no need, my lord," said Catiline. "The door was not locked." Her husky voice drew him like a riverbank poacher reeling in his catch. He pushed the door open. She smiled. "Now close it, my lord." He turned and dropped the latch, and now that he was in the chamber, saw the large bed and its canopy, crisp sheets exposed from laid-back covers. He turned to face her. She stood without shame, the shift clinging to every crevice and rise. Blackstone's mail chafed the nicks and cuts. His boots were leaden. She smiled, reached out her arms. The fragrance! Was it a magical potion that befuddled his thoughts, but aroused his body? He unbuckled his sword-belt, peeled off his jupon, and kicked free his boots. He bent, letting her pull free his mail and the sweat-soaked shirt beneath it. She gazed at his scars and injuries, the raw arm wound, the wheals and bruises. Loosening the cord on his breeches, she eased them down his hips, and they fell to his ankles. As Blackstone stepped into the water, she pressed close to him, her musk more enticing than the scent in the water. She raised her arms to let him peel the wet cloth from her, and as it freed her hands, she unclipped the comb, letting her hair fall. They settled in the deep bath. She soaped and washed the dried blood from his face and hair, then bathed his wounds and kissed his calloused hands that had wielded a sword in her defence. Their passion was kept in check like a shield wall, denying a surging enemy, and when the water cooled and the dirt and tiredness was washed away, he lifted her onto the bed. The chill autumn breeze tingled their skin. The shield wall yielded. Chapter 24. Kilbear watched Blackstone stride across the yard towards him. He looked refreshed and scrubbed. "You slept?" said Kilbear. "I did." "You stink of something. A woman's scent." "It will wash off in time." "I hope so. If we ride to Poitiers with you smelling like a brothel-keeper's daughter, Sir William might ask you to marry him instead of giving us the supplies and replacement men we need. So, what did she say?" "Who?" "God's blood, Thomas, take your brain out of your balls. You were to ask her why she had not mentioned Hell's Gate." "I forgot." "I wonder why." Blackstone ignored the veteran's sarcasm. "The men? Ready. Good. Scour every building and send any servant away from here. Empty the grain store, fill our sacks and distribute the rest. Did he have any horses we can take?" "Very few. I had the men exchange any poor or lame mount we have for theirs. The others are rounceys, not worth exchanging. I set them loose. They'll find their way to the villages and end up beneath a plough harness or in the pot. Did we find his gold?" "A chest full of mixed coin. Florins, livres, gold and silver, even a bag of Edward's leopards." "Then we have enough to pay for men and supplies instead of being dependent on Sir William's favour should he deny us. If he gives us what we want, then we have money to engage fresh men-at-arms. How many of Babagneau's men survived?" 11. 6 died from their wounds in the night. What do we do with the living?" "Give them enough food for a week's journey. They'll make their way to another Breton lord and offer their services. They will tell what happened here, that we slew the strongest ally of Charles of Blois and the French king." Blackstone grinned. "Devils from the underworld. Now, Let's get barrels of pitch and burn down the keep and tower. Blackstone and the men stood back in the meadow watching the pyres billow black smoke high in the sky. It was a still day, but the clouds on the horizon threatened darker days and storms to come. Lord Miles' castle was bereft of life, the gates barred, the keep and tower burnt like the devil's horns. They rode through the nearby villages, but the doors stayed closed and windows covered. Word had already reached the villains of the slaughter that had taken place. Blackstone's men dropped bags of grain at the crossroads for the villagers, but kept the more valuable sacks of salt. Henry rode in his usual place behind John Jacob. Lady Cateline's son rode alongside his newfound friend. Henry was glad of the companionship, because neither his father nor John Jacob had relinquished their displeasure with him. Jocard looked back along the column of men. His mother was caring for his sister as they rode on the supply cart. "Your father spends the night with my mother, did you know?" Jocard whispered, not wishing anyone else to hear. Henry snapped a look at the younger boy. Jocard nodded in confirmation. Neither looked pleased. Henry had never thought of his father being with anyone else other than his mother, and the thought tormented him. Surely he still honoured her memory. "How can you be sure? When I left you in the yard last night, I went back to my old room. Jehane was crying in her sleep, so I went to her, but Melita was with her. She has been my mother's servant since I was born. Once I saw that Jehane was settled, I said I wanted to see my mother and tell her how many men were killed, but Melita stopped me and said she was sleeping. It was early. My mother would never go to bed so early." "She might, having spent a frightening day with the men, and she would have been worried about you before they found you," Henry said, hoping what he said was true. "I went past her room. I heard them." Henry's stomach squirmed. "You're wrong," he whispered. "My father was with the men. I saw him with Sir Gilbert." Jocard shook his head. "Henry, you saved my life. You gave me courage. I am forever in your debt, so I would not tell you this unless I was certain. You are like a brother now." He hesitated. "My father and your mother are dead. Do you think—" "No," Henry said too loudly, clenching his teeth to stop the words spilling out for all to hear. His father would never marry Jocard's mother, never. His own mother and sister had been murdered. His father would never replace them. It was an impossibility. John Jacob glanced behind him. "You speak when you are not spoken to, Henry? Is this something you wish to share?" "No, Master Jacob." "Keep it that way," said the squire. A page needed to be kept in his place, an added discipline that Henry Blackstone had still not learnt. Yet the boy had shown initiative and courage, and he hoped the father would soon allow him to be less harsh. His thoughts remained unspoken to Blackstone, however. It would take 3 days to reach Poitiers, and by the second night Blackstone had not yet made any approach to Catiline. He had ignored her. As Henry gathered sufficient wood for the night's fire, and then attended to Blackstone's horse, Killbear sat on a log by their fire, honing his knife-blade. "I've been thinking," said Killbear. Blackstone was lost in a reverie, gazing at the flames. Killbear's words prodded him. "Thinking can be bad for you." "Which is what you have been doing since we left the castle. You have barely spoken a word." "Idle conversation has never been to my liking." "And idle thoughts? What preoccupies you? Poitiers? Sir William's ire at our late arrival? The prince? No, it is the woman. She gazes like a mooning cow your way, hungry for the bull in the next field to mount her, and you have not uttered a word to her. You have not approached her to ask if she and her youngster are comfortable. You have sat in the saddle and stared beyond the horizon, and at night contemplated the flames as you sit and scratch your balls. You should face the facts. I don't need a lecture, Gilbert. You need a kick up the arse. You are bewitched by the woman. See it for what it is. For God's sake, take her into the trees and have her again, and soon the attraction will wear off." He wiped the oil blade on his sleeve, satisfied with its sharpness. "Be careful, Thomas. She seeks a husband." Blackstone looked up sharply as Killbear got to his feet. "And I know you have not yet released Christiana and Agnes from your heart," Killbear added gently. Blackstone relented. "You cannot know how fate torments me. It holds a mirror to my past. Before you and I fought at Poitiers back in '56, I sent Christiana and Agnes to safety in Avignon. What I have never told you is that Christiana was raped on the journey by one of the king's guards.
Henry was only a boy, but he tried to stop it. It was John Jacob who killed the man and took Henry under his wing. I didn't know what had happened until later when the prince banished me and I fought the savage priest. Christiana took the children and left me because I refused to accept her bastard child. I fear the worst if I allow Catiline to draw close."
Killbear made no reply. He placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I will make no mention of this to anyone. Henry and John will never know you've told me. Let your heart guide you." He turned away and left his friend alone. Blackstone felt the blood rush to his head. The pulse in his neck beat from the memory of his wife's ordeal. Killbear's words had found their mark. He stood and made his way through the men to where they had settled Catiline and her servant for the night. The servant woman was preparing food for her mistress in a lean-to shelter a few feet away, as Jihane sat safely behind her, playing happily with two small clay dolls retrieved from her room at the castle. Catiline was rubbing oil into her hair. Its raven-wing sheen glowed even in the dim light. She reached out a hand to Blackstone, drawing him down to where she sat on a blanket. Blackstone went on one knee. "Thomas," she said, still with the huskiness he remembered from their night of passion, and held out the comb. "Will you help?"
"I am no servant to do your bidding, Catiline, nor am I a love-struck puppy eager to please."
Her expression hardened. "I do not expect to be spoken to like that, Thomas. I thought we had drawn close."
"We were drawn by lust, nothing more. Don't make it out to be anything more."
"You insult me," she said, suddenly embarrassed, glancing left and right in case any of the men heard their exchange.
"You have everything you need. Your servant, your daughter, is safe. You are now twice widowed, and will benefit from Babinot's estate, once Sir William attends to the legalities. I saved your son. I have nothing more to offer you."
"That's not true, Thomas. I know what we shared."
"We coupled because we were lonely and desired one another. You will get nothing more from me."
"Then I have been used."
"As you seem to use others."
"Your husband no sooner cold in the grave than you accept Lord Mar. You despair of him and his desire to control your domain, so you take his guard commander as your lover. Every man who shares your bed dies." A look of pain crossed her face as she lowered her gaze. "That is so hurtful," she said in a whisper. She raised her eyes. "You say cruel things. I am a woman with no one to protect me. I have children to raise. I have the right to live as I should, by my own title, and I fight for that right."
"Don't look so wounded, Catiline. You will never starve, and there will be men you will attract who will not wish to seize what is yours by inheritance and right. But I am not that man." "Why didn't you tell me about Hell's Gate?" The sudden question caught her off guard. She recovered quickly and busied herself putting away her comb and oils. "It was a place of terror. No one ever ventured into the caves. They barred the way in. I could not have known where it would come out, or that they could even enter it." "When planning an attack, a soldier needs to know everything, so it can be considered or discounted."
"I am not a soldier. I was asked what I knew, and I told you. I didn't hide anything from you. My son's life was in danger. Why would I not mention something that might benefit him? Why are you being so harsh?" Blackstone could barely answer the question for himself. The woman had touched something in him he had not experienced since his wife's death. It confused him, and his defense against it was to push her away with barbed comments. He restrained his desire to reach out and pull her to him. The smell of her skin and the memory of her breasts against him were almost irresistible. Blackstone stood. "Get your woman to attend to you, and look after your daughter. She needs her mother's affection, not a servant's." "So you are turning your back on me," said Catiline. It was too late in the year for fireflies, and yet Blackstone saw two of them alight from the warmth of the forest ferns. They glowed and danced and came closer. Disembodied spirits caught between heaven and earth. Children's souls, some said. Others believed them to be the souls of those cruelly slain, seeking a host body so they could re-enter the world. Ignorant superstition, and yet he watched them rise and enthrall him with their light, so close he could reach out and touch them, appearing as they did the moment he thought of Christiana and Agnes, murdered mother and child, beloved wife and daughter. "Do not forget us." And then they were gone. Blackstone looked at Catiline. "You bear no pain. Your men are dead, but you turn your back on them. I carry my grief still. I am not ready to relinquish it. We will be in Poitiers tomorrow, and then you will be free from my protection and harshness." Blackstone turned away. Lady Catiline Babagnon was the keeper of Hell's Gate. The entrance to Blackstone's heart. Chapter 25. Poitiers, one of the great political centres in France. Built on a series of hills rising above the rivers Boivre and Glane, and surrounded by streams on three sides. It was one of the country's key defensive cities. The Gallo-Roman walls still protected the ancient centre. It was a thriving commercial hub with its markets and shops and mills and tanneries along the Glane. It was also the northernmost city of the Duchy of Aquitaine, whose territory was vastly increased now that King Edward had signed the peace treaty. Encompassing a dozen counties, including Poitou, Aquitaine covered almost a third of France, from the Loire to the Pyrenees. Its furthermost boundary north of the great city struck like an arrowhead into the French king's territory. And his heart. The Seneschal of Poitou, Sir William Felton, governed in the name of the Prince of Wales and Aquitaine, a man gruff in manner, as unrelenting as the Northumberland countryside he hailed from. "You were expected sooner," he snapped. Blackstone and Kildare stood in a room with vaulted ceilings where light streamed in from long, high windows. The room overlooked the city towards the river, a dominant view appropriate for the man who could decide a man's fate. "We took half a day to get through all the damned clerks and lackeys you have scuttling around downstairs," said Kildare. "Are we to be kept waiting like beggars at the door?" "I control the city. It requires officials. A treasury, a night watch, a committee of 13 citizens, and their mayor. Taxes need to be levied and collected. Traders to be granted permission. You are treated no differently than any other." "Then we damned well should be. You were once a fighting man, I'll grant you that. Slow and stubborn to react, but when you got off your arse and bent to the fight, you were a worthy ally," said Kildare. The mixture of insult and praise momentarily slowed the Northumbrian's response. Then, recognizing the insult was the more pertinent of the two, he slammed the palm of his hand on the heavy wooden table. "You will show this office the respect it demands. And you show Sir Thomas Blackstone some damned respect. He is Edward's Master of War, who keeps you and your cronies safe in this glorified brothel." Blackstone raised a hand to stop the argument escalating. "Sir William, I need supplies and men, farriers for our horses, grain and fodder. We have suffered losses, and once this matter is settled, Sir Gilbert and I would like to bathe and wash the stench of combat and travel from us. My men need food and drink and a place to rest. I will do what I can." "What you can?" spluttered Kildare. "We are on the king's business. You are obliged to accord Sir Thomas every courtesy. We have limited supplies ourselves." "But," Felton's voice took on a more conciliatory tone, "I will do everything I can to facilitate your requests." He subdued his irritation as he occupied himself for a moment, fingering through the neatly laid-out documents found across his desk. "You have caused problems, Sir Thomas," he said, brandishing a document. "That is my purpose, to confound, to contest, and to defeat my king's enemies, but not to break a treaty made between the Bretons, a treaty endorsed by our king, a treaty that now threatens to be torn apart. Babagnon. He was an enemy of John de Montfort. He held an unassailable castle. He captured a child whose mother would declare her territory for de Montfort. Edward can have no complaint about that, nor should you. We have crushed a powerful Breton lord who held a strategic fortification not 4 days from here. Now it will remain deserted until someone is brave enough to defy the myth of what happened there. I ask you again, I need food and quarters and physicians for my men. They need women and drink and a place to nurse their wounds. So attend to them. Everyone will be paid for their services. My men have money in their purses, and knives in their belts. Your men are mongrels that would as soon start an alehouse brawl as jump into a bear pit. I'll have no murder committed here." Blackstone reached out a restraining hand to stop Kildare taking a fatal step forward. The veteran knight looked as though he was going to strike the seneschal. "My men have bled for the prince and given the king a stronghold. They deserve more respect," Blackstone said, an edge to his voice. "You were glad of them back in March at La Garre. When we defeated the Bretons, you took the honour for that fight. But you would have been left face down in the mud were it not for my archers and Sir Gilbert's defence of the hill. You do not command my men. I will bring them into the city, and they will take their pleasures where they find them, and if any of your men try to stop them, they will face me first, and it will be on your head if murder is committed." For a moment the king's master of war and the seneschal glared at each other. It felt as though Felton might summon the guard there and then, and have Kildare and Blackstone arrested, but he knew better than to instigate such a provocation. The rush of blood to his face cooled. "Very well. They will not carry their swords into the city. That is the ordinance here, knights excepted. The constable and the night watch are empowered to arrest." Blackstone knew it was not an unreasonable demand. London prohibited the carrying of swords within the city limits. Such a restriction might not stop alehouse brawls, but it stopped any escalation. "Accepted. Then you have my permission, and I will send a physician to you, but you must pay him. There are quarters in the garrison, but I would urge caution of your men mixing with garrison soldiers." "I agree," said Blackstone. It would not be the first time that men confined to garrison duties felt themselves inferior to fighting men. A challenge made could cause more bloodshed than any tavern fight. "We'll camp outside the city." "Good. Then much of our business is settled. I will arrange what supplies I can for you." Felton returned his attention to the documents awaiting his attention. It was a dismissal. Blackstone and Kildare exchanged glances and turned to leave. Before they reached the door, however, Felton said, "What of the woman who accompanied you, this Lady Catiline Barboneau? What will you do with her?" "Do?" said Blackstone. "Nothing. Her intention was to seek your protection and hand over her domain to the king." "And what of her then?" "She wanted an escort to take her son to Avignon and the Pope. Pope Innocent is dead." Neither Kildare nor Blackstone had heard that news. "Then who's taking his place?" said Kildare. "Let us hope it's an Italian, someone more favourable to the English crown." "No, it's a Frenchman," Felton said, "a Benedictine monk, Guillaume de Grimaud. I have no intention of giving her an escort to the south. I shall arrange for her to return home. Her son is not my concern." "Then that's how it is," said Blackstone, surprised at his own concern, determined not to show it. His hand reached for the door lever. "Sir Thomas, your late arrival has caused an inconvenience to another. He's been waiting a week. You'll likely find him in the Église Sainte-Radegonde." He knew Blackstone would be unfamiliar with the city. "One of the clerks downstairs will instruct you." A final jab of authority. The leaden sky trapped the late autumn humidity. Rain threatened as Blackstone and Kildare trudged along the cobbled streets north towards the river and the Bourg Sainte-Radegonde. "Too many people in too small a space," said Kildare, as the press of people in the narrow streets parted for the two fearsome knights. Merchants and travellers jostled, shouts and ribald laughter spilled from an alehouse. A man staggered outside, barged unwittingly into another, and was promptly thrown aside by a burly citizen. The drunk made no complaint, and lay where he fell. And rats turn on themselves if you cage them. Tradesmen at their stalls raised their heads at the two knights, men who looked no different from brigands. The citizens of Poitiers had no choice but to agree to be governed by the English, and Kildare saw the resentment in their eyes, which were quickly lowered when his own met theirs. We could be ambushed here, and Felton would put it down to a robbery. A man would struggle to swing a sword in these streets. "You think he would arrange such a thing?" said Blackstone, stepping around a helmet-maker, who reached out, shouting for the two men to inspect his work. "I would put nothing past him. You are a thorn in his side." "No!" Kildare shouted, as a tailor ran out of his shop holding up a tabard. Another barged his competitor aside and brandished a bolt of fine cloth. Kildare's arm swept him aside, leaving the two tradesmen to bicker their way back into their shops. "Mother of Christ, Thomas! Is this what people do here all day? Go from stall to stall and spend their money?" "What else can city people do?" Blackstone pointed. "There, Gilbert, the road widens. There's the church." The throng of people and stall-holders gave way to a square in the church's tower as they skirted the ancient city's inner walls. As they turned into the square, 4 armed men appeared suddenly from around the side of the old abbey and blocked the entrance. They wore mail beneath their surcoats, which were belted with swords, hard-bitten men with unyielding eyes. They glared at the approaching knights, feet braced, 2 men forward, 2 slightly behind. If they were attacked, they had already formed an effective defence. "Trouble," said Gilbert, his hand resting on his sword hilt as they stopped. If the men were hostile, they had chosen an open area to attack, which meant there could be others waiting in the alleys and side streets to encircle the 2 Englishmen. "No," said Blackstone. "I don't think so. Look at their blazon." Gilbert squinted, focusing on their jupons. "Edward's men," he said. "And what are they doing here?" Blackstone called out to the men who had not moved. "Declare yourselves." The man nearest them took a pace forward. They were still 40 paces distant. "We are escort to protect a traveller who prays within." "God's tears, Thomas," Gilbert muttered. "You don't think the Prince of Wales is in there, do you?" "If he were, the square would be filled with servants and another 200 armed men with pennants flying. He likes to put on a show." Blackstone and Gilbert strode forward another 10 paces. "I am Thomas Blackstone, sent by Sir William to this place. I will not ask again, who are you, and why do you challenge me?" The man who seemed to be in charge stepped forward to greet Blackstone, his voice now more deferential. "Sir Thomas, I am William Ashford, Sergeant to the King. You are the man our charge has been waiting for." It was obvious that he was not prepared to reveal the identity of the man he guarded, or had been ordered not to do so. "Then take us to him." The sergeant turned on his heel and led the way to the church entrance. The 3 other men bowed their heads respectfully as Blackstone and Gilbert passed. Ashford pushed open one of the heavy double doors. They stepped into deep gloom. There was barely enough light to see the threatening, grotesque faces of carved creatures on the capitals. More armed men stepped forward from the shadows. Ashford's voice echoed across the high arched ceiling. "I am instructed to take only Sir Thomas beyond this point." Gilbert pulled a face. "I shiver in this damp, Thomas. I fear God requires a prayer of contrition, and I dislike being this close to the Almighty. I'll wait outside." Blackstone nodded. The chill air outside was preferable to the stone floors spreading their cold upwards through the sole of his boots. An ancient abbey like this would entomb many souls. He stamped his heel to defeat the superstition. "Keep your ghostly clutches to yourselves." "This way," said Ashford. He halted as they reached steps leading to the choir that rose either side of the entrance to the crypt. "Up there," said Blackstone, gazing at the soaring pillars. Ashford plucked a half-burnt candle from its holder and offered it to Blackstone. "Down there," he said, gesturing to the tomb-like crypt. Chapter 26. Blackstone descended. The dank smell of decay reached up to embrace him. Once in the crypt, he saw columns of low arches offering gateways to the darkness deeper within. The candle spluttered in the suffocating air. A raised stone tomb stood in the middle of the floor. He waited and listened. A soft, shuffling sound whispered its dull echo deep in the blackness. A shimmering candlelight, far back in the depths, threw shadows towards him. Blackstone raised his own candle, his sword hand resting on the hilt, ready to draw and strike. A cowled apparition in white merged from the dark, the candle glow serving only to light the way. Blackstone took a pace back, keeping the raised tomb before him and the figure. "Thomas," said the voice from beneath the cowl, "surely you do not fear old friends." The elderly priest, Fra Niccolo Torellini, smiled as he pulled back his hood. The man, who had once held Blackstone's mutilated 16-year-old body at the Battle of Cressy, raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. Blackstone returned the warmth of the man's greeting. They embraced. "You float like a ghost from a crypt. It's enough to turn any man's blood to water." "Ah, my boy, if only I could float. My knees ache and my hand trembles. And I wear my order's cassock out of respect for the saint who lies entombed here." He rested a hand on the sarcophagus. "Time binds you and me together, Thomas. Time and events. Look what this woman achieved. Saint Radegund founded this abbey church. It is not as grand as others in the city, but it reflects her modesty. This crypt has been her resting place for 800 years, and here we are meeting again in a place of death. She no longer feels the chill, but I do. It would be a kindness if you put my cloak around my shoulders." Torellini gestured to the shadows behind Blackstone, where a fur-collared garment lay on a bench. Blackstone propped the candle onto a pediment and settled the woolen cloak on the old man's shoulders. "Thank you. You can see how a humble man of God like myself could not wear such finery out of respect. But now I ache with cold, so enough of this humility." Blackstone suppressed his smile. Torellini served the Florentine Bardi family, whose bank sustained the English king's wars. He was the English king's most trusted messenger between Florence and England, and Torellini had connections and spies everywhere. Torellini lit another 2 candles from his own, and then settled down on the bench. Now that there was sufficient light, Blackstone saw that the man who had been a thread throughout his life since he had first gone to war looked no different from the last time he had seen him. "And why are you waiting in this dank place for me?" said Blackstone. "This place has no doors, no cracks in the walls for servants to listen against. No spies linger down here. The dead do not pass on information." "You came from Florence?" Torellini shook his head and cupped his hands to his warm breath. "I travelled from the king at Windsor to Calais, then to Chartres, and now here, on my way south." "The new pope? Ah, you heard. Sir William told me. So it's another Frenchman." Torellini sighed and gave a characteristic shrug. "It is out of our hands. Pope Innocent made many mistakes. He was a weak man who reigned for 9 years, 8 months, and 25 days. I am obliged to know such trivial information, so I can speak with authority when I claim his non-existent achievements. The new pope was not the cardinal's favorite. Bargains were struck. Who knows how long he will last? Edward won't be pleased, and that's why I journey to Avignon. He had hoped for an Italian or an English cardinal to be honored, because the French like to favor their own king. The new pope must see Edward to be generous in his goodwill towards the appointment. They will name him Guillaume Pope Urban V. He is a Benedictine. Perhaps this will make some difference. If he abides by the rule and lives simply and honestly, then that might curb the excess and affluence of those in Avignon. Simony, usury, prostitution, and the life of luxury for the cardinals might soon be curtailed." Torellini spread his hands. "He is different. He might succeed. He has even threatened to excommunicate anyone who persecutes the Jews." "I think I've heard of him. Before I went to Milan and faced the Visconti, an abbot, Grimaud, had been there some time before trying to subdue Bernabo Visconti's excesses. The same man. Yes, he failed. Bernabo made him eat the letter he carried and its wax seal. If he had not, then he would have been killed. But it proves the man has courage." "And has the good sense to know when to back down," said Blackstone. "What does any of this have to do with me?" Torellini tugged his cloak's fur-lined collar into his neck. "King Edward needs to offer reassurances to the Pope. He must gain as much support as he can for the future. The routiers who went to fight in Spain are returning to France. Avignon might once again be threatened. That is bad enough, but those who should protect the Pope in the area, the Counts of Armagnac and Foix, are at war. Gaston Phoebus has sworn to destroy Armagnac." Blackstone nodded. They'd been at each other's throats for years. It is not only the newly elected Pope that Edward needs to impress, Thomas. The Prince will arrive in Bordeaux in the next few months, and Edward must secure the territory beyond Avignon. The South has already pledged allegiance. The Gascons wanted the Prince there. But now they have made him Prince of Aquitaine. They must repeat their pledge. Every lord must come forward and swear allegiance personally. The Prince will travel from Bordeaux to Bergerac, then Périgueux. All the cities until he gets here to Poitiers. The Count of Foix is important not only as a potential ally, but as a source of men and equipment to keep the routiers at bay. Edward sees a dual benefit to be gained, securing loyalty from Gaston Phoebus and giving assurances to the new pope. It's a politics, Thomas, and Edward has ever sought the advantage. Torellini rested a hand on Blackstone's arm. You fought at Gaston Phoebus's side, at Meaux, against the Jacquerie. Blackstone had a questioning look on his face. What? You think I should help the Count of Foix? He has always supported the French king. Ask yourself this. Who has been Gaston Phoebus's most bitter enemy? Over generations it has always been the Count of Armagnac. They made Armagnac the French king's lieutenant of Languedoc, and then advisor to his successor. He used that power and authority to undermine his old rival Phoebus. King John has made a tactical error, Thomas. He has thrown his weight and support behind Armagnac, and that has enraged the Count of Foix. It is a betrayal of his loyalty to the French crown. Both men are recruiting mercenaries. Armagnac has the upper hand. If Gaston Phoebus does not raise enough men, cannot find the money to pay them, he will lose. And so now Edward sees the chance to bring him over to his side. Help him defeat Armagnac, and then drive a wedge between the routiers who threaten Avignon. He tugged free a folded document and held it in front of Blackstone's face. The red wax bore the unmistakable privy seal. For you, by a royal decree. You take whatever you need from whoever you need to take it from. Blackstone felt the parchment between his fingers. He nodded. There was no choice to do anything else but to follow his king's orders. My men need rest. Then I'll go south. But I have a favour to ask in return. A titled woman needs safe conduct to Avignon for herself, her daughter, and her son. She wishes him to be educated there, and she seeks sanctuary. She's a Breton, and they will return to their conflict, no matter what talk there is of a truce. My escort is well chosen. They'll offer her protection. It is fortuitous that the boy goes there. The new pope has pledged to increase education. He plans more schools and universities across France and the Holy Roman Empire. There is to be a flowering of knowledge, Thomas. I have recommended scholars from Florence to teach there. More spies, Father? Let us say educated men who have a keen eye for what goes on. Torellini got to his feet. Let's get into the fresh air. We'll dine now. I have attended to the essential business in private. He reached the steps and looked up towards the light and the king's escort who waited for him. There is one matter I must share with you, Thomas, he said, hesitating. You killed the Bohemian knight at Crécy, whose sword you now carry. You slew his akin at Meaux. You haven't been killing any more Germans, have you? Not that I know. Ah, why'd you ask? When I was at Chartres, some Teutonic knights approached me. 8 or 9 of them. 2 more travelled with them, half-brothers. I saw they wore grey livery beneath the black cross, and were armed with crossbows, each trailing a horse carrying supplies. I suppose they serve the knights and hunt for fresh food, but all these men looked as though they had travelled a long way. They asked if I knew where you were. Why would they think you knew where I was? I am close to your king, and he has honoured you. They seek you out. They look to be angry men. I denied all knowledge of where you might be. If they came through Paris, then that's where they got the information about you. The king and the Dauphin will never miss a chance to see me killed." Father Niccolo Torellini bent into the stairs and stepped towards the light. "Be careful, Thomas. They will be somewhere on the road ahead." Chapter 27. Killbear stood with one foot in a bucket of water and the other already washed on a piece of sacking. He wore only his breeches and a linen shirt that would have welcomed a scrubbing. They had camped with the men outside the city limits. The tents were in no particular order. The haphazard way of how they were pitched would give little help to an enemy should an unsuspecting attack take place. Killbear and Blackstone shared the same quarters, which did not differ from any of the others. They had set aside a secure area for the men to leave their swords before being allowed into the city. An older man wended his way through the tents. A younger man trailed behind, bearing a heavy leather satchel on his back. "He's no tinker," said Killbear. "It's the physician," Blackstone said. The man reached the two knights, pulled free his skull-cap and wiped a sleeve across his sweating brow. "They have sent me to speak to Sir Thomas Blackstone. I am Roland de Souillac, physician." "I'm Thomas Blackstone. You're too late, Master Roland." The man's anguished look was more a concern at losing his fee than losing a patient. "They have died from their wounds?" "They have gone into the city. I bound their wounds, and the drink will ease their pain. Come back tomorrow. Your skills will be in greater demand after tonight's drinking." "Tomorrow?" "Aye," said Killbear, "and bring herbs and ointments and a sharp needle for stitching." The aging doctor nodded and turned on his heel, the faithful bearer following in his footsteps. "If he survives the climb up the hill, I'll wager his hand will tremble too much to stitch even a tear in my breeches," said Killbear. "Which reminds me, I'm leaving my dirty clothes with the washerwoman in the town square, so don't let me forget to collect them, because when I leave the tavern my mind will be on other matters." Blackstone sat on an upturned wooden bucket, tapping the King of England's letter on his fingertips. "Don't give the washerwoman your brace. By now they must be as deadly as the pestilence." Killbear scowled, wobbled free of the bucket, and stamped his wet foot onto the sack. "You worry too much about what women think of you, Thomas. If I did not give these women dirty clothing, they would have no work. They would not have a sou to feed the children. I am doing them a kindness, and a pair of arse-stained brays is nothing compared to what Edward has handed you in that letter." Killbear rubbed his foot dry and tugged on his boots. "He casts us into the shit-pit. The Count of Foix is as difficult a nobleman as you would wish. He will not take kindly to any interference from us, and I do not relish the thought of riding to the foothills of the Pyrenees this close to winter." Blackstone unfolded the letter for the 100th time and gazed at the scribe's neat hand and the seal's impression at the bottom of the text. "Edward demands a lot, but we must honour it, and see it's done before the prince arrives next summer." Killbear finished dressing and tightened a broad leather belt around his waist. "The Count of Foix, the Prince of Wales, and Sir William Felton. I'd rather take on those Teutonic knights." "Not if they seek some kind of retribution. They have influence, and can call on their brothers-in-arms if we cause them trouble, and who knows what comfort the new pope will offer them. If he sides with them, then I have already set him against me, and if he is against me, he is against the king." Killbear tugged and fussed his clothing, straightening his jupon. "That's true. I pray to God that whoever these Teutonic knights are, that they don't have their heads up their arses blinking in the light as they peer out their own backsides like every other damned fanatic. I have served on crusade with them, and I have no wish to take on that particular brotherhood." Killbear dragged his fingers through his beard, untangling the concealed hair. "They kill in the name of God, which, as far as I'm concerned, offers no benefit if you're the victim. We must take care on the road, and see where it leads us." Killbear rubbed a finger over his teeth, swilled his mouth with wine, and swallowed. A final act of preparation. Eyebrows raised, he looked at Blackstone, the unspoken question seeking confirmation as to his readiness. Blackstone cast a critical gaze over his friend's attire. Killbear quickly stopped any comment. It was bound to be barbed. "Never mind," he sighed. The evening gloaming settled across the hills. Sentries stalked the city walls as the sound of fiddle and drum from the alehouses escaped over the high parapets. "I owe Will Longdon a woman. I will honour my promise." Killbear bundled up his dirty clothes for the washwoman. "Are we to be graced with your presence, or are you seeing the husband-hunting woman tonight?" "I dine with Father Torellini, and then I'll find you. Tell the men again that Sir William's night watch have the power to arrest, and if they resist, then it will go badly for them. I want us out of this place as soon as we find replacements." "Don't worry, Thomas. I'll be with them." "No, I really am worried." Killbear's wolfish grin needed no further comment. Blackstone watched his closest friend make his way towards the city gates. The camp was quiet, other than the sound of pots clanging together and a blade being sharpened. He went towards the sound. John Jacob sat on an upturned bucket outside his tent, his sword blade singing from the whetstone, a piece of meat cooked slowly over the low fire before him. "John." The squire made to rise, but Thomas rested a hand on his shoulder. "Are you for the alehouses and taverns tonight?" "I think not. I prefer some hours of quiet. And where alehouse whores are concerned, there's always trouble." He lifted a wineskin. "Lord Babernew had good wine in his cellar. It would be a pity for it to go to waste." He handed the skin to Blackstone, who swallowed some of the warm liquid. Wiping his mouth, he nodded his agreement as to its quality and handed it back. The taste of the wine and the smell of the juicy meat made him feel nostalgic for simple times and simple pleasures. No burden of command. Time spent travelling with Christiana, sleeping under the stars and love-making in the scented pine forests, south, near Avignon, before her death. He shook his head to rid himself of the dark part of the memory, and the horror of her murder. "Is Henry behaving?" "He's chastised. I am less strict with him now. We must not crush his spirit, if you'll forgive me for saying so." "You have always spoken freely. I depend on it, and I agree, but I am torn." "He was speaking to the Breton lad on the ride here. There's a friendship between them. I know he talks of more learning." John Jacob turned the meat. "Or it's time he took his place in the line with the men. He has the strength, and his skills improve, but he does not yet have the ability to focus the rage it takes to kill, and if I'm honest, Sir Thomas, without that he will go down in a melee." The steady clank of rattling pots made their way through the clustered tents. Henry Blackstone had been down to the bottom of the hill and the river. He glanced up, saw his father and his squire, and lifted his chin, determined not to be seen crestfallen at the menial tasks he had to perform. "My lord? Master Jacob?" Henry maintained the formality when speaking to his father in another's company. "I met the physician on the way. He told me the men have already gone into the city." "Your work is done?" said Blackstone. "It is." "I am dining with Fra Torellini. Would you care to meet him again tomorrow, once we have dealt with what needs to be discussed privately?" The boy seemed uninterested, despite the affection he felt for the Florentine priest. "Perhaps another time, my lord." Henry's answer caught Blackstone by surprise. Normally any promise of being in Torellini's company would have the boy's enthusiasm spilling over. "He has tutors going to Avignon. There's a new pope." John Jacob glanced up at the news. Blackstone nodded in confirmation, and it caught the boy's attention. "Perhaps there's a teacher who might offer you guidance into law or medicine. It's what you want, isn't it?" "You would let me go to Avignon?" "I would consider it, if that was your earnest wish." Henry looked at John Jacob and then back to his father. Why the hesitation? A tent flap caught by a swirl of the night breeze beat like a wing. The pungent smell of the horses tethered on their picket line reached him. "I am happy here. I want to fight with these men, and with you and Master Jacob. I have tried to prove myself to you, but you don't give me a chance. That's why I went into the castle." Blackstone listened to the unemotional words. Simple facts. A desire to be with the men, easily understood. "Henry, no one among these men doubts your courage. Time and again you have proved it to them, and to me. I could not be more proud of you, and John holds you close to him. You know that. Much has passed between the three of us. It binds us." Henry waited. There was more. "But," he said, "but you are not ready to fight, in the line with the men. You cannot know that. We do. You are skilled, you are intelligent. You have contained your fear and known the closeness of a violent death, but that is not standing in a wet field with rain dribbling down your neck, facing charging men on horseback, who must carve you apart if they are to survive themselves. That brings fear of a totally different kind. Another year, perhaps. But now I want you to attend to your studies. You may find there is a better life to be had." "Then you wish to banish me to Avignon?" "No. I want you to find the truth in yourself, and, if it is to become more learned, to have the privilege of furthering your education so that your life is enriched and enables you to help others without a sword in your hand, then it is an offer you should consider." "Or stay here, and serve as a page?" "Yes." Blackstone saw the dark cloud of anger rise. The boy contained it. "May I speak freely?" Blackstone nodded. "Are you keeping Lady Catiline at your side?" The implication was obvious. Henry knew about them sharing a bed. "No. She is to go to Avignon with her son. Father Torellini has an escort. He'll take them. If you go, then you will use your mother's name, de Saint-Denis. There must be no association between us, or your life is forfeit." Henry's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "Let me fight. I beg you." "No." Blackstone's son nodded his understanding. He looked at the pot he still held in his hand. "I'll go to Avignon, then." Chapter 28. It was, as John Jacob predicted, a fight over an alehouse whore, though not at first. An argument broke out when Will Longden questioned the quality of the wine being served. In England, an alehouse and tavern would have their cellar doors open so that the marks on the barrels could be inspected if someone made any complaint against the quality. The French owner thought it would be a personal insult to allow any inspection from a wine-soaked savage Englishman who, with other bastards, had seized his king and defeated his countrymen on the field at Poitiers years before. His wife wagged a finger and spat enough curses to flay a cat. A drunken Jack Halfpenny bent his back, raised his arm, and showed how a bowman had slaughtered the French that day and others. It was the whore who really started it. She smashed the earthen cup across his head, and the woman, resting comfortably on Will Longden's lap, lunged out and hit her, because what she'd done might stop the Englishmen paying for their pleasures. The two women fought like alley cats. Blood flowed, hair was lost, and screams and grunts filled the tallow-lit room. Men bet which woman would win. When the betting started to involve personal insults against the less attractive whore, the men who supported her took exception. Will Longden hit a Gascon. Moulin felled 2 Hainaulters, and by the time the women lay exhausted on the ale-sluiced floor, the fight had spilled out onto the alley. Killbear had dined at a tavern and was turning down the alley with a woman on his arm when he stepped into a melee of 10 men being attacked by twice their number. He edged along a wall, keeping the woman close, and cursed at the aggressors, but when a Spaniard spat in his face and said something he did not understand, Killbear hit him. Only once, but the man tumbled into the dirt. 2 attackers snatched away the woman on Killbear's arm, pressed her against the wall and lifted her skirts. Jack Halfpenny, seeing Killbear tussling with them, pulled one of them away. The man suddenly had a knife in his hand and slashed out at Halfpenny. The blade swept beneath his raised arm, sliced into his jupon, and scored a mark across his ribs. Killbear wrenched the man aside, heard the sickening crack as his arm broke, and then threw the whining assailant to the ground. Women screamed. Men spat blood, grunted, and, perhaps following that intangible instinct known to a fighting brotherhood, sought strength by forming a defensive line across the street. By some quirk of movement, it was Killbear who headed the assault, as more men spilled out from another alehouse, bargemen, merchants, and slaughterhouse workers, whose leather aprons were stained with animal blood. The odds against Blackstone's men had increased threefold. The slaughtermen gave no thought to the law. Their only desire fueled by drink was to kill Englishmen who took their women and had money to spare from their thieving ways. Tanners, with their unmistakable stench, produced wicked-looking curved blades used for scraping the flesh off hides. The packed alley surged. Moulin held a bench in front of him and pressed the first line of attackers back. They cursed and spat, sweeping their arms forward to slash him. Will Longden and the others drew their archers' knives as Killbear jabbed his sword into men's thighs, disabling them without killing them. Strong arms that could hold a bull and slit its throat were rendered lame. Slaughtermen screamed as their tendons were severed. They fell squirming, those behind stumbling over them, blocked from pressing home the attack. Killbear bellowed an order, "Forward!" Years of discipline made every man take a stride forward, slash, and forward again, knives deadly in their hands. They trampled over the fallen, heel-kicked gaping mouths, broke teeth and jaws, necks snapped. The haze of drink lifted. Now it was bloodlust that gave them strength to press on relentlessly. Those who'd sought to punish Blackstone's men turned and ran. Killbear halted the assault. A dozen attackers lay sprawled in the blood-stained dirt. At least 2 of them were dead, their heads twisted at an awkward angle. Others attempted to raise themselves, hands clutching at wounds. Further down the narrow streets, torchlight shimmered against the walls. "It's the night watch, lads," said Killbear. He looked around at the men. His woman had gone, but one horse screamed at them from the alehouse door, cursing them for not paying. Killbear threw a handful of coins at her feet. She scrambled for them. Will Longden wiped his sleeve across his bloodied nose. "I favour that once, Sir Gilbert, but our friend took exception to Englishmen. I might have known you'd started this." Longden spat blood. "Lucky for us you came along and finished it, Sir Gilbert." Shouts of alarm reached them. Their beaten adversaries had stumbled into the night watch. "And I kept my bargain. I paid your whore." Without another word, Killbear led the men away from the approaching watch. The twisting, narrow streets swallowed them. The guest quarters for visiting dignitaries stood close to the palace's great hall. Father Niccolo Torolini, the English king's emissary and representative of the Florentine banker Rodolfo Bardi, was one such honoured guest. Blackstone looked out of Torolini's tower window. Lights twinkled in the darkened alleys as torchbearers moved towards the dimly lit alehouses. The distant, unseen clamour had reached this place of safety and comfort. "Thomas?" said Torolini. "It's nothing. A street fight somewhere." In his heart he knew there was a likelihood that his men were involved. He turned back to where the Florentine priest sat at the table. The scraps of food pushed to one side on their platters. Torolini poured another glass of wine for them. "You could leave Henry here. There are a dozen grammar schools. You have the money to pay for a good education, and Sir William would offer him protection." "No. He either stays with me or hides in safety using his mother's name. He has a fine mind, and I know he is torn. He will make a strong fighter one day, but if his thirst for knowledge exceeds his desire to fight, then he will have a future that neither his mother nor I could have imagined." "Thomas, you cannot rip the tendrils from someone's heart. They go as deep as any oak tree's roots. He will defy you if the urge to fight is in him. How many times must he prove himself to you?" "I cannot lose him, father. I cannot. It will be too hard." "And from what you have told me, he has already disobeyed you and placed himself in a mortal danger. Don't forget, Thomas, when he was with me in Florence, we thought it likely that it was the French who tried to kill him. And after you saved him at Brignais, you swore to hold him close." "He will not stay at the Bardi house in Avignon. He will rent a room like any other scholar. All I ask of you is that you secure him and the Jocard lad a good tutor in a school that will test him. Henry needs to be challenged. If no one knows who he is, then he is no different to any other boy given the privilege of a good education. If he does well, he can attend university in Prague or somewhere else." "Then you are not asking for a Knight of the Tau to be his shadow?" "No. There is less risk if he stays anonymous." The priest spread his hands. "So be it." The agreement was made. Blackstone bade farewell to the loyal emissary. Lighting a lantern, he made his way down the spiral staircase, where he saw Lady Cataline's woman servant, curled in the doorway of a room 3 floors below Father Torolini's quarters. Most servants slept where they could, ready to be summoned at any time. Indentured since childhood, women like her knew no different life. She was frail from poor nourishment, a sparrow of a woman, and the threadbare blanket that covered her as she lay on the stone floor would barely keep a feral dog warm. He thought of the woman who slept behind the door, imagined the heavy rise and fall of her breasts as she slept, the quilts and blankets pushed aside because of their warmth. He fought the urge to push open the door and take a blanket from her bed for the servant. Such an act of compassion would simply make her employer accuse the woman of theft. And besides, if he went into the room, Cataline's scent would draw him ever closer until his lust forced aside any pretense of not desiring her. He stepped over the servant. Legendary knight and humble servant. Perhaps they were both slaves to the Lady Catiline. Part 3. The Raven and the Cross. Chapter 29. The alehouse fight resulted in minor wounds, some of which the men attended to themselves. But there were a few who needed the physician's attention from the previous conflict against Babanu. The old man plied his skills happily. He would earn more in the few hours' work here than he would in a week attending to the burghers of Poitiers. Gilbert made his way through the men towards Blackstone, who stood talking to Henry. "It's been agreed, Henry. I have spoken to Father Torellini. It would be a courtesy to visit him this morning and see what he requires of you." "He requires my obedience, Father." "Aye, well, that might cause a change in the weather, should that ever happen." "You don't need to fight me, Henry. I am not your enemy." "You don't trust me, though." "I would trust you with my life, as did your mother and sister." "I couldn't save them." Henry had misunderstood Blackstone's words, taken them as a criticism. 4 years before, Henry had defended his mother and sister, had killed to save them, but a hidden assassin had defeated the best of men and slain them anyway. No one could have saved them. How many times must I tell you that their death is not on your shoulders? They are on mine. Another year and you will be of an age when you can fight. Now strengthen your heart and sharpen your mind. You carry my love with you and the memory of your beloved mother and sister. You are a man, Henry. Behave like one." Gilbert slowed his pace, observing father and son. It was difficult for a boy desperate to live up to a legendary father. Gilbert wished Blackstone would keep the lad close, and between them, bring on his fighting skills. Henry glanced his way, said something to his father, and walked towards the city. Gilbert timed his arrival so that the boy was out of earshot. "He looks as though he's just been tasked with cleaning out a latrine with his bare hands." "He's going to Avignon. Now he must pay his respects to Father Torellini." Across the field, where the horses were tethered, ostlers attended to the men's mounts. Grain and fodder had been delivered. Farriers had shod them. He looked to where the men were being treated. "How many were hurt last night?" "No more than those who attacked us." "For Christ's sake, Gilbert. I am already short of men and must scour the streets looking for archers and men-at-arms," he said testily. The combination of a recalcitrant son and suppressed desire had shortened his temper. Gilbert had no wish to make it worse, but the news he brought was going to create more anger. "Several of the men are wounded. The physician knows what he's doing, I'll give him that. Better than the damned barber surgeons. Some wounds from when we fought at Lord Mar's castle are festering. If the physician draws out the pus and treats them, they'll be ready to fight again in a few days." Blackstone eyed the veteran fighter. His report had been given too easily. "And?" Gilbert shrugged and sighed. "Jack Halfpenny is missing." "For God's sake. He was with the men, wasn't he?" Gilbert nodded. "After the brawl we ran for home when the watchman got close. Jack took a knife cut, but it wasn't a mortal wound. The alleys are narrow and as black as a cat's arse, so he might have taken a wrong turn or stumbled on the cobbles. Will Longdon and a couple of the lads have gone back into the city to search for him. He might be lying in a doorway. The men drank enough to keep ordinary men pissed for a week." "We'll join the search. Take Bayard with you. He can speak to any Gascons. I'll take John Jacob and Renfred, should we find Germans to question. Moulin stays in charge of the camp. I'll not lose Jack Halfpenny, Gilbert. Search every tavern and alehouse, brothels as well. With luck, he is bedded with the whore." The city awoke slowly. Farmers brought in their daily supplies of fresh food and set up their stalls, while the merchants laid out their wares in their shop fronts. Few people clogged the streets this early in the day, but those who needed to be about their business moved aside as the tall, scar-faced knight and his companions forged their way through them. The twisting, narrow streets led Blackstone and his companions around the ancient walls. The German captain and John Jacob went into every church they came across in case Halfpenny had crawled inside to sleep off the excesses of his drinking. The bells for the third hour of prayer rang out, bringing the faithful and the fearful into God's place of worship, keeping the streets empty enough for the three men to continue to make their way unhindered by crowds. Renfred led them to where the fight had taken place. Smears of dark blood had dried. The gutter in the middle of the street still held small pools of gore. The alehouse was closed, but John Jacob beat his fist against the door until a window opened above. A sour-faced woman gazed down at them. "There was a fight here last night," John Jacob said. "We're looking for any of the men involved."
"You're no watchman," she said. "Revenge, is it? Men died outside here, and we don't want more trouble. You soldiers have caused enough. Now move your ass before I empty my piss-pot over your heads."
She disappeared for a moment, but then quickly reappeared and flung the contents of her bedpan down anyway. The three men danced back. "Bitch. Takes the men's money, waters down the ale and wine, and then complains that it's Englishmen paying her. Her husband is the one who provoked the fight," said Renfred, "and then the other alehouse over there emptied onto the street. The sooner we get back into open countryside, the better, Sir Thomas. The French will never forgive us for winning the war." "Or for giving Aquitaine back to the prince," said John Jacob. "I don't have time to go begging at every door," said Blackstone. "Stay here." He took 3 long strides and kicked in the alehouse door. This time the woman's husband peered out of the window. "You bastards will pay for that! I'll send for the provost and—" His curse was cut short by the woman's scream, as Blackstone yanked the alehouse owner out of sight. Cries for mercy echoed down the alley. John Jacob and Renfred looked left and right, in case any concerned citizens dared venture out of their houses at the commotion. Blackstone quickly returned. "The provost's watchman took John. He's rotting in a cell. If men died here last night, then they mean to make an example of him, and hang him," said John Jacob. The disturbance in the corridor outside his office caused Sir William Felton to bellow for his chief clerk. The door swung open, revealing Blackstone and a gaggle of robed clerks fussing at the intrusion. One of them stumbled over an apology, but Felton waved him aside and told him to close the door. "You do not behave in this manner, Sir Thomas. It is not acceptable. I made an urgent plea to see you, but some arsewipe downstairs insisted I make an appointment. You're holding one of my men." Felton's irritation was immediately soothed. Once again he held sway over Blackstone. "The archer? Yes. He killed 3 men. The magistrate has already declared his guilt. I want him back. He's my vintner. My men were not blameless, but even Sir Gilbert will testify that armed men from the slaughterhouse and tannery attacked them. It was self-defence, not according to witnesses. Since when do you take a Frenchman's word over an Englishman's? I am the seneschal, charged with governing, in the prince's name, a ceded city of burghers, mayor, council, magistrate, and court, a city where I must keep good order and appease those who have been wronged, those who, if denied, would rise up on the streets. More than that, I govern beyond the city. Aquitaine is the jewel that must be held in trust for the prince's crown. I'll pay reparation. No, Blackstone. They want to see an Englishman hang. I have signed the warrant given by the provost and magistrate who found him guilty. It's barely past terce. The bells are still echoing around the damn streets. No court will have convened yet." Felton lifted a document from the desk. The provost brought him in, after curfew. They roused the magistrate from his bed, and then I had to confirm the sentence. You bring trouble to my door. I want you and your scum gone from my city. Imagine the ill feeling that will greet the prince when he arrives if I do not carry out the sentence. Innocent or not, I will sacrifice him for the sake of peace." Blackstone lunged forward, slamming his fist onto the desk. Felton involuntarily stepped back, despite the broad planked top forming a barrier between the two men. "I have my own damn piece of paper, and it's signed by a higher authority than you." He tossed the king's letter in front of Felton. Felton looked down at the seal and carefully unfolded the parchment. His eyes scanned the king's command that Blackstone be given whatever he needed. After a moment, he refolded the letter and tossed it back. "It does not usurp criminal justice. You cannot have him. He'll hang from the old city walls tomorrow in the marketplace." The pulse in Blackstone's neck throbbed. The table might have been made of solid chestnut and take 4 men to lift it, but in that moment he had the strength to hurl it through the window. Instead, he calmed his breathing. "Let me see him. You cannot deny me that." "I can," said Felton, and then, after a deliberate pause, "but I will not." Blackstone met up with Kildare and Will Longden, and they made their way to the castle. Their accompanying guard gave the jailer permission to allow the 2 knights inside. The squashed-faced jailer nodded his understanding. Perhaps he was mute, Blackstone thought, because his grunted acknowledgment did not resemble speech. Lifting a lantern, he led the way along a stone-walled corridor and then down a spiral stairwell. The turns so tight there was no chance of a fighting man wielding a sword. The lower they descended, the heavier the smell of damp. Water trickled down the walls. A dirt-floor corridor led to a cage. The jailer lit a second lantern and handed it without a word to Blackstone, then turned and made his way back the way he had come. Blackstone raised the flame and saw the crumpled figure lying on the cold floor. "Jack?" he called. Halfpenny stirred at the sound of his name. Turning to face the light, he raised a hand. "Sir Thomas, is that you?" he said, his dry throat croaking. "There's no water here," said Kildare. "The bastards mean him to suffer." Halfpenny crawled to the cage bars. His face was swollen from a beating, and a dried line of encrusted blood scored his jupon. "I fell in the alley, Sir Thomas. The night watch found me. They say I killed 3 men. I swear to you I did not. We fought a mob, determined to see us die. We acquitted ourselves well, did we not, Sir Gilbert?" "That we did, lad." "Jack, they're going to hang you in the morning," said Blackstone. Halfpenny's head dropped to his chest for a moment, absorbing Blackstone's words. Then he raised his face and pressed close to the cage. "Can you do anything to save me?" he asked quietly. "I'd rather die with my father's bow in my hand than at the end of a Frenchie's rope. I will do everything I can to save you, but if I fail, you must make your peace and be ready." Jack Halfpenny smiled bravely. "Then my life is in your hands, Sir Thomas, and if you ask me to give it, I will do so gladly." Blackstone and Kildare trudged back up the dark steps to the prison entrance, glad to be free of the fetid conditions in the cells. A few deniers pressed into the jailer's hand ensured Halfpenny would receive food and water, and if the financial inducement wasn't enough, the threat given with it ensured Blackstone would be obeyed. "We should speak to the Italian," said Kildare. "He has influence." Blackstone shook his head. "We cannot. Sir William's reasoning is correct. The city needs to see what they believe to be justice done. There's too much at stake for the prince. Once the city's bloodlust is aroused, it has to be quenched. We can't let Jack hang, Thomas. Merciful Christ, our own men will tear this city apart." "And you and I would lead them, I know, old friend. It's a sacrifice too far. But we have to give Felton what he demands." Kildare grabbed his arm. "You're going to let them hang him?" "I'm going to do what needs to be done." Chapter 30. Blackstone made his way through the narrow streets. The deeper he went into the heart of the old city, the narrower the alleyways became. He knew exactly what he was looking for. The gloom-laden passages yielded little, but the noise and stench of people living in cramped conditions. He heard the screams before he saw the sign declaring the occupant's profession. Pushing through the door, he saw a man being restrained in a chair by a barber surgeon's 2 assistants, who were pushing broken bones back into place in his patient's arm. They glanced up from their labours as the man passed out from the pain. The barber surgeon quickly bound the arm tightly with a wet bandage and wound a strip of leather thong over it to keep bone and bandage in place. He turned to Blackstone. "My lord," he said, knowing the man who stood before him must be a man of some authority. "How can I help you?" "You serve the people in the poorest part of the city." "I do. As you can see from this wretch, he was injured by masonry falling from a poorly built wall." The two assistants were slapping the man's face to rouse him. As he came around, they lifted him to his feet and took him back onto the street. "Who among the people you know have lost all hope?" "Of life, or the chance to rise above their destitution?" "Either." "Begging is forbidden, so look down any alley rank with the stench of piss and you'll find them. They come to the city hoping to find work. They would be better staying in the countryside, or at least they can grow their own food. Here, without work, they starve. Then they get ill when disease sweeps through their hovels. The children die first, and then the men and women. I'm looking for paupers I can help. A woman close to the edge of despair whose children are starving, whose husband lies rotting away with some disease. There are many such people, my lord." Blackstone fingered a florin from his purse and presented it to the barber surgeon. "Then take me to them." The fifth hovel Blackstone visited yielded what he searched for. The stench of the place caught in his throat. The man inside was racked with disease. He coughed blood continuously. The woman held an infant to a withered breast, as three others, with little more than a year separating them, clung to her skirts. Did such outcasts ever dream of salvation? Blackstone wondered. Such conditions condemned them, and their children, to poverty for the rest of their miserable lives. The hollow-eyed man listened carefully to what Blackstone told him. Then he gathered what possessions they owned, nothing more than a cooking pot and a few threadbare blankets, and followed Blackstone and the barber surgeon back through the twisting passageways to a boarding-house known to the barber. The owner agreed to offer the paupers a room to sleep in and a place to cook. Money changed hands, along with the dire threat that if anything happened to the destitute family, then Blackstone would return and kill everyone under the boarding-house roof, before setting it ablaze so that the whole street burned down. Blackstone took the woman across the yard and settled her children onto the one narrow bed. Her husband stood in the doorway like a beaten dog, head down. Raising his eyes to her, he nodded in farewell, and then followed Blackstone back to the city. No tears were shed. They had none left. The woman pressed the infant closer to her, tightly clutching the purse Blackstone had given her. "You cannot do this," said Sir William Felton. "It's done, paid for and agreed in full. The man is near death. He will take Jack Halfpenny's place in his Jupon." "You would hang an innocent man to save an archer." "I would hang you to save an archer," Blackstone told him with no hint of humour. "I gave his family money and a place to live. His children will survive now. He is of no use to them, he knows that. His death gives them life, and gives me back a valued bowman." Felton's mouth tugged down. In displeasure or disgust, Blackstone couldn't tell, and he didn't care. "And you get to keep the peace," he added. "I'll take him down to the cells and make the exchange." He paused, granting Felton a moment of ill-deserved respect to pamper his vanity. "With your permission, Sir William." Felton's silence was all the permission Blackstone needed. Once outside, he led the man across to the jailer, who was paid more ale money. "Sir Thomas," said Jack Halfpenny, "are you here to help me?" "Give this man your jupon and your belt. Dress him. His hands tremble too much." Blackstone turned to the jailer. "The seneschal will send the provost for this man tomorrow morning. See he is fed and given wine, as much as he can eat and drink. There is no need for him to be sober when the sun rises." The jailer nodded, knowing where his good fortune lay. Halfpenny finished tightening his belt around the man and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "God be with you." He faced Blackstone. "And with you, Sir Thomas, for saving me." Chapter 31. Blackstone led his men out of Poitiers the next morning. Torellini and his escort, with Lady Catiline and her children, were placed in the middle of the column. As they followed the road along the river, they heard the roar of the crowd as the unfortunate was hanged. A few of the men turned in the saddle. Blackstone did not look back. "Poor bastard," said John Jacob, and crossed himself. "Money well spent," said Kildare. "We are still too few," said Moulin.
There were few men of quality in Poitiers to replace those we lost, Sir Thomas.
We would not want Felton's cast-offs, Gilbert told him. Our problems begin when we part company with the Italian's escort. They're the kind of men we need to go with us to smooth the Count of Foix's peacock feathers. You think we should ride with them, as far as Avignon? Said Renfred. They travel through English-held territory. Safe enough for a few days until we find reinforcements. Several days of arse-aching misery to the Count of Foix is enough. 10 or more to Avignon could bring a man to embrace the church, said Gilbert. Thomas? Blackstone turned in the saddle and looked at the column snaking behind him. The rising towers of Poitiers were already shrouded in low cloud. We need to strike out and pick up the pace. Today we follow the river, tomorrow we turn east. There's a monastery where we can stay for another night, and then Father Torellini and those with him will find sanctuary in towns held by the English and any other religious house that lies on their route. Renfred, you and Moulin scout far enough forward for us to make camp tonight. Take 3 men apiece. There are Teutonic knights searching for us. The news brought a look of surprise. They are a long way from home, said Renfred. Are they seeking trouble? Perhaps, said Blackstone. Miserable bastards they are, said Will Longden, who was riding further back. Half-shaved heads and a dislike for hoarding. They think they're some kind of holy warrior. You don't want them as an enemy, is all I know. All you know is what it costs for a whore and how to pull a bow, said Moulin. And you, men-at-arms, should seek a priest every day and offer prayers that our aim is true and our bow-arms stay strong. And everyone knows whores prefer us archers. It's not only our bows that have the length. Moulin snorted and spat. I hear your quick shooting is what pleases them. If I want to hear bickering, I'll ride with Lady Catiline, said Gilbert. Get about your business, Moulin, and leave Will to scratch his balls. Moulin and Renfred veered away, rode down the column, and called out the men to join them. Trouble is, Thomas, said Gilbert, Teutonic knights swoop like falcons, talons bared. They could strike in our centre, ride through, and be gone until the next ambush. Once we get across open country, we should put outriders on our flanks. No need, Gilbert. They won't strike at us. Oh, and what prophets have you been listening to? Does Torellini have God's ear? No. I intend to find them before they find us. They made good progress along a well-travelled road. Late in the day, Blackstone changed direction, leading them across rolling meadows offering sweet grass for their horses and chestnut forests which gave shelter for the night. If anyone wishing them harm saw their fires, they would have to travel across the open ground. Not even belligerent Teutonic knights would attempt an attack across such terrain in darkness. But Blackstone never trusted the obvious, and had outposts sighted, so that any ghostly attempt to get close would be seen before someone inflicted violence. "Father," said Henry, as he crept closer to where Blackstone lay next to his campfire, careful not to approach too close in case his father was asleep. A rude awakening could mean a lunge with a knife before identifying his son. "I'm awake," said Blackstone. Gilbert snorted and turned in his sleep. Henry trod carefully around the sleeping veteran. "I heard Renfred say that there might be German knights on the road ahead." "What of it?" "Jocard told me that days before Lady Catiline tried to escape from the castle, there were men he had never seen before at the gates. He says they spoke with a heavy accent and wore blazons of a black cross. They rode sturdy coursers and looked as though they had travelled a long way." Blackstone knew that if they were the same men who had questioned Father Torellini at Chartres, then it was possible that priests or monks further west towards the monastery that had once given Babinot's daughter sanctuary had directed them. From there, it would not be difficult for them to seek the man renowned for giving sanctuary to pilgrims. And it seemed possible that by design or good fortune they were following Blackstone's route, or had bypassed Poitiers and were ahead. "That's valuable information, Henry, thank you." The firelight's shadows caught the boy's face. Blackstone saw his uncertainty. "Will says they are terrible men, fearsome fighters," Henry said, "and that they are hunting you." "Will Longden is gossiping like a washerwoman. Don't listen to him, and he's only half right. Most of the Teutonic knights are noblemen, They take the monastic vows, and another to devote themselves to serving the sick. Courage, prowess, and honour guide them. They wear no gold or jewels, own nothing of value except their armour and their horses, but they are indeed fearsome fighters. They are known for their pride and their tyranny. They can be as cruel as any routier. They have tortured and massacred prisoners, even destroyed churches. No great order of chivalry ever survives untouched by human weakness. He smiled at his son, who sat as attentive as any student. Some things, such as this, they don't teach at school. And Jocard's observation was accurate. Teutonic knights wear white surcoats that bear a black cross.
"Then it sounds as though they might be close," said Henry.
"We'll see. You heard what Father Torellini has said about Avignon, that you will have no shadow from the town knights, as you did when you travelled from Florence last time."
Henry nodded. "And Jocard?"
Thomas shrugged. "He is a danger to you. He knows your true identity."
"He's sworn to secrecy. I saved his life, and you saved his mother and sister. He's a brave boy, Father, and he knows the importance of keeping my name secret, and besides, he will not be in the same school or lodging. Avignon is a big place. I doubt we will even see each other that often." He studied his father for a moment. "But you must have considered the risk before sending me there."
"You cannot live a full life without risk, Henry. I considered it. I wanted to find out if you had."
They fell silent. Henry got to his feet. "Good night, Father."
"Good night, my son. You have my blessings."
"Thank you, Father." As the boy turned, Blackstone could not resist asking the question that itched like an old battle scar.
"The boy's mother, Lady Catiline, is well? She is not fearful of the journey?"
Henry faced his father. "She has expressed no misgivings. I think Father Torellini's escort has given her confidence." He hesitated. "But she is not as brave or as strong as Mother," he said, unable to stop himself.
"No one could ever replace her, or her courage," said Blackstone.
Blackstone's gentle reply brought a brief smile of gratitude from his son. Henry made his way back through the sleeping men.
Kildare turned in his blanket, pushing his back towards the flames. "Yet still the widow squeezes your heart and stirs your cock," he said, without opening his eyes.
The following day's journey was uneventful. Blackstone used the pretence of going back in the column to speak to Father Torellini. The priest did not know the monastery that Blackstone had chosen for the night's stay.
"I used to raid this far south," Blackstone assured him. "One year we beat off a band of routiers who threatened the monks. They'll give us sanctuary and food." "Is there anywhere in France that you don't know?"
"There are many places I haven't visited," said Blackstone.
"And a few you have not fought at," Torellini answered.
"Depending where we travel, there will be people who embrace you or fear you.
I would be frightened for my life if any of those who harbour resentment discovered I was the priest who cradled you at Crécy. I wonder if our good Lord gave me a blessing or a burden that day."
"Only you can decide that," said Blackstone.
"I'm teasing you, Thomas. To ride in the shadow of a legend gives more warmth than basking in the Tuscan sun. I wish you were riding with us as far as Avignon, but I know you are on the king's business."
"You'll be safe enough. The English hold the road and towns, and the routiers are scavenging further east, and your escort are the kind of men I wish I could recruit."
"Once they deliver us to the new pope, they are still the king's men, and would obey any order given from you. You are Edward's master of war. Speak to them. You have my blessing."
He smiled and laid a hand on Blackstone's arm.
"As always."
Blackstone reined in the bastard horse and let the column move past him. When Catiline drew level, cradling her daughter, Blackstone eased the belligerent beast next to her. "You managing the child, my lady?"
"You care?"
she answered, keeping her eyes on the way ahead. "Your welfare is my responsibility until I leave." Catiline eased the sleeping girl into a more comfortable position.
"You needn't concern yourself. You made your opinion of me very clear."
"I spoke harshly, and I apologize."
"Is there anything else you wish to say, Sir Thomas? I don't want to wake Jehane."
Blackstone accepted her dismissal and heeled the horse forward to retake his place at the head of the column alongside Kildare.
"Everything all right back there?" Kildare taunted gently. "Our Italian not complaining?
The weather not too hot or cold?"
"I was discussing the men who ride with him."
"And the husband huntress? She is in good humour, is she?"
"Mind your own business."
"Ah, well, Thomas, when a woman uses her wiles to draw you back to her, and then beats you over the head with a mace to show she controls you, then it is something a man should recognize and turn his back on. Gilbert, you talk like a court fool. She has not used her wiles on me. I went to see that she and her child were all right." Killbear gave him a disbelieving look.
"After I spoke to Father Torellini," Blackstone added quickly.
"Thomas, I trust your instincts in battle, but when it comes to women, you are as helpless as a sack full of blind kittens being thrown down a well. Of course she wants you. God's blood, man. She tells her son about the visitors at the castle. He tells Henry. Henry comes creeping through the night to tell you. She meant for you to go to her last night, to go and question her, to find out what she saw, what she knows. It was a message, you dullard, to draw you into her bed. Why do you think her tent was some distance from the men?" He sighed. "A pity your wits are not as sharp as your sword when it comes to women. She has thrown grappling irons to scale the walls of your resistance. Good riddance to her, Thomas. Know the game she plays. If she breaks through your defences, you are lost."
Chapter 32. Wolfram von Plauen led his men across the unfamiliar countryside. Certainty had been his lifelong companion, but this foreign land tested him. He was not used to self-doubt. It had never entered his thoughts when fighting in the crusade against marauding Samogitians in Prussia. They were a pagan enemy, like the Lithuanians, and the Brethren had brought both to God by killing them. Like cauterizing a wound on the body, dying beneath a Teutonic knight's sword seared the infection in a heathen's soul, releasing it in the final moments of agony to the care of the Almighty. Von Plauen and his companions had tracked down some routiers who had fled from the eastern border and were now raiding along the Loire and into Brittany. These men had served with Griffith ap Madoc and knew of Thomas Blackstone, but none had admitted that the Englishman had been on the eastern border with the Welshman and the Count de Vaudemont. Von Plauen and his brethren had killed 9 routiers so far and given arms to the peasants who had suffered from their depredations, but the mercenary scourge had now outrun them, leaving the Germans to find only burnt-out villages and massacred civilians. He and the knights with him slept in Dominican abbeys, yet no information was forthcoming from the monks either, despite the Teutonic Hospitallers' close association with the religious order. Von Plauen knew that was because the monks often paid pâtis to the routiers for protection. They could not deny hospitality, but they could remain silent. Horse tracks went this way and that across the meadows. They had been following fresh signs, but now those tracks had separated into 2 groups. How was he ever to find the Englishman and his raiding companion ap Madoc? In truth, he told himself, they were lost. "Brother Wolfram," Rudolf von Burchard called, urging his horse forward. "We have passed this place before. Without stars or sun in a clear sky to guide us, we are making poor progress." The broad-shouldered knight wiped the sweat from his eyes. He was not laying blame. "I saw signs of woodcutters at the forest we passed. One of them might be willing to guide us towards those who came this way. It's worth a few livres, surely. Criss-crossing the land like this, hoping to find the Englishman, is taking too long." Von Plauen nodded. "If Blackstone is ahead of us, then we must discover his route. We are close to him. I feel it." He tightened the reins in his hands and tugged his spare horse with him. "As the Frenchman said in Paris, we find Blackstone, we find the murdering ap Madoc. And from what we have since learned about this Englishman, there will be honor in killing him also." He gestured one of the 2 half-brethren forward. The man's grey mantle beneath the black cross denoted his status as a sergeant-at-arms. "Hartmann, ride into the forest. Find a guide among the woodcutters. Bring him to me, with the promise of payment. We will wait here." The half-brother wheeled his horse. "Have Brother Gunther bring up the horses. Secure them until Hartmann returns. We'll rest and pray here. We must stay on our guard, Rudolf. We are few, and the enemy are many." Von Burchard smiled. "And when has that ever been different?" Giscard the Lame seldom left the woodcutter's village. His leg was crooked. Had been ever since the day he had helped his father rope some felled timber onto his cart 26 years before. The holding knot had slipped, tumbling the heavy oak logs onto the boy's leg. The limb eventually healed, but remained bent in a misshapen bow that caused him no trouble as he cut timber for charcoal burning, following his father's trade. The local lord's domain spread far and wide, but Giscard's world extended no further than the forest and the town a day's journey away. He paid half a mark for the license to cut the woodland and produce his charcoal. Twice a year he took the results of his labours to the town to be sent north to the furnaces for forging weapons, and the lord's reeve paid him. For years, ever since the war against the English, men had skirted the forest. Few ventured into its gloomy depths. Fear of woodland spirits and wolves kept them out. Giscard and his neighbours knew how to deal with those ravening beasts by setting traps and skinning the victims. Wolfskins hung from poles was the time-honoured way of keeping the wolves at bay. The villagers believed it warned the packs of man's superiority, a short-lived comfort in their harsh existence. They barely had enough food to feed themselves. They trapped birds and grew meagre ground crops, but the dark of the forest that protected them from outsiders inflicted its own cruelty. Children died of disease. The damp, sodden ground rotted crops. There was no food for those who could not work, and the elderly among them struggled when no longer able to cut, heft, and split the logs. They existed by stripping the inner bark from lime trees for rope-making, and when too infirm even to manage that, they were sent into the forest to await death from wild beasts. What frightened the villagers most was armed men, even though routiers who rode past the forest hamlet of 27 souls usually caused no trouble. The villeins had nothing to steal, and their women, dirt-caked from grubbing root vegetables and stinking from charcoal burning, were not worth raping. Giscard had not yet lit his kiln. The rider appeared in the clearing as he was laying the cut, seasoned logs into a circle, building it with an expertise born of a lifetime's practice. The stranger was not one of the men Giscard and his friends had seen riding past their forest 2 days before, and who were now camped a few miles away. Those men looked like brigands. This rider looked as though he might be a man of importance. The black cross on his grey mantle denoted authority. A priest? Giscard's crippled leg would not allow him to go down on his knee. He bowed as deeply as he could. "My lord." Hartmann looked around the clearing. The kiln's sod roof retained the acrid smell of burnt wood from previous fires. There was no one else in sight. Caution made him circle his horse around the bent man. A lone man-at-arms in a dark forest could be brought down from his horse and slaughtered by a pack of villeins for the value of his weapons and horse. Satisfied that there were only the two of them in the clearing, he halted his horse before the subservient peasant. "Stand up!" Giscard raised his head but kept his eyes averted from the horseman's face. To gaze directly at a man of such importance could provoke a beating. If he was a priest, why was he travelling alone? And no monk or priest Giscard had ever seen bore arms. He tried to clear his muddled thoughts. A knight, then. "My companions await my safe return. If there are any in your hovels who would seek to cause me harm, you would fall under my comrades' blades. Understood?" Giscard nodded. Arrogant bastard. But he accepted it. Why would anyone show a villain respect? "We are but few, my lord. We work the forest, trap, hunt, burn wood for—" "Quiet! Your life is of no importance," Hartmann interrupted. "We are seeking Englishmen. Men who might have passed this way. Who has come through the forest?" "None, my lord." "There are tracks around its edge." "Aye, lord. But they did not come through. They went around." "And they are close?" Giscard shrugged. He dragged a sleeve across his dribbling nose. Information was always worth something. Hartmann was under orders to bring a guide to his companions, so there was no point in berating the woodcutter. He spilled out a few deniers from his purse and threw them at the man's feet. As Giscard scrabbled in the dirt, Hartmann tugged his reins. "My comrades are waiting. You can walk unaided?" he said, pointing to the bowed leg. Giscard's grin revealed gums, stubbed with blackened teeth. "Lord, for money, I can run." Chapter 33. The monastery nestled close to a broad river. Forests surrounded the warm-coloured stone buildings, and the thickets and hedgerows had grown since Blackstone had instructed the monks to let nature act as a deterrent to brigands. The winding road allowed no more than 2 men abreast to approach. As Blackstone led the column towards the monastery gates, he glanced at the graveyard. "More in the ground than the last time I was here," he said. "Pestilence?" said Gilbert. "Should we find out if the place is safe? It carries on the wind, Thomas, and they say even birds can carry it, and those crows in the tree-tops look like harbingers of death." "Gilbert, the birds don't carry it. If they did, why don't we see them dead on the ground?" "There are some things you can't be too careful about. For all we know, crows have a special place to go and die." "The graves are old, like the monks. Men die, Gilbert. Their hearts stop and they die. It is nature's way." "Then you knock on their door, and let us pray it is not a Friday, because I need meat in my belly tonight and a straw mattress to lie on. I'm no monk to be offered fish soup and a plank bed, and one of the droning brethren reciting a lesson while I eat. That's enough to make any man's heart stop. What these monks need for a long life, Thomas, is more meat and wine and a nun in a feather bed to share their nights. It's the damned hardship that kills them. I'll see if there's more than pottage and stale rye bread on offer, and I'll try and get you a bed of your own so you don't have to share with any visiting leper." The rule of St. Benedict exhorted that all travellers be offered lodging and food. Father Torellini was the more honoured guest among them, and would be housed with the abbot. They would give Lady Catiline and her children rooms in the modest guest-house reserved for travellers. "You will stay inside the walls?" Torellini asked Blackstone as the gatekeeper escorted them to the abbot. John Jacob followed them with Lady Catiline and her children. "Sir Gilbert has ambitions for a meal and a bed. I'll stay with the men in the outer courtyard and stables." "Thomas, the abbot will invite any knight and those of the nobility to eat with them. They would see it as a mark of disrespect to ignore such an invitation." "Father, I saved this monastery. The abbot would never consider my actions disrespectful." They reached the abbot's door. Monks, heads bowed, hands clasped beneath their habits' sleeves, shuffled past them as the bell for vespers sounded. Torellini gestured towards the silent monks. "You should join us for prayer. It eases us from the troubles of the day into the calm of evening. How long has it been since you knelt in humility before the cross and asked God to ease your heart's burden?" Blackstone smiled and lifted the silver wheel goddess, Arianhod, on the chain around his neck. "An archer's talisman does not hear your anguish, Thomas, nor offer the balm our souls need in this harsh world." "I find her good enough company for me, Father." Torellini pointed his finger at the talisman's chain. "And yet you still wear the crucifix that belonged to your wife. You are only half a pagan, Thomas." Blackstone pressed Torellini's satchel into the arms of the waiting monk who served the abbot's lodging. "Then you can pray for that half of me, Father." He turned back towards the gate that led to the stables and outer courtyard. John Jacob had delivered Lady Catiline and her children to the guest-house and stood waiting for him. "Is she settled?" he asked his squire. John Jacob nodded. "Her boy asked where Henry was sleeping. His mother said he could stay with him if he wanted." "The lad serves a purpose more than being my son's friend, John," Blackstone said. For a moment his squire did not understand, but then Blackstone's smile gave him the explanation. "Well, Sir Thomas, she's an attractive woman, and if she yearns for you and wants to know your plans, then sending her boy to be close is as good enough a ploy." "I'm already too involved. We have trouble waiting for us on the road ahead, John. She will not distract me." They reached the stables. It could accommodate only a dozen horses. The others were hobbled and tethered in the yard where the men would sleep. Blackstone and John Jacob stepped into the humid warmth of the stalls. Torellini's mount and those of his escort had priority, but the bastard horse needed its own stall away from the others. Henry had cleared a corner storage area and tethered a leading rein from its bridle to an iron ring in the wall, and was turning straw for the horse's bedding. As Blackstone cautiously approached, the brute lashed out with an iron-shod hind hoof that would cripple a man if it struck. "God's tears, Sir Thomas. I don't know how the lad manages to be in the same stall," said John Jacob. "My horse permits it for some reason. If it was me, he would take a piece of flesh with those damned yellow teeth." He skirted the rear of the stall. "Henry, make sure you put a restraining pole across the back of the stall. I don't want an innocent monk being sent to the infirmary, or to heaven."
"Aye, my lord. I had planned to do just that," Henry answered without stopping.
John Jacob lowered his voice. "He knows his duty, Sir Thomas. He thinks it through."
"I know, John. Find us a place to sleep."
"The men will have to feed themselves. If I am to avoid the abbot's table, Sir Gilbert and I will be obliged to eat in the refectory. And acquaint yourself with William Ashford, the sergeant in charge of Father Torellini's escort. Not that many years ago I came across you in a monastery like this when you were escorting our Italian friend to Avignon." John Jacob looked grim at Blackstone's reminder. "The days of the savage priest, and a time that still weighs heavily on me."
"No, John. What happened to Christiana was fate. It could not be avoided.
But now history puts another in charge of taking Father Torellini and a woman and her 2 children to Avignon. Does it not strike you that the stars are aligning in the same manner?" "You're concerned about the woman?" Blackstone hesitated. Was ill fortune tempting that bitch fate? "I don't know, John. Do events mirror themselves so closely? I pray not. Perhaps we should bend the knee in the church and ask for their safe delivery." Blackstone placed a hand on his squire's shoulder. "You have served me well since those days, and if William Ashford and his men are like you, then I would welcome them to ride with us. We need to know the character of the man and those under his command." "A friendly conversation, then, with a man whose duty I once undertook."
"Yes."
John Jacob turned back into the courtyard as Blackstone watched his son rub down the bastard horse with handfuls of dry straw. It snorted, dipped its head, and swung it towards the boy at his shoulder. Instead of snapping at him, it snickered, a sound that might be thought of as contentment.
I know," Henry whispered gently, absorbed in his care for the war-horse.
The boy's impending absence already tugged at Blackstone's heart, as did the thought Cataline Babignon might face the same terror as Christiana on her journey to Avignon. Chapter 34. The gentle rain settled like a fine mist over man and horse. The men had pressed themselves close to the monastery's wall, seeking protection from the elements like any soldier used to sleeping rough. By morning their blankets would be wet and their beards speckled with dew-like droplets. Horses stood, heads bowed, eyes closed, half asleep, hobbled close together in the courtyard. One shifted its weight, its hoof catching a stone, the muted crack of iron against rock barely audible but enough to wake Blackstone. Senses alerted, he half raised himself, hand already on his knife-hilt. Despite the yard being in darkness, there was enough night-light to see the sleeping figures next to him. Gossamer shrouds cobwebbed Kilbear's beard. Blackstone freed himself from his blanket. Something more than the horseshoe strike had woken him, a sound that had intruded into his unconsciousness. "What?" whispered Kilbear, opening one eye, staying hunched in his blanket. "Nothing." Blackstone picked up his belt and scabbard and stepped away from the sleeping men, through the tethered horses. Crossing the yard to the stables, he peered into the gloom. The outlines of the horses loomed in the darkness. Beyond the stables, the gatekeeper's room showed no light. The gates were firmly closed. No sound of intruders reached him. The horses would have whinnied if they had caught the scent of men they were unused to. Raising his face to the soft rain, he dragged a hand through his hair. The bell for Compline had long since rung, the last prayer of the day, where men could examine their consciences and offer their actions of the day to God, which meant monks would not be roused from sleep until the call to night prayer at matins. Blackstone walked towards the cloisters. The abbot's quarters were unlit, like the rest of the monastery. So that faint, almost imperceptible sound had not come from there. It was probably nothing, he decided. Most likely a monk making his way to the latrines. He walked across the inner courtyard, past the herb garden and the subtle aroma of marjoram and thyme. His mind searched for the image created by the sound he had heard. He gazed at the church door, the heavy latch. It could have been the sound of metal meeting metal as the iron lever was carefully laid to rest. As he stepped to one side, he saw the faintest change in the door frame. A sliver of light, only a hair's thickness, momentarily caught the gap between frame and door. At this time of night, any monk wishing to pray would be on his knees on the cold stone floor next to his cot. No need to stumble through rain and darkness, when they could wait until matins sounded and lanterns were lit. He went to the door, gauged the lever's weight in his hand, and raised it slowly. The monks had greased the hinges so that those already praying would not be disturbed by a late arrival and a creaking door. He stepped inside and saw the dim light beyond the pillars towards the altar. There was a movement, a shadow from a candle's flame. The open space was cold. Congregations prayed standing. The chapel did not afford even the infirm the luxury of a bench. Going onto your knees was the most relief a supplicant could hope for. Blackstone angled himself across the floor, and, at the transept, saw the huddled figure in a cape, back pressed against a pillar, a half-burnt candle set in its split wax at her side. Lady Cateline's hood obscured her face. Her head was bent, her shoulders rocking gently from silent tears. Her hands were clasped in prayer, pressed against her lips. Blackstone's chest tightened, a wave of pity washed through him. He stopped himself from instinctively reaching for her. It was too late to retract all he had said. Too late to reverse his decision to deny his desire for her. This was no time for regret. As silently as he had approached, he turned on his heel and stepped away. He had taken 4 strides when her voice whispered across the cold stone floor. "Don't go." He stopped and faced her. She had turned her head and looked around the column, the hood slipping free from her face. "Please." When the bell for night prayer rang, the monks who shuffled in to pray saw only the puddle of melted wax next to the column. Long before they had arrived, Blackstone had lifted Catiline from the stone floor and carried her along the darkened cloisters to her room. The modest quarters housed her daughter in a bed encased in a cubbyhole. The second mattress belonging to her son was empty. To one side there was a prayer niche for those who wished to kneel and ask forgiveness for any transgressions. Neither Blackstone nor Catiline had any such regret. She had quickly closed the curtain separating the sleeping chambers. With silent urgency they stripped each other. Blackstone lifted her onto the mattress. He never felt the hot wax that spluttered from the bedside candle onto his shoulder. Her fingers curled into the hair on the nape of his neck, urging him closer, her legs wrapping around him, demanding him. His weight smothered her, adding to her passion. By the time the ghostly shuffling of monks returning from prayer passed the window, they lay embraced, spent from their lust, unrepentant, in the holy place. Fear had driven her to the altar. Night terrors had loomed out of the darkness in the monastery's eerie silence to claw at her. She had begged for the Almighty's help, prostrated herself. But the merciful Lord had turned his back on her. He had remained silent. Her transgressions, her lust, had cut the wick that had once burned bright with belief. The statue of the Lady Mary, Mother of the Church, cradling her infant, had gazed pitifully down at her. Mary, Mother of God. She knew the torment. She, of all people, understood what it meant to have a child's life endangered. Yet there was still nothing. No blessed understanding. No solace for Catiline's heart. The burden of protecting her daughter, and of ensuring her son lived long enough to claim his inheritance, almost overwhelmed her. Now she had declared for the English king in the Breton Civil War. Her reputation was tainted. Her betrayal of the Bretons would not be forgotten, and there would be those who sought revenge. If they killed her and her children, her domain would become a battleground. She should have inherited Babonneau's castle and lands, but she had forfeited that right when she broke for freedom with her lover. Now there was another man in her bed, and despite his desire for her, she knew he distrusted her. But if she did not yield to desire, how else could she secure a man's strength to protect her and her children? Blackstone stirred beside her as she gazed unsleeping into the darkness. A glimmer of light from the dying candle caught the hilt of Blackstone's sword propped against the wall. The pommel bore 2 half-coins pressed together. Although she didn't know what it meant, instinct told her it had something to do with his dead wife.
How could she bring this man's heart to her own? Her son had formed a genuine bond with Henry Blackstone, but that was not enough to bind Blackstone to her, and desire could be as fleeting as clouds passing across the moon. Her mind twisted and turned. She might not know the answer now, but even if Blackstone rode on without her, she would find it in the end. She knew Thomas Blackstone would prove to be her salvation. Her daughter whimpered in the next room, a dream. A fearful one. Her anxiety as a mother redoubled. She and her children must survive. Then she gasped at the thought that reared unbidden from her mind. Would she go that far? She shook her head at her own question. She laid a hand on the broad, muscled back of the man who lay sleeping beside her. Yes, she convinced herself, she would go that far. If she had no other choice, she would betray him. Chapter 35. By the time the men awoke, Blackstone was washing in the water trough, ignoring the chill breeze that swirled across the courtyard. The drizzling rain had passed in the night. Killbear hawked and spat and swallowed a mouthful of wine. "You slept well?" he said, as he splashed water on his face. Blackstone glanced at him. The meaning was clear. His absence in the night had not gone unnoticed. Killbear grimaced. "I had a stone under my hip, and then the damned bells, monks shuffling like ghosts in the night. It's enough to make a man want to sleep with wild beasts in the forest. And today we lead the Italian and Henry to make their way south." He dragged his fingers through his hair. "And Babinot's widow," he added innocently. "Did she sleep well?" "I'm not beholden to you, Gilbert. I spend the night as I please, and she goes her own way," Blackstone answered, as he pulled on his shirt. "And we go ours. The problem of recruiting men-at-arms and archers still faces us, Thomas. We cannot arrive at the Count of Foix with a handful of men. It would be like a eunuch visiting a whorehouse. A waste of time." Blackstone finished dressing. "We will find the men we need." He buckled his sword belt. "Or we won't." With that, he strode off to rouse the captains and ready the men. Killbear glanced towards the woman's sleeping quarters. Catiline came out of her room and fussed with her daughter. There was no sign of her son. Killbear looked idly around the courtyard. Horses were being saddled. Archers were wiping any moisture from their waxed bags. Despite their bows' protective cover, they were ever mindful of how damp could stretch their hemp cords. They fussed like the woman with her child. Killbear allowed her a moment's leeway. An archer's life, and those of others, depended on them protecting their bows. What she was doing was no different. Safeguard the children, and they had a life. Henry Blackstone led the belligerent horse out of the stable. It was already saddled. Jocard walked with him. Everything Killbear saw that chill morning told him that bonds of trust were being formed. Lives were being entwined. The danger was obvious. A snake curled around a limb could bury its fangs at any time, and once its poison disabled its victim, death would follow. Lady Catiline caught him staring in her direction. Defiance flared in her eyes before she quickly turned away. There was no doubt in Killbear's mind. Blackstone and the woman might be going their separate ways, but she already had her claws in him. They rode east, soon to separate into two groups. Blackstone rode at the head of the column with Killbear at his side and the others behind in the established order of travel. Killbear frowned and peered behind him. Settling back to face the way ahead, he realized what was amiss. "Where is Bayard? And Icart?" He turned again. "And Bayard's other man, Loys. Thomas, have they deserted us in the night?" "I sent them south at first light to raise men. The Gascons wanted the prince, so they need to fight for him. Aye, but most of these men are loyal to their own lords. There's no love lost between the Count of Foix and Bayard's lord Jean de Grailly, even though they're cousins. He has his own domains to defend. He isn't in the lowlands, he's up in the Pyrenees. Bayard carries my authority. Jean de Grailly will hear of it. He can either stay where he is or join us, but he has problems of his own against the French. We don't need him." "And who else do we ask?" "Ask, Gilbert. We don't ask, we demand. And when we side with Foix, then that's another domain secure for the prince." Gilbert shrugged. I don't care who comes and stands at our side as long as they fight hard. Blackstone remained silent, and that aroused Kilbear's curiosity. I see what's going on, Thomas. You demand fealty from those who have to give it, but there are still not enough men to fight off Armagnac. He has an army at his back. He has the French crown supplying him. The truce between England and France is something separate. Edward and King John use others like us to do their dirty work. Now, how do we defeat Armagnac? There are those who would not side with us without payment. Blackstone smiled. Then we pay them. Sweet Jesus on the cross! You intend to bring in skinners? Damn their souls, Thomas. They are mostly scum, and undeserving of your favour or trust. I give them neither. I will pay those who will fight with us, if they live. That gives a man extra strength in his sword arm. There won't be many of them, though. Most are still down in Spain or making their way back. Time is short. And where do we get archers? Blackstone shrugged. Kilbear sighed. You know, Thomas, if we get enough men and bring in local lords for the fight, it could be a glorious sight, like the old days. Banners waving, drums pounding, trumpets blaring, something to stir the blood. Put the fear of Christ into the French bastards again. He bellowed with laughter. Thomas, it will be the best of times again. I'm glad the thought of battle cheers you, Gilbert. My God, yes. Age will take me down before any damned French blade, I guarantee that, and when that time comes, I will crawl from my cot and bare my arse at them. A pretty picture. I'll try to put it out of my mind. Kilbear was more cheerful than Blackstone had seen him for some time. Even the fight at Babinot's castle had not raised his spirits as much as the prospect of fighting the French again. Come on, Thomas, let's press on. Make your peace with Henry and embrace the husband-huntress one last time, then we bid farewell to the Italian and go our separate ways. We need some distance on the road today, and a good place to camp for the night. Chapter 36. Guiscard the Lame felt as small as an ant as the looming figure of the German knight stared disdainfully down at him from the saddle. The horse alone dwarfed the woodcutter, but the man in the saddle with the black cross on his mantle looked like an overpowering deity. Hartmann had brought the charcoal burner to the group of men who waited in the open meadow, so they could see any surprise attack that might come from the copse. "How are you known?" said von Plauen. "Guiscard the Lame, lord." "Are you able to travel on that bent leg?" "I am, lord. I have done all my life. I scurry faster than a rat, chased by a cur dog." "I have already paid you to give us information," said Wolfram. "You will be rewarded by taking us to where any of these riders are encamped." Guiscard smelt money in the air. "As you can see, my lord, there are tracks everywhere, and if you do not know which are the most recent, then you are no use to me." "Lord, some men rode close by 2 days ago. I did not count how many, but we are cautious in our village, and I sent one of the children to follow them. There was only a handful, as few as you. We fear armed men like them." He dared to raise his eyes to the stern-looking rider. "And like you, lord." "You need not fear any harm from us, woodcutter. We do the Lord's work and bring miscreants to justice. The Almighty will reward you with his benevolence for aiding us." "And God's blessing be upon you as well, Sir Knight, but it takes more than God's kindly gaze upon our dirt-poor community to keep us alive through winter." Guiscard's meaning was clear. Wolfram nodded to the other half-brother. "Sigmund, give him silver, enough to keep a man and his family fed for a month." He saw the look of surprise on the man's face, etched with lines of hardship and grime. "My generosity must be rewarded. If it is not, or you lead us into a trap with the expectation of stealing from us, then I shall kill you." Guiscard nodded furiously, slipping the coins into a pouch on his belt. "It is a day's ride, my lord, and I can only go so fast." "Be tireless, and we will pay you more." Guiscard's swaying gait belied his strength. The horsemen followed at a distance, horses at the trot.
The silence of the countryside was pierced only by the screech of a passing buzzard and the rhythmic jangling of the knight's armour on the reserve horses. Wolfram von Plauen's keen anticipation of finally coming across to Thomas Blackstone and the possibility that Grufford ap Madoc might be with him had whetted his appetite to press on at speed. Patience, he told himself, was not one of the virtues in his armoury. He watched with bemused disbelief as the peasant Guiscard sped across the rolling land. His leg kept him at an awkward angle, but, like any animal injured in a hunt or by a predator, the base creature had healed and adjusted. Curtains of rain swept across the land ahead of them. That was good. Men would camp and shelter from it. Heads low, hunched over a smoking fire as rain dribbled down their necks. He would attack as soon as they were sighted. Did they need armour, he wondered? Mail would protect him and his men, and their mantle announced who they were. No, he decided. Honour would best be served if they attacked in full armour. That way their might would provoke fear in their enemy. They would not attempt to conceal themselves. Honour dictated that they show themselves, and then charge for the kill. If what the woodcutter had said was accurate, then Wolfram's men would have no trouble fighting so few opponents, even if there were another half-dozen riders. Guiscard stopped by a stream, dropped to his knees, and lapped thirstily. The knights caught up with him. "He drinks like a dog," said Rudolf von Burkhard. "He does not even cup water in his hands. These people are animals." The knights waited until Guiscard raised his head. "How much further?" Wolfram asked. "Before dusk," said Guiscard, ribs heaving from exertion. He drank some more, and without another word set off again. "Let him run ahead," said Walter von Rank, loosening the reins and allowing his horse to drink. He leaned back in the saddle and quaffed from a wineskin. "I'll wager these mercenary scum we seek are little different from that creature." He wiped a hand across his face. "This weather is like a wet blanket. The rain deadens the land and men's minds. There is no biting air to fill a man's lungs, not like the Baltic. There at least the wind punctures like daggers and sharpens a man's wits." Gunther von Schwerin drank from his wine-flask. "Routier's blades will hone your wits," he said. He was older than his companions. His hair, closely cut above his ears, showed grey stubble. He had fought a crusade against the Baltic pagans for over 10 years and knew nothing should be taken for granted when readying to kill. This land had been raped and pillaged over the years by the English and routiers. Its desolate appearance suggested it had nothing left to offer. Such austerity could make a man think that those they sought were little more than vagabonds, scratching what they could from a pauper's bowl, men of low birth unwilling to fight hard. But to think that way was a mistake. "If it is the Welshman, he will be vicious. Ap Madoc committed widespread slaughter in the east. He has no fear of retribution. From what we have learned of Blackstone," he corked the flask, "he is a different matter. He will try to outmaneuver us. He has the skill. He is no blunt instrument." He turned to the man who led them. "Wolfram, I urge you to proceed with caution. Righteousness will not save us if there are more than we know about. When we come upon these men, let us watch and observe them first, and then attack. Gunther, we have not travelled across France to sit in the wet grass and watch our enemy. We are here to kill." Von Schwerin pulled his mail cowl from his close-cropped head. "Or be killed. We should be cautious." Guiscard was true to his word. He led them to a gentle slope where wild hedgerows and scrub grew, and then urged them to dismount. The two half-brethren held the horses as Wolfram and the others crouched low and clambered behind their guide. Guiscard crouched like a begging dog. Wolfram, satisfied that the peasant had done as promised, nodded to Hartmann to pay him. No sooner were the coins in his hand than the woodcutter scurried away. Lying flat, the knights peered over the rim of the rising ground. A dozen men were camped several hundred yards away.
They had protected themselves from any rain-bearing wind behind them by settling into the curved bowl on the lee of the hill. A small stream coursed downhill, fresh water for cooking and drinking. It flowed a little more than a ditch at the hill's base and then twisted away. The routiers had a clear view across the ground to their front. A sentry sat on the brow of the hill.
"There's a gully 200 paces in front of them," said von Burkhardt. "The scrubland and bushes obscures a good part of it on the right flank. If we made our way to those trees and wait until darkness, we could leave the horses and conceal ourselves there. Then we attack on foot at first night. They would not hear our approach because the wind favors us."
The others studied the ground.
"Better we should ride hard and take them at first light on horseback. It is God's will," said Walter von Rank enthusiastically, eager to fulfill his duty. "If there are more routiers nearby, then we would be exposed on foot."
"Brother Walter is right," said Wolfram. "There is no dignity in scurrying like rats in a ditch. We show them our strength, strike them hard and fast. We ride through them to the crest of that hill, and then turn and finish them."
Gunther von Schwerin looked at his comrades.
"We don't know what's on the other side of that hill. If Ap Maddock or Thomas Blackstone are in that group, they will not run. They will stand their ground." He pleaded with the man with whom he had shared years of friendship and danger. "Wolfram, let us take another day and encircle their camp. We should know what lies behind them on the other side of that hill. There might be more men camped there." He looked across to the youngest and most eager of them all. "Walter, it is not God's will that we throw our lives away needlessly." "If they had more men, they would be with those we can see," said von Burkhardt. Gunther could not keep the frustration out of his voice. "Are you blinded by pride? Look to their left. There is a forest not 200 yards away. Would you not have men posted there to protect your flank? If these men are greater in number even by 6 or 7, perhaps more, over the crest of the hill, then we risk being overcome. There are only a few of us. These are not peasants, they are fighting men, and we are not on crusade, with hundreds more at our side. We seek retribution, and if they kill us before we find the Welshman or Blackstone, then our journey has been in vain." The men fell silent, but they all looked to Wolfram to decide. Finally he said, "We will attack on horseback at first light." Walter and the others smiled, but Gunther showed no such enthusiasm. "I will withdraw to a quiet place and spend the night in prayer, asking God for his deliverance. My instincts tell me we will die tomorrow." Chapter 37. The first grey light of dawn had not yet filtered across the landscape. Wolfram von Plauen and his companions, Rudolf von Burkhardt, Walter von Rank, Andreas von Suckenwerth, Gunther von Schwerin, and Simbrand von Ansbach, adhered to the Teutonic Knights' rule that they could not arm themselves or mount unless commanded to do so. It was the Grand Master who would usually issue such a command before engaging in battle, but as the knights were far from home, it was von Plauen's duty to instruct the men. Once again, Gunther had asked their leader to reconsider his decision. To wear armour would slow them down. They were not attacking a great body of men where many blows would be struck against the knights. This attack needed to be swift and deadly. Mail and mantle was enough. Von Plauen insisted that the knights show themselves in full battle armour. Gunther had no choice but to accept the decision. The men had knelt in prayer, and then the half-brethren, Hartmann and Meinhard, attended them. The knights were armoured in order of rank and seniority. Wolfram, because he was deemed their leader, was attended to first. He pulled on a tightly fitting arming doublet, a stuffed cotton and linen jacket with mail sleeves to resist chafing from the armour, and then the half-brethren bent to their task. Their years of practice prepared von Plauen quickly. They strapped sabatons to his shins, and then the greaves. A cuirass was secured with ties, and a mail skirt belted around his waist. Wolfram von Plauen remained poleaxe straight, letting the two men twist and tug to ensure the fittings were correct. Once the breastplate was attached, they strapped a placard over it to protect his lower stomach. Von Plauen breathed in, testing the strapping. "Tighter," he whispered, wary of his voice carrying to the enemy, despite the wind being in his favour. By the time they reached the pauldrons, On his upper arms he was ready for his helm and gauntlets. Gunther von Schwerin was next, and then, one by one, the men followed. The youngest and most eager among them, Walter von Rank, barely kept his impatience under control. But he wished to impress the experienced knights, so remained stoically impervious to the half-brethren's fussing. Dawn light streaked the low clouds as they were assisted onto their mounts. The wind had picked up, but had not shifted to their left flank. It should still offer them the advantage of not being heard on their approach until it was too late. Wolfram, their lookout on the ridge exposes us. Let us put 2 men on the flank, in case there are others in that forest, said von Schwerin. Divide our force. Wolfram gathered his reins and pulled free his sword from its scabbard. Why would some camp in the open and others in the trees? No, Gunther, it is plain to see where our enemy is. God is with us. God is with us, the others murmured. All, that is, except Gunther. The horses tore across the divide. There was no sign of anyone stirring in the camp ahead. Blankets still covered the men. A whisper of smoke curled from a fire, the breeze pushing the damp smell of wood smoke towards the attackers. 300 yards from the sleeping men, and they saw the first throw back his blanket. At 200 yards, 2 more rose from the ground. They looked half asleep. Backs turned to the galloping horses. Gunther slammed down his visor. Was it possible the men had not heard their approach? The earth shuddered. Gunther's heart lurched. All the men were on their feet. They turned and raised lances. The pretense of sleep had been a trap, waiting until their attackers could not avert the charge. A line of horsemen spurring their mounts broke the skyline on the hill. Wolfram's men would have nowhere to turn. The tree line on the flank shuddered as other men broke cover. 10 or more horsemen bore down on them. It was an ambush. Gunther saw Wolfram charge straight ahead, the others only strides behind him. They would attempt to carve a path through the overwhelming odds, perhaps to escape over the crest of the hill as their horses laboured under their weight. Gunther pulled his mount away to blunt the attack from the forest. At least he would die, buying the others time. Gunther heard distant screams, dulled by his helmet, as the charging knights clashed with the horsemen's downhill impetus. The sickening thud of horses barging into each other and their plaintive whinnying heralded the death of man and horse. But there was no time to think of the others now. Gunther raised his shield, angled his horse into the more lightly armed routiers, and struck fiercely left and right. 2 men immediately fell from the saddle. 4 more had already spurred ahead of him, but his own mount was stronger and more swift, and he cut another 2 routiers down before they had a chance to defend themselves. Those attacking from the forest must have seen their comrades were overwhelming the Germans, and swung their horses back to encircle Gunther. He heeled his horse, swept the blade high, caught a routier below his chin-strap, and then plunged his sword down into the man's horse. It rolled its eyes, bellowed in pain, and went down, which is exactly what Gunther wanted. The flailing beast and its dead rider blocked the immediate attack from others closing in. Blades struck Gunther's armour, and he was thankful Wolfram had been insistent on it being worn. His strength surged. He battered his attackers, taking their strikes against his shield and armour. His blows were precise and controlled, unlike the abandoned ferocity of the routiers. He grunted, sucking air, holding breath in his chest, and forcing it out to give more power to his arm. The swirling mass of men made it difficult to see where the next blow might come from, but with rein and heel he turned his horse this way and that, using its weight to push others aside and expose their riders' vulnerability. He had slain several men and fatally wounded more, but now they were smothering him, making it impossible for him to fight his way clear. At least, he thought, he had drawn these men to him and given the others a chance to escape. A heavy blow from a mace on the back of his neck threw him forward over his mount's withers. The routiers boxed him in, and, unable to find a weakness in his armour, went about killing his horse. It fell, throwing him clear. He hit the ground with such force his breath was driven out of him. Through the narrow slit of his visor he saw his comrades being hauled from their saddles. Some were already being dragged away like slaughtered carcasses. His vision blurred as his attackers bellowed a warning, momentarily taking their attention away from him. He turned his head and saw the 2 half-brethren at the charge, shield and sword raised in a vain attempt to rescue the knights they served and adhere to the vow they had taken. They gave a good account of themselves, but were soon hacked to death. Gunther's cumbersome armour made it impossible for him to get to his feet quickly enough to continue fighting. He half-raised himself, reached for his sword, and saw the dark shadow of a man above him, whose snarling face spat a curse as he swung his mace hard and fast, sending Gunther into the black abyss of unconsciousness. Chapter 38. Blackstone's horse suddenly pulled its head back and stopped, as if an invisible hand had restrained it.
There was no apparent danger ahead. The open, rolling meadows cut a swathe through forests of varying sizes, none too close to allow an ambush. Kilbear's horse shied at the bastard horse's sudden halt. Horses behind him had to swerve. The bastard horse was as fixed as a boulder in the landscape, ears raised, nostrils flared. A shiver ran down its withers. God's tears, Thomas. Horses are skittish creatures at the best of times, but that mongrel beast has a disposition fit only for the damned slaughterhouse. I doubt it would be docile if it was gutted and hung on a meat-hook. Blackstone raised a hand to silence his friend and quiet the muted curses from the others behind him as they jostled to avoid colliding with each other. He listened, but heard nothing. Blackstone kept his eyes trained on the changing landscape. The meadows offered no threat, nor, as far as he could see, did the copse of trees. No crows fluttered cawing into the sky. He looked at the bare top of the tree canopy. The breeze shifted this way and that, more noticeable at that height than on the ground. Blackstone spoke quietly, eyes still sweeping the way ahead for anything untoward. "Gilbert, this wretched beast is precious to me. I prefer its belligerence to the world about it. It suits my own temperament, but it has never failed to warn me of danger. I trust the goddess, Alianhod, I wear at my throat. You and my men at my side, and this devil-spawned, warmongering, black-hearted creature to keep me safe." A distant cry reached them. Gilbert raised a hand to shield his eyes against the brightness of the clouds. "There," said Jack Halfpenny. "High in the sky ahead." Blackstone and Kilbear looked to where the sharp-eyed archer pointed. After a moment's concentration, the speck showed itself a half-mile ahead. A buzzard soared in spiral flight. It keened again. The wind whipped the raptor's cry round the sky. "Only a buzzard, Thomas," said Kilbear. Blackstone stayed vigilant. "No, Gilbert. It's more than that." He pointed to where they had first seen the buzzard, and then to left and right. The clouds had separated, darker below, lighter, higher clouds above, and the swirling black specks became more than one raptor. "Crows on the wind. They're settling." He patted the horse's neck and loosened the reins. The horse walked on, but Blackstone felt its tension beneath him. Its ears stayed upright, and then it snorted and insisted on veering to one side. Blackstone did not fight it, and after 40 yards it turned again, so that the breeze now blew directly into the men's faces. Another high-pitched keening reached them, clearer this time. No raptor's call. A man's scream. Blackstone ran at the crouch, around the edge of the low hillside. Had he and the men travelled 400 or 500 yards from the other direction, they would have seen the tracks made by the Teutonic Knights. The King's Sergeant William Ashford had quickly secured his men in the copse of trees and surrounded his charge, Father Torellini. Henry attended to his father's horse, and Jocard helped hold the others to the rear of where Blackstone and the men waited. Lady Catiline and her daughter sat huddled with Torellini. Ashford had followed Blackstone's instructions without question. If there was trouble, his defensive position would buy him and his men time until Blackstone returned. "There," said Kilbear. There was no need for him to point out the 20 or so routiers and their grazing horses. The men were on foot, gathered haphazardly around a fire-pit that had been stoked for some hours and reduced to a deep bed of embers. The heat would be intense, and the man who dangled over the pit had his wrists bound above his head to a makeshift pole and trestle. "The bastards are cooking him alive," said Moulon. The tortured knight was still in his suit of armour, and as he fell in and out of consciousness, his gasping breath became an agonizing scream. The routiers were laughing. Another 4 men, stripped to their underclothes, were bound to a length of pole. They did not escape punishment either. 2 of the routiers kicked and punched them in between swigging from a wineskin. The burning man's chilling screams increased. "Whoever these men are, they need help," said John Jacob. "They outnumber us, but John's right," said Kilbear. "Thomas?" Blackstone nodded. Quickly surveying the ground ahead, he turned to Will Longden. "Will, you and the lads get into that gully. Stay low and get as far along it as you can." Longden and his archers had already freed their bows from their bags and knocked their hemp cords. "We can't kill those skinners easily, Thomas. Those prisoners are right in their midst." "I know. When I give the word, kill the man over the pit. Your bodkins will get through his armour. We can't let him die like a spitted pig." Will Longdon's grim countenance and nod of acceptance was enough. The suffering man would soon be out of his misery. The centener turned to Halfpenny. "Jack, you and me both. We loose together. It's a long shot." The archers crabbed their way towards the ditch. Blackstone and the others backed away. "Gilbert, ride across their flank. Cut them off if they try to escape. Their horses are untethered. With luck they'll scatter before they have time to mount. Moulin, take your men to the right. We box these bastards in. Renfred, go straight at the prisoners. Protect them. John, you and I will take the centre." John Jacob understood. He and Blackstone were going into the heart of the beast. They would be in the most danger. A broad grin creased his face. "We kill them all?" "We kill them all," said Blackstone. Within minutes, Blackstone's men were mounted, swords drawn, shields up. The gap between the edge of the forest and the hillside was a narrow strip of land that would obscure their attack for the first 50 yards. Will Longdon and his archers crouched in the chest-high ditch. He addressed his archers, who each waited a yard apart from the next man. "Jack and me will shoot first. You lads pick a target that's nowhere near them prisoners as soon as Sir Thomas makes his ride across the field." The centener and Jack Halfpenny looked towards the tortured man. His head was free of a helm, but even at that distance they could see his bared teeth. An animal screaming in pain, a man begging for mercy. Voices drifted on the breeze, laughter taunting the suffering man. They would give no mercy, one voice bellowed, drunk with the visceral pleasure of inflicting agony. "No mercy for you either, you skinner bastard," said Jack Halfpenny. "Will, 225 yards?" Will Longdon gauged the distance. The breeze was light, and it now brought the smell of burning flesh. "I see it as 210. Perhaps a few strides more beyond that." Halfpenny squinted at the target and nodded. Longdon and Halfpenny did as the other archers, and knocked a yard-long, inch-thick ash arrow onto their bow cords. Staying crouched, they peered along the line of bowmen to where Blackstone moved his war-horse into view. Blackstone turned to face his archers, raised his sword to order the death of the tortured man, and spurred his horse. The two veteran archers stood, bent their backs, their target fixed in their mind's eye. Before the first horse broke cover, the two arrows whispered through the air. A half-dozen heartbeats later, they saw them strike. Will Longdon's arrow killed the man instantly, striking through his forehead. Halfpenny, a breath later, punctured his chest. In the time it took for a routier to stumble back, gazing upwards in disbelief, horses thundered across the open meadow. The skinners panicked, wildly grabbing weapons, running for their mounts, some of which had bolted. By the time Blackstone's men swept across the field, 2 more flights of arrows had punctured routiers and horses. Those mercenaries who broke to the flanks fell from the archers' rapid shooting further down the line. Will Longdon saw they could loose no more arrows without hitting their own men. He ordered his archers to clamber out of the ditch, run forward, and pick whatever target presented itself. 2 escaping routiers swerved their mounts through Blackstone's horsemen and galloped towards the vulnerable bowmen. They fell, each punctured by arrows in their chests, less than 80 paces from where the ragged line of archers stood their ground. Blackstone and John Jacob punched a gap through the routiers, who had quickly formed a defence. The impact of shields and the crushing weight of their horses buckled the first group of mercenaries. The gap opened wide enough for Renfred and his men to sweep aside the light resistance offered and quickly secure the prisoners. Renfred shouted his orders over the screams and shouts of the melee. "Stay with them! Cut them free!" He wheeled his horse. Blackstone and John Jacob were being attacked by more men on horseback, and those on foot who had gathered their wits and their weapons as soon as the surge of horsemen swept down upon them. Renfred trampled one routier, and then slashed down and back with his sword to take another from chin to scalp. His horse barged aside a third, and then it was the 3 of them fighting side by side, turning this way and that in practised discipline and unbridled ferocity. The routiers broke, crying surrender. Those immediately in front of Blackstone went down on one knee, turning their swords to offer the hilt to Blackstone. Blackstone slew them. The released prisoners took the risk of running through the edge of the skirmish line to lower their comrade from above the pit. The nauseating stench of their friend's flesh assailed them, and they could not sever the rope ties quickly enough to stop his scorched body from being burned further. Blackstone spurred the bastard horse into the 2 horsemen who stood between him and the prisoners. The beast turned to a quick leg and rein command, swung its head like a battering ram, forcing the opponent's horse to rear up. Blackstone rammed Wolfsword's point into the flailing rider's face. The bastard horse bunched its hindquarters. Blackstone tugged the reins. It fought the bit, but did as commanded, crashing its weight against the poles that held the suspended knight. He fell free from the fire pit. Blackstone, John Jacob and Renfred were suddenly alone. Bodies lay strewn around them as though they were farmers amid a field of scythed wheat. Moulin picked off stragglers on the flanks. He speared and gutted them while his men chased down those few who had broken free, and they too went under the sword. Will Longden had brought his men within 50 yards of the fighting, his extended line of archers ready to shoot into any target that presented itself. The men-at-arms gave them no such sport. Killbear and the men with him had rooted out those who had scurried into the fern-deep forest. As Killbear spurred his horse back towards Blackstone, Longden raised his bow. "All right, lads. Finish off any of these scum with a knife. See what booty they yield." The archers ran forward, eager to claim anything of value before the horsemen dismounted and sought their share from the slaughter. Killbear, sprayed with blood on his chest and legs, reached Blackstone. "Too easy, Thomas. Good sport, though. Killing vermin has its pleasures." He checked the equally blood-splattered Blackstone and his companions. "Outnumbered be damned. It's better that way. Gives a man a greater will to live. How many do you think? 30 or so?" 45 by a quick count, Sir Gilbert," said John Jacob. "Fewer than that," said Renfred. Killbear drank thirstily. Then he swilled the specks of blood from his beard. "Renfred, do not spoil a man's pleasure at his achievements. Why do you Germans have to be so exact about everything? 45 it is." One of the prisoners who had helped